5.1. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of March 6, 2023. I'll call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all southern command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to the National Film Board for the images of our country and to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of our national anthem. On today's agenda, first item is the adoption of the previous council minutes, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that Council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held February 21st, 2023, as presented.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 4 of today's agenda, the adoption of the agenda, recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. That motion too is in order. I'm not aware of any changes or errors or omissions, so I'll call the question. That too carries unanimously. Moving on to item 5 of today's agenda under delegations. We have 5 delegations who have let us know that they are coming to the 3 p.m. session today. As well, just a notice that if you are looking to come to council, the cutoff is the day prior at noon. If you wish to be part of the agenda, people let us know. Unless the item is on the agenda, then you can let us know the day of prior to noon. So 5 delegations here today. We're going to start with item 5.1, Ms. Sarah Card. And if Sarah here, there we go. Come on forward, and if you could just introduce yourself for those who might be watching online. As with normal delegation procedure, take about 5 minutes to tell us what you're here about. Then council will have an opportunity for questions. Any business arising from the delegations that come forward is dealt with towards the end of this meeting after committee business. But for sure, now let us know what you're here about, and then I'll open up to council for questions. So welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. I'm Sarah Card. I'm the producer for the Bear Creek Folk Music Festival here in Grande Prairie. And I'm just here. I'm going to keep this fairly short because I know most or all of the councillors were in attendance at the committee meeting that I presented to last week. But my chief goal was just to highlight a couple of points, give a couple of updates, and then make myself available for any questions. So since our announcement of Sarah McLaughlin at our festival this year, tickets sales continue to surge. We are currently nearly 50% up from our previous record year at this time. So we are just absolutely shattering all previous records, and that margin is continuing to increase. And this is without us yet having launched into the lion's share of our planned marketing. This is just from the announcement in the beginning of our marketing. From a tourism perspective, I am receiving an ever-growing number of inquiries from out-of-town attendees asking about accommodations in Grande Prairie. These are new people who have not attended the festival yet, who are wondering about where to stay. And I'm also receiving a lot of new out-of-town volunteers. So all of this is positive early indicators that our tourism draw is continuing to increase, and I'm very excited about that. I was also recently excited to learn that the Rotary Campground, which in partnership with the Polytechnic, is again expanding its capacity during our festival weekend, is already sold out for our festival weekend, including overflow with a waiting list. So early signs are that we are heading into a serious record-breaking year on the heels of a very strong year last year. Travel Alberta provided us with a report that indicated that our 2019 festival brought over $1.1 million in direct and indirect spending, the majority going into Grande Prairie. And with the math that they provided us, our 2022 festival brought an estimated in excess of $1.4 million. And with the sharp increase that we're seeing this year in sales, we are optimistic that we're going to well exceed those numbers this year. We did increase our ask or request to council this year up to $95,000 to help us compensate for the more than $100,000 increase in our costs. And also in an effort to work towards giving us a fighting chance at doing well enough this year that we could qualify for provincial funding. As mentioned last time I was here, the $75,000 CIP grant that we rely on fairly heavily will not be available to us next year, and we will not qualify for the grant that we could get in its stead while we still have residual debt. So I'm trying to be proactive about solving what could turn out to be a fairly significant problem for us next year by hopefully doing well enough this year. That said, I do want to acknowledge the discussion that I heard from council during the committee meeting, and an amount of $75,000 recommended by administration, though it's less than my requested amount, would still have a really massive impact on us. And though we still do plan to take a stab at the applying for the $25,000 or a portion of the remaining $25,000. As discussed, on a personal note, I just really want to also express my wholehearted support for the other organizations that were mentioned at that meeting. The support that the city has provided our festival has been an incredibly important part over the last number of years for the stability of our organization and the fact that we're able to do what we do. I am so grateful for everything that the city has done, and I do definitely credit that support as being a huge part of the reason we're still standing today and that we've been able to continue to produce the amazing events that our community has grown to love. For our part, we hope to continue to grow every year and continue to find new ways to contribute not only to our local tourism and economy, but also find new ways every year that we can impact people's lives and make this a better place, or continue to make this an even better place to live. We're very excited for this journey, and I really very much hope that we are able to continue to do it with your support. And I welcome any questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate that overview. I will now open up the queue for council questions, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And thank you, Ms. Card, for your presentation. And I just want to congratulate you on landing acts like Blue Rodeo and Sarah McLaughlin. I know the community is quite excited, as is seemingly the rest of the province. So just want to personally thank you for being a community leader around culture. That's something that's important to me, and I really genuinely appreciate that. So when you talk about the success of your early sales, I know it's an outdoor venue on a hill. Is there such thing as a sellout? I guess what I'm wondering is there an urgency to get tickets now, just to make sure that people get them?
So there are two sides to the answer to that question. We eventually do plan on expanding our site, and so our capacity will eventually increase, so there will be room to grow from this year. We've decided upon a lot of discussion over the last week over what is the sellout number and what we can do this year, that we're not going to make that expansion will be too much with all of the other things added. I honestly project that this year's festival is going to sell out.
Okay, great, and congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Hi, thanks for coming, Sarah. I think for me, I know you just came to visit us here, was it 2 weeks ago?
It was last Monday.
Last Monday? Okay. It's been a long week. In any case, thank you for, I'd like to commend you for acknowledging the discussion that we had around that committee meeting. There's only so much money. And the 75 versus the 95 and, the Special Olympics and the other events that potentially need some funding as well. So I appreciate that you've come here to discuss what is happening, but also recognize that, we have to do our due diligence for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Congratulations on what sounds like it'll be a sellout. You've earned that, and it's well done. I'm just curious on, I don't know if you mentioned it when you came to committee, the amount that you could be able to qualify for with the other grant.
The provincial grant?
Yeah.
It's a moving number in that they are able to fund a percentage of our total artistic budget. So that grant could actually end up being a massive grant. It depends how much, obviously, with any grant program, how much they want to give you. But the number that we could technically apply for would be in the six figures. It's as I said, not something that's going to be on the table for us until we're out of debt. Unfortunately, it's been sort of something on our shoulders over the last number of years. So we have to shake about $250,000 debt before we can qualify for it. With this, there is so many things at play to know whether or not that's a realistic target for us this year. But it is a year where, if we get enough support from everywhere, that could actually be possible. And certainly we're fighting very hard for that, because losing that $75,000 other provincial grant and having nothing to replace it with is going to hurt us. And I don't want to be coming back to council next year with a much huger problem. So.
No, fair enough. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Plott. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. So, Sarah, first of all, I apologize for my voice. I'm getting over a terrible cold. I actually am not sick. I just sound like I am dying. So I apologize for that. You've done such a great job with this festival over the years, and I'm so pleased for you and for me, because I love to go. When you talk about being sold out, I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit about how big that number is. And I know, for example, at Calgary Folk Festival, they'll sell out their weekend pass, but they'll still have day passes available. And is that on the horizon? Well,
we're limited in the number of day passes that we can offer, because obviously the larger the number of day passes we offer, we're going to sell those out for Saturday, and then that would kind of hem us in for the other days. So we're only going to be offering 500 day passes per day of the festival. We're focusing primarily on the weekend passes, just to not stop people that want to be able to to stop us from having it all happen on the Saturday. The numbers come in two parts. Obviously, there's the number of tickets we actually sell, and then we have a number of people that are not purchased tickets that come as well, like our 650 volunteers that we're going to need, a couple hundred artists. We are going to see, we're projecting, over 2,000 free entries that we allow kids under 12 free, as well as seniors over 80. And then we also have our community, our donated, we donate quite a few community tickets as well. So the total attendance number that we're likely looking to hit this year is around 8,000 per day.
That is very awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for being here again, Sarah. Sorry I was online last time. I just wasn't able to be in town. I think you still have room to grow then. I think our former fire chief, Dan Lemieux, he's sitting a couple seats over from me now, but he portioned that field out to hold about 10,000 standing room back in the early 2000s. Hasn't grown, hasn't shrunk, so I think there's room to grow. So I just have two quick questions. First one, kind of a follow-up just to make sure I heard right, but if you sell out this year, is it a pretty good chance that that'll be clear and then you'll qualify for all grants, or?
If we sell out, that's going to play a major part in it. That does not, we have a $250,000 hurdle to get there. So selling out is going to cover quite a bit of that, but we still do have to find quite a bit of other money elsewhere. It does not put it, like, it puts us in a great position compared to any other year. But to clear a hurdle that big, it doesn't quite get us there. We do need to find other support in order to make that happen.
Sponsors or angel investors, stuff like that.
Yeah, and we are breaking records within our sponsorships as well, but all of that's taken into account. Again, the event before breaking even is including gift in kind, like an over $1.1 million event. It takes a lot to make it happen.
Okay, so I'll say all my prayers for you. I know that after you made the announcement, I was at home for 3 days crying. You're all happy tears. I was like, oh, it's a dream come true. Sarah McLaughlin, I love it. And we've had those discussions in the past. So I guess I'm just leading into, hey, I'm here. I'm able to do anything. I know you're always looking for volunteers. So I guess my other question is, how's your volunteer list shaping up right now? So, I mean, we are seeing a surge of volunteers since our announcement.
The number that we need is an increase from past years with the growing. As soon as you increase the crowd size, you then need to increase security and a number of just across the board. So we're going to need more volunteers than we've ever had, and we definitely are doing every kind of outreach we can think of to find more. It's also my hope that when and if we hit the sellout point, that's really going to motivate people that still want to attend the event to volunteer, because it's a great way you can see the event and you don't even have to pay for your ticket. Just to quickly address your comment about the capacity, one thing we do really want to be careful about is maintaining the vibe on site. And so we don't ever want it to feel overcrowded or lose the things that people love about the festival, or get to a point where people have to wait 40 minutes for a porta potty or something. So we're trying to grow very carefully and not, we are trying to grow, but we're trying to exercise some restraint and not grow so fast that we lose the great vibe that people are used to on our site.
Awesome. Thanks for answering my questions and more. Appreciate it.
Well, that is everybody in the queue. So I appreciate you coming out today. Really appreciate your presentation. And as I mentioned, Delegation Business is done with at the end of this portion of the meeting. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Moving on under Delegations, item 5.2, Ms. Linda Side, if you wanted to come forward, same sort of process, about 5 minutes to speak, and the council will have an opportunity for questions. So thank you for coming, and if you just can introduce yourself, so for those who are watching at home, they know. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Side, and I'm here on behalf of the Folk Fest as well, as a community member, a large supporter, big fan. And I think that anything I have to say following what Sarah's done or presented now and at those festivals is probably going to come across as lame. I've seen you all there, shaking what your mama gave you. I know that you're fans as well. I think that the paradox of this funding thing is representative across all areas of arts and culture, and that is you can't get the attention of the feds or the province until you have a balance sheet that's clear of debt, but you can't get there until you have, until you get there. So they ignore you until then, as much as they like to come and attend these things as well. So when Sarah's saying, thank you very much for the $75,000 as a purely business proposition, I know there's lots that has to go around, and that costs are increasing everywhere. I'm hoping that you can find it in your hearts to not only stretch a little further with her, because all of those costs are going up for this festival, but also to stretch about the potential that this become a gem of this city, that you don't get to a place where you say, all right, they're on their feet now, they don't need us any longer. This is something that we need to own. I own it. I think that the city should own it too. It's just one of those things that we will not be talking about the cops down there. We will not be talking about politics or religion. It's one thing that music does for all of us, and that is unity. It threads these communities together. It's something very important for all of us, and it's arguably the time that we need it the most. So I'm hoping that you you see, to stretching a little bit further, but also that you think bigger picture about what this festival's doing here. She is one humble chick. Like, it is a big deal. And I'm a proud Grande Prairie person, as you know. And I don't throw my stuff behind things that I don't believe in. And I really believe in this. So I hope that you will continue to believe in it too. There. And you keep it hot enough in here to keep it brief.
Okay, so don't move, just in case people have questions. I will open it up to council, and I see no one in the queue, so you are free and clear. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate your time. All right, moving on to item number 5.3, the next delegation that let us know ahead of time that they were coming today was the National Police Federation. If you could please come forward, introduce yourself for those who may be watching. As with the other delegations, 5 minutes for your submission, presentation, and then an opportunity for council to ask you questions. Delegation business is done with at the end of our meeting. So again, welcome. And if you could introduce yourself for those who are watching at home, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. My name is Jeff McGowan. I'm one of the directors here in K-Division, or Alberta, for the National Police Federation. I'm also a currently serving member of the RCMP. I joined the force in '94. The National Police Federation is the certified bargaining agent for the 20,000 members of the RCMP, and over the 100 serving here in the province. With me is Steve Oster, one of our labor relations officers, rather. We'll try and keep it fast for you.
Thank you.
Yep. So I served with the RCMP in Grande Prairie here for the last 2 years, and chose to stay here for the last 4 years. I've lived after I retired. I served as a supervisor and a commander for the rural unit, and sat on the municipal senior management team here within the city. I also bring extensive training and use of force background from the RCMP, including the National Policy Center. The city's high violent crime rate exposes police to trauma and danger. We're seeing as little as 2 years service members already suffering from operational stress injuries, which are part of the reason why some of the members get transferred out of Grande Prairie so early. Services such as the National Reintegration Program help members recover from critical incidents, currently covered solely by the federal RCMP budget. When I read the transition report, I didn't see any consideration for these types of injuries or early attrition costed out in the report. Across Canada, there's been a challenge to hire officers from a shrinking pool of applicants. This means your salaries, retention, and signing bonuses will have to be among the highest in the country to compete with other more desirable locations. When I read the report, I didn't notice there's any accounting for those costs in the transition report. And I noticed there's several other costs that weren't accounted for as well. And as a taxpayer in this city, I'm worried that among other cities that we're looking at doing the transition, that those costs that weren't unaccounted for may cause the city to have to raise their property taxes in order to afford those costs.
And so, just to build off of what Steve was talking about, we wanted to identify some of the gaps that we saw within the report, and it's not a true feasibility study. It misses, I think, on the IT costs. Obviously, the city's not going to be able to use what is currently being run by the RCMP, and you're going to need to implement your own. And I think Surrey, which is the first best example of some of the things that were not considered, really need to be, Surrey itself really needs to be looked at. Their IT costs hit about $32 million. And what you need to understand with the IT stuff, it's not the size of the city, it's basically the program. So the program itself is going to cost you. Obviously, indemnification is a big issue that policing runs into. I don't know what the exact numbers are. I am aware, though, that the commanding officer for the division is going to be here. He will have those numbers for you if you have specific questions on lawsuits, et cetera, that were paid out for even just the city of Grande Prairie. When you end up with wrongful death suit, or, I mean, obviously drugs are a problem. If you end up with somebody potentially overdosing or dying in cells, the city will obviously be on the hook for that. This is going to cost considerable money in litigation. I was speaking with a member from Cochrane that just was notified of a lawsuit from 2020 involving a use of force. So it's a very, very high risk area that really needs to be explored, and your questions need to be answered. Obviously, you're going to need, within Grande Prairie, your own specialized police services. A lot of this stuff includes your emergency response team, major crimes unit, forensic, ident, and so on. I looked at the MNP report, and it didn't, to my mind, cover off everything that really needed to be looked at. And I would identify the Courtney Johnstone murder from 2014 as an excellent example of those costs. Actually, the team commander at that time was a friend of mine, and he kind of ran down what the resources were on there, and they far exceeded what would normally be involved with any police force of a town or a city this size. When you're looking at specialized equipment, especially if you're considering an emergency response team, you will need, of course, command post. I guess it depends on what it is you're hoping to achieve with that, but generally, and I should add, I was a member of the emergency response team for 11 years here in the province. In order to run an effective tactical team, emergency response team, you have to have that hostage rescue capability, and you fall under rules from the ATOA, Alberta Tactical Officers Association. Calgary City Police, Edmonton, Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, and the RCMP, of course, fall under that. You're looking at about $500,000 for a command post. The TAV that we currently run, there are two. One used to be in Red Deer, but I think it's for parts or to be used, was about $750,000. Those are currently being evergreened out. The cost and the training associated with, especially an emergency response team, is very, very high. Your body armor, thermals, NVG, etc. Lots and lots of stuff to be considered. Red Deer itself had reviewed its policing in 2019, but decided not to transition. And they saw that the operating costs were 17% lower under the RCMP model as opposed to going to a municipal service. As I'm sure you're aware, policing these days has become increasingly complex, especially with the level of scrutiny that is being placed on it. The courts themselves, having worked any number of files from murder to sex assault to B&E ring, it is very complex, very onerous on the RCMP, and there's a really high level of expertise that's required of your police. It's not simply a matter of just changing the stripe on the leg and hoping that you end up with a comparable force. It's huge liability. And we want to make sure that when you're looking at this or you're examining the possibility of a transition, that the due diligence is done to ensure that all of your ideas, all of the concerns are being addressed. $19 million for a startup transition. I can't help but notice that it was the same, Surrey said, $19 million as well, although that has now ballooned to over $100 million. They're seeing their costs and their taxes increasing. We're simply urging council to look at and do a meaningful public consultation and examination of the costs associated with this. In the current provincial budget, I noticed that there was no line item for a provincial police service. I think that because there is no real urgency at that point, it may be worthwhile to take a step back and start to examine some of the costs involved. And we will provide whatever information, just because we have been heavily involved with Surrey, we can certainly provide everything that we have, and you can examine it and confirm or disprove it as you see fit. We want to we could even facilitate a conversation with the current mayor of Surrey in case that's something that would be, to your interest. Subject to any questions, that's us.
All All right, thank you for that. It's kind of like The Voice. The more you talked, the more my queue filled up, so people were getting
Yep,
in.
I'm
So,
sorry.
yeah, no, that's all right. Recognizing Councillor Bressie first.
Great. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for coming here today. Really appreciate it. I appreciate that you're a national union, but you're taking interest in local people, so definitely do appreciate that. I've got a few questions, but I wasn't going to go there, but you did, so I will. You did bring up Red Deer and their study that was 17% cheaper for a municipal force. Surely you know that that was done before collective bargaining. And something that was very much in my mind was going into collective bargaining, including when that report was written, we were all told by the federal government to expect about a 16% increase. And then it went into collective bargaining, it came out, and there was a 24% increase, which was honestly a real hit to our operating budget. And there's also a $4.4 million retro pay that we're maybe on the hook for. And honestly, it's a big consideration to me because RCMP costs are, we don't know how they're going up, but they are going up, and they're unpredictable to me. So I am curious, to going into another round of collective bargaining, any idea what we might be able to expect coming out of that?
The collective bargaining group is sworn to secrecy, so they never tell us anything. I am not on that group, nor would I be able to tell it anyway. What I can say is it would likely be comparable. So that last increase, because there was a freeze previously, I want to say it was, excuse me, 2013 was the last raise that the RCMP had at that point. That was kind of the way to get us back into the realm. And even on that pay side of it, there's a website you may be interested in. It's the repository.ca, and it covers off and lists all the salaries for police within Canada. And at that point, prior to the collective bargaining agreement, we were at 140 out of about 150 police services. We are now at about 40 or 58. So we're still not even at that highest level. I'd have to go back and check. My numbers are probably not up to date. I will say on the Red Deer thing, when they have factored in and looked at their transition, they had included a potential 30% raise on there. So they had accounted for a potential raise, but I mean, the raise was less, and it still turned out to be less, like the cost. So I would, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Moving on, Councillor Bosch.
Hi, thank you for coming. It's good to hear from you. I'm going to ask Steve. You had said that in this transition study, costs are not recognized, but you didn't allude to exactly what you're saying. That's very vague to me. I need to know examples because this is not a small decision on our part. So I'd like you to tell us, such as, what examples are suggesting that this transition didn't look at costs?
Sure. One of the biggest things I saw was training. There's not an appropriate budget for training. When you look at Calgary, Edmonton, and K Division of the RCMP, they have multi-million-dollar training facilities that they have, indoor ranges that they have 24 hours, accessible 24 hours a day. The policing now these days is more heavily relied on use of force and scenario-based training, where they use force-on-force scenarios where you can't just do in a parking lot or in a parking garage. So I think when you start looking at the actual cost of what a facility is going to cost the taxpayers, that's going to be a huge investment that you're going to have to go forward. Our training team in Edmonton comes up to Grande Prairie. They bring all their equipment. And they do a lot of the training through the provincial budget that wouldn't be available if or when you transition to a municipal police force. Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. The range that we use here for our officers now, is that not adequate? You currently, we've been under threat of being shut down at the Wapiti range for some time now with the rounds that have gone over the berm. Our carbine program was in jeopardy. Our long rifle program was in jeopardy. For a while, we were just restricted to pistol only on those ranges, and we don't have accessibility to during the off hours, the evenings, where the other municipal police forces have dedicated ranges that they own and that they can use 24 hours a day.
Is there not another business in town? I don't know if I should say name, bullets and broadheads that the RCMP go there for training?
To my knowledge, they don't go there. Their ranges aren't set up for the type of training that we do. We use ranges that we need to be able to shoot and move, and those ranges aren't designed for high power rifles that we use, the carbine and .308.
Okay. Was there any more that you had said that we had not recognized other than training?
Well, when you look at the recruiting and the retention is going to be the biggest issue that I see going forward. To be able to recruit people up to Grande Prairie. Currently, I see it with the challenge to recruit doctors, nurses, other first responders. We have issues recruiting judges, federal judges, senior prosecutors. Our provincial crowns are very junior and inexperienced. We face the same issues with the policing as well. So I think your biggest issue that you're looking at right now is how are you going to recruit people to come out here and how are you going to retain them? Especially when we're on the verge of the province considering whether they're going to go to provincial police force or not. If you have your own police force here in Grande Prairie, and then now the province switches over to their own provincial police force, I think you're at risk of a lot of those police officers looking to get outside Grande Prairie to move down south to the same issues that the RCMP faces right now, that people don't want to stay in the area. That's another good example that I saw.
Okay, on that vein that you're speaking about recruiting, can you tell me why the RCMP depot is at half capacity as far as recruitments?
Yep. I've spoken to labor relation officers in Ottawa Police, Toronto Police, OPP, Winnipeg, Regina, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Victoria, and every single police force is all saying the same thing, that the desire to be a police officer is being diminished. Every single force, no matter what the salary, no matter what the location, is suffering for lack of interest and lack of applicants. The people that they're recruiting now and putting through, they're a lot less resilient, and they're just not the same as what we have had in the past. Like I talked about with the operational stress injuries, we have our members leaving sometimes with 6 months service, 3 months service, 4 years service. The CO might have the numbers for you, but as far as I know, there are more medical discharges last year in Alberta than there were retirements. So this is becoming an issue right across the board. This is not a RCMP or another police force. This is, I think, for sure across Canada and probably North America. Just the climate for policing, people aren't interested in doing this job anymore. And it's going to be a major problem or a major challenge for you here.
Councillor Bosch, sorry, I have a full queue. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. You listed a bunch of areas that you were concerned that we hadn't given due diligence to in costing. We had a lot of discussion this morning that would indicate, in fact, those costs are included. But the one point I wanted to make or ask you is, currently in Canada, about 80% of Canadians are policed by municipal police forces or forces other than the RCMP. Are they not be able to provide those services with the budgets they have? Because we have looked at a lot of their budgets. So I'm just curious if you think that 80% of Canadians are underserved.
It's a huge question. It's hard to say, and I don't think the comparison is fair only because you take a police service like Medicine Hat that started up in 1899. So they've had an opportunity to grow with their populations, and as equipment needs of the community rose, so did their budgets. I think it's a bit more difficult when you're looking at a wholesale change into just flipping over, where all of a sudden you are suddenly faced with purchasing all new guns and purchasing all new uniforms and all new computers and all new. So the budget, if you were to be able to have some sort of, like take over everything that the RCMP has, guns, uniforms, etc., then there might be something in there. I can't speak to the actual budgets, but I can say, though, that consistently we hear, because I live in Stony Plain, so I hear Edmonton before City Council asking for more money, asking for more resources to deal with stuff. So is it possible that they are, running a bit of a deficit on resources and budgets? Probably. We see that policing itself has just increased with the costs. So, yeah, that's a tough question to answer. And I think it probably has more to do with your transition costs and the items that are not easily identifiable, like experience and knowledge and surge capacity. So,
okay. I have another question I'll come back to, but my comment to that is we're currently paying those costs right now in the $25 million a year that we put into policing. So we're already paying for that. That's not going to change.
I just have a comment on one of your comments. I'll jump in the queue here quickly, even though the queue is relatively full. You are aware that the plan is a transition where we slowly integrate the municipal and slowly de-escalate. So it's not as you referenced, a turning on the switch where we need a whole bunch of uniforms and a whole bunch of new cars at once. It's quite an integrated plan where in year one there's 12 to 15 new members, not 50 or 100.
I thought year one had 41 new members.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread the report.
That's okay.
Then, I guess.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just want to go back and just talk a little bit about attrition and how that looks. And I guess the reports that we've seen have kind of indicated more that municipal and other forms of policing other than RCMP are actually doing a better job of getting people educated, trained in through the system. And the attrition rates are higher in the communities where those forces exist versus the RCMP. So can you speak to that a little bit? Because I have my own little theory on it, but I'm just kind of curious. Why are less people interested in going to the RCMP than the other option right now, and why are they choosing to leave the RCMP at a higher rate than some of the other municipalities?
I just want to identify that the experienced police officer program, so that's where members who have already been serving in other forces look to transition. Our numbers for the RCMP, and again, I'm sure the CEO will have these numbers, but those numbers have actually increased now that the RCMP has a comparable salary package and benefits package. So we're kind of seeing some of the city forces drop in some places, and our troops going through depot on the experienced officer program are higher than they were before. Sorry.
I couldn't, it really depends on which city, what location. I couldn't give you, I don't have data to give you a rationale behind it. I would be careful about if Alberta is switching to a provincial police force, then it'll be harder to retain your officers here in Grande Prairie that typically want to move south and closer to the major centers. But I think that's all I can really offer you for that.
Okay, just one up on the current one. I guess in the years I've been on council, and one of the concerns our community safety is always coming up, and that's why this discussion kind of started with the community safety initiatives years ago. But I'm just curious on. Sorry, I'm just losing. I've got two trains of thought here, I guess, and I'm just trying to. Can I just come back in this one? I just want to make sure I get this correct.
Yeah, and I just wanted to correct myself. On page 85 of the MMP report, it actually identifies 6 municipal sworn officers in the first year, 45 in year 2. So I was incorrect in 12. It's actually only 6. I'll recognize Councillor Berg next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And I'm just going to build off of what Councillor Blackmore was working with. But I'll qualify one thing first. With the equipment, the city already owns 90% of every gun, of every car, 100% of the building. So should the RCMP take that with them, they will then pay the city 90% of its value back. So that's a key point in all of this. But building off of comparables, the impression that I'm getting that this is impossible to pull off. And I look at cities like Medicine Hat that have been doing it for 100 years. Lacombe has it. And we actually went down to Camrose, chatted with their commission, their city council, and their chief to learn firsthand how the machine works. What are we missing that they're telling us is fine?
Well, I think size is the biggest thing course. And I think that Medicine Hat or Lethbridge would probably be an easier comparison.
Yeah, and all morning we were working with Medicine Hat as an example.
So Medicine Hat would be a better example, but again, because it started off in 1899, they're able to build their services commensurate with the policing. It's not, I certainly don't think it's anything impossible, and anything could be done, but I think when you're examining examples of transitions, Surrey being the most recent and the most relevant, would be the good example of some of the issues and unforeseen increases in costs, taxes, resourcing, recruiting
Politics.
problems. Yeah, that's right, all of it. That's right.
Yeah, there was a lot of politics involved.
Sure. But I think that that doesn't diminish the actual problems or issues that are faced with transitioning. I look at, especially as Steve was saying, these days, policing is not an attractive business. We're not seeing a lot of people that want to get into police work. It's going to be incredibly difficult to attract people to start up in or to join a brand new police force and move to Grande Prairie, for example, where there isn't a good or I guess support service for some of your more complex investigations. And again, I go back to your murder, armed and barricaded, that kind of stuff. So other places do it, but I think the issue that is often overlooked is they did it at a time when the transition in 1899 was 3 horses and 5 guys kind of idea.
But regardless, we still have all that same equipment. Yeah, I'll pass it back to Councillor Pilote. There's more points that I have, but I'll get back in the queue.
Sorry.
I might be able to add something for you, Grant, too. That technically, the city's paid 90% of the cost, but they don't own the firearms and they don't own the equipment. They'll get fair market value based on the equipment once it's returned, but you'll have to look after your own carbine program. You'll need an armor program to maintain whatever pistols you go to. Like there's a ton of those types of things that you'll have to move through, and all those are going to generate costs for you on that avenue. It's not just like they hand the keys over and walk out and everything that's in the building is yours to pick up and run with.
Absolutely, as identified in the MMP report. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for being here, Jeff and Steve. Appreciate you guys speaking on behalf of the RCMP with this important discussion today. Just a question you alluded to earlier in your opening, Jeff, in regards to legal and what the city might be on the hook with. That's a concern that I share if we were to switch to a municipal police service. Could you tell me, just off the top of your head, your best guess, or hit the stats if you got them in those papers there, what the average lawsuit settlement for died in custody might be?
I cannot. What I can say is, so the last number I had seen for the RCMP nationwide was, I want to say it was about 300 million nationwide for the RCMP and RCMP jurisdictions. I am likely wrong on that, but I know that the CO will have the accurate numbers. I wouldn't put the province above your 30 million or what, but then you would have to start whittling it down. And I don't know if they track the cities themselves, what the value would be. But I can say that dog bites, use of force, car accident, anything, public complaints, any of that kind of stuff, you would end up being then, as the city, responsible for any legal liabilities that come with that. And I'm not familiar with insurance that covers with that, and it would be interesting to see what the rates would be for something like that if it could be done. Please save that for the CO, or when his delegation comes, he'll have those numbers. I'm sorry, I don't have those. I'm not privy to that.
That's okay. I wasn't sure if you would be. You were talking about it earlier, so I figured I might ask, and I'll save that for the CO. I do have other questions, but I'll put myself back in the queue.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. You referenced Surrey an awful lot, and I understand that's because it's current. What knowledge do you have on Alberta municipal police forces in comparison to us? So Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Lacombe, Taber, Camrose, Edmonton, Calgary. And I understand that there's a potential of 4 more municipalities looking at moving into a municipal police force. So I would suspect you would have some knowledge of other municipalities aside of Surrey.
With respect to what? Like just...
Well, because Medicine Hat started in 1899, costs are costs. I don't care if they started in 1899 or 1956. The fact is, this is what it cost them.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what we're looking at. We're not looking at the horses and the wagons in the past. So I want concrete information based on actual municipality versus RCMP numbers. And so far, I haven't seen that.
Well, I don't have costs. I don't know what the budget is. I can give you a roundabout number for Edmonton City Police, for example. I want to say was, I don't know, was it $250 or $300 million a year is what they were paying for their policing. I cannot tell you what those numbers are. I'm sure that they would be available through anything online. I think the biggest thing when you're looking at the municipality, you have 10% of your budget is covered by the federal inclusion, just on the way the contract works. That's still money that's going to have to be made up somewhere, because instead of having 10% of your budget, and you said it was $25 million is your policing budget, that's still $2.5 million that now is going to be put on the backs of the taxpayer within the city. Beyond that, like I said, there are some of the other costs with your major crimes or your IRT or drug section, like that kind of, wire rooms, that kind of stuff that may or may not be included within like a Grande Prairie proper. I know that Edmonton City Police will have some of those things, Calgary, of course, but you're looking at 1,200 to 1,800 member services that police a population of about 1.5 million or whatever. So it's a bit different, but yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that. No.
That's okay. I just think that for me, I'm personally a little offended in regards to you saying that nobody wants to come here, because I don't believe that for a second.
No, and I apologize if that's the way it came across. What I am talking about is the fact that recruiting itself is very, very hard. We are seeing that through any of our places in the northern communities. And I'll tell you that within Manitoba and Saskatchewan, they are now doing a new model that allows for the members to live in, like, around Winnipeg or Regina or what have you, and then go and police in Deschambault Lake or in water, like Black Lake or Waterton or whatever, those kind of areas, because we are having problems getting anybody going anywhere. Is it likely to happen with Grande Prairie? Maybe. Is it happening now with trying to get people to go to Desmarais? Yes. Is it a problem trying to get people to go to Red Earth? Yes. So we're experiencing those issues now. It's going to be a problem if, because there is a dearth of recruits available for all the other police forces, kind of begs the question, if I have an opportunity to go to Calgary or Victoria or Toronto, am I going to select Grande Prairie? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But it is a reality that I think has to be acknowledged.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
I just wanted to make 2 comments on your comments there. Just so you're aware, in Grande Prairie, our firefighters currently have about a 1% attrition, and there's no concern of recruitment. You also referenced Surrey and being in about a $19 million transition. Surrey initially, or currently, has about 850 members, from my understanding, and they had 2,500 applicants. They had no problem in attraction, and granted, you could say that living in the Lower Mainland is, has its perks compared to Northern Alberta, but with it also comes some adverse conditions as well. I did want to mention that part of the reason that the $19 million transition was hugely underestimated was because there was a political decision before the groundwork that was done. And this council, since 2018, has done significant groundwork and is well versed in the conversation and in the topic. And we are not making a decision without all of the information in front of us today. So that's one thing I pride us very much in, that we have done significant amount of work. We have taken the time to educate ourselves, unlike other municipalities who are making this decision. The increased costs are duly large to the failure to set deadlines and make commitments. So I don't think it's a fair comparison to say that our transitions would be comparable. Yeah, go for it.
I don't think comparing a firefighter to policing is kind of the same thing, only because there isn't the same kind of interaction with the public on the policing side. So there's a different kind of, I guess, stress or pressure put on police versus firefighters. So I don't know if I would necessarily make that.
And I would be pretty confident to say that if they were here, they would disagree with you. So
I'm sure that they would.
yeah. So, Councillor Blackmore.
Well, while we're talking about recruiting, let's keep talking about it. One of the things that I hear from you is that we'll have trouble recruiting because no one will want to come to Grande Prairie. But I believe a good base of our recruits already live here. We have a trading population of 300,000 people, and I think we have a good amount of people to draw from. What I see is right now, out of our contingent of 97 RCMP in the city, 40 of them have come to us straight from Depot. They didn't ask to come here, they were sent here, and they can't wait to leave. That is not our fault. I think that is a failing of the construction of the RCMP model to start with. I also know that you mentioned that people such as judges, lawyers, accountants, doctors, we have trouble attracting. But it's important to remember that we have to send those people away for 4 to 8 years for training. And they, in that 4 to 8 years, are established in another community. And it's hard to draw them back. And we agree with that. We struggle with that. But I believe that our ability to recruit may be less than you think. And I know I'm supposed to be asking a question here, so that was the question, and you can respond to it.
I would say that shame on our recruiting if there's hundreds of people here in Grande Prairie that want to be police officers and we've missed them. Like shame on us if that is indeed the case. Could very well be. I don't have any information to go either way on that. Yeah, it's a tough time is all I can say with policing. Anybody who is not in any of your major hubs is always looking to get back. That's kind of the reality that we're facing across the force. It's not a Grande Prairie centric problem. It's I don't know if it's a generational problem or what the issue is, but we just have an issue, and we're trying to change some of that narrative surrounding policing. I mean, I'll tell you, like I said, I've been in since '94 and I've loved it. And I've been like within northern Alberta, I was in the Yukon and then came back to Alberta. I've loved every minute of it. And it's a shame that for whatever reason, there was a change in the public perception, I guess. And certainly a shame with recruiting, because certainly that's impacted it. And trying to change it, trying to get people to come in and enjoy this stuff. But yeah, it's just reality that we're currently trying to address. So.
As one of the commanders here in town, I sat in on all the staffing meetings, so we were updated on who was coming in, who was leaving, and routinely, I trained all over this province. I taught everywhere just about, and routinely trying to recruit members to come to Grande Prairie, and it is extremely difficult to find people that would lateral here and stay here for a decent amount of time. And that's why the year's service, when you get the reports from the RCMP, that's why your average year's service is 2.5, 2.75 years service in the city, because they just don't want to stay here. I love Grande Prairie. I'm going to stay here forever, but it's not the case with a lot of people.
Thanks for your comments. Councillor O'Toole.
There we go. Do you happen to know when the contract for the RCMP is going to expire with the province?
I think it was 2032. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, you're correct. And I was just wondering, as union members, is this a concern with you? Like, what's going to happen with the RCMP and at the end?
No, it is not a concern. As far, I assume you're talking about whether or not we maintain numbers within the union and so on.
Yeah. Let's talk around the coffee shop.
Oh well, we certainly want to stay the provincial police force. We want to stay the Grande Prairie police force. We want to expand. We want to have policing. I'm quite proud of what the RCMP has done, and I really think that, you know, especially when we look at some of the police forces across the world, or even some of the other ones in Canada, we certainly do lead the way in a lot of areas. Am I concerned about it? No, I don't think so. I think obviously there's always going to be a need for police. I think that there's something that we miss, and it's hard to quantify, but the fact that we do have a national police force is something that contributes to national security, and I like that idea. I like the idea of police being, you know, quite honestly, with the embassies across the world, but certainly from coast to coast to coast. I like the idea of that. There's a real good interoperability, especially now when we're looking at stuff that potentially is coming out of the Mass Casualty Commission out of Nova Scotia, where they're looking at, they had a lot of these small, like 4-man police forces and so on, that they're going to, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I think you're going to see an expansion of the RCMP in those areas, only because it comes down to an economy of scale and the ability to address, you know, when there's a murder or an armed and barricaded or missing persons or something like that, where you can throw a lot of resources at it. So I think we're going to see that expand. I mean, like I said before, it's a tough time to be a cop. We have been beaten up in the media, and it's really unfortunate. You know, the RCMP alone does just under 3 million contacts with the public in a year, and we, you know, routinely see 1 or 2 in the paper every day, and it's a negative one. But we have, you know, millions of good contacts. But for whatever reason, we've been the ones to beat around, I guess. So.
Can I ask a couple more questions?
Not a couple, but you can have one more.
Well,
you got a full queue still.
Well, Dylan got away with it earlier today, so. I've traveled a lot over the last couple of years. I've been on holidays, conferences. I've been from Brunswick all the way all through Alberta. And one of the things that I'm kind of known for is talking to cab drivers and police officers. And one of the questions that I asked the gentleman, he was an officer in charge in Alberta at one time, and I said, what do you think of this? Like, should we stay with RCMP, or should we stay or open up a municipal police force? He said, there's too much politics in RCMP right now, bureaucratic. The municipal police is giving you a lot more freedom to do things that you can do without having great amount of delays. And I can give you a lot of examples recently in the last 3 years, 4 years here, and but I won't. Can you comment on that? These are RCMP officers and municipal police people.
Yeah, and I guess it depends to whom you're speaking. There's always members that are very bitter about stuff, and members that are very proud about stuff, and then somewhere in between is going to be the truth. Yeah, you know what? I agree. I mean, you see what's happening with Ottawa and this current federal government. It seems that there's a lot of interference, but I don't see that, and I never saw that when I was, like I did 20 years, basically enforcement, so Slave Lake, Watson Lake, Whitehorse, drug section, alert, gang unit, emergency response team, all of these areas. There was never any interference, political or otherwise, because it was always about public safety and always about getting the job done. So at the lower levels, you're always going to have that dedication, loyalty, whatever you want to call it, to public safety and getting stuff done. I guess it depends on what it is you're looking at or referencing when you're getting into some of your higher level decisions. I'm not sure, like if you had an example.
I can give you an example.
Sure.
4 years ago, we asked if we can put body cams on our local RCMP officers to protect the people of Grande Prairie and the police officers.
Yep.
We were told, after about 6 months, we were told no. And just on Thursday, I think it was, the first ones were installed on the officers here in Grande Prairie.
Yep. Yeah, but with that, when you're looking at something like that, you have large-scale privacy issues. There has to be policy surrounding it. There has to be stuff that goes through. Like, that's the reason that it's kind of moved at a glacial pace, but it's still moved, and we are now going to that area. In addition to that, it's not just a matter of the camera, if you're talking body-worn camera specifically. It's not just a body-worn camera issue, and here you go. You have vetting issues, you have disclosure issues, you have Crown prosecutors, whether or not they're able to handle it, whether or not they're willing to take it. There's a lot of things that go on. So it's not an instance where you can just have a one-off, because I think within Canada, Toronto and Calgary are the only other ones that had body-worn cameras. Now it's going to be RCMP across the board, and we're starting to roll it out. I think we have Grande Prairie, St. Paul, was it Red Deer maybe? I can't remember, but anyway, it is coming, it is going. It is slow to deal with, but because of the larger ramifications, you're right, because it is a national police force, you still have to kind of address those things. But there are instances where there are one-offs where they test stuff. Case in point was testing the taser. So high level was a test ground for taser to determine whether or not it was something. Oh yeah, actually ATAC is another, you can speak to that. The ATAC program here in Grande Prairie.
Yeah, not to go off on a tangent, you're absolutely right. The most beneficial thing to having your own police force is you have control and you can decide very quickly on the technology that you use and procure it. Yep. What we're talking about here, the ATAC system is a live GPS system that was piloted in Grande Prairie, and it still exists for both the rural and the city. It's a multi-million-dollar platform, and it's going to be rolled out nationwide. It's live tracking GPS through the members' phones. They can plot things on the maps. They can send messages. It's something the emergency response team use in big scale operations to see where all their people are. A lot of those things you guys aren't aware of, but there are a lot of pilot projects that filter through Grande Prairie. When I was in Ottawa, I designed a less lethal extended range impact weapon. I piloted it here in Grande Prairie. We kept it here in Grande Prairie, and I've been on multiple deployments where we've deployed it on subjects here, and as a result, we hadn't had to use lethal force. So there are a lot of things that do come forward, but you are correct that the RCMP has to do their research for the entire country and an infinite amount of climates and provinces, so it does take a long time. You're absolutely right.
That nimbleness you're talking about, yeah, it is a drawback, but you counter that with that kind of economy of scale at times, so it lowers the cost for some of that stuff. That's a consideration.
Stink eye here, so I'll hang up and let you go.
That's all right. I'll just remind council, as I see the queue is full, this is an opportunity for questions for our delegation, not debate, discussion, conversations. It's truly a time for you to ask the delegation questions, and following that, we'll move on to our next delegation. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I want to apologize for freezing earlier. We were under strict orders this morning to have one question only. So I had two in my mind and I didn't know which one to pick. And so I'm going to come back to the attrition, and just one of the reasons last term when we started talking about switching to a municipal police or looking at options was we're having a heck of a time filling a police force here in Grande Prairie. To my knowledge, I don't know if we've had a local detachment that's been full to what we've asked for in a long, long time. And so that made me specifically start wanting to go, what's the end goal? How are we going to protect our community if the situation, the contract we have now can't fulfill the obligation? And so can you guys tell me what you're going to do if we were to stay with what's status quo? How are we going to fill these seats? I mean, we've been chatting about it, but what's the plan to actually get our RCMP level to the size of detachment that our community needs?
That is a better question for the CO. Probably have a better response for you. But what I can tell you just on our side of it is we are actively engaging or assisting some of the recruiting nationally to try and build that up. So I don't know if you've seen it, but there was some of our, it's Tough Butt campaign. If you go online, it's toughbutt.ca anyway. So we're trying to leverage some of our contacts with the members to try and demonstrate and provide a realistic portrayal. Like, you know what? Policing can be dirty. You can be scared at times. You can be, in the dark. You're, dealing with some bad guy, whatever the case may be. We're trying to to show that the dedication, the loyalty, the benefit, the idea that working in service of others is a good thing, right? And we're trying. So that is trying to work hand in hand with the recruiting. That's going to take, I think, a bit of a longer push, just because, again, trying to change the narrative around a lot of the previous defund the police movement and the really anti-police, anti-RCMP, anti-government, all of these things that are going on. It's a work in progress, and it's not going to be a quick fix, but it is something. And I can say, and maybe ask the CO about it. He has instituted within the division a plan for each detachment to take on some of that recruiting stuff, to start identifying people, to say, maybe you should look at joining the RCMP. It's a good job, it's a good life, lots of benefits to it. It's fulfilling, etc. So there is a plan for that. If it's my crystal ball stopped working a long time ago, so I can't tell you whether or not anything is going to be successful, but we are aware of it and certainly working to try and do something about it.
If I can I follow up on that? And I guess my concern laid long before defunding the police and COVID. We were having issues getting RCMP in Grande Prairie for a long time and filling in detachments, so it was pre that. But can you, I guess last term I had an opportunity to do a ride along with a member one night, and it was a good eye opener, and I've got to know quite a few members in Grande Prairie on a personal level, and it's great. One of the hardest things they have is integrating into the community. And so I'm just curious why the RCMP has this position on not letting somebody live where they want to work. Because, to Councillor Blackmore's point earlier, I've talked to people locally that said, I'd love to police where I actually love to live, not being told to go to Depot and then move to some other part of the province, and so they don't get into the force altogether. So I think we're losing a big part of the market of who would be in policing if they could actually choose to live where they want to live. But my question's more, why is the RCMP worried about not having local members that want to live in their local city?
Well, part of the problem is you wouldn't see a lot of people probably selecting your Fort Vermilions, your Fox Lakes, your Shamattawas, whatever, those spots. So, I mean, you have to have, if we're going to have the National Police Force in that sense, you still have to have a staffing model that allows people to have that ability to move people to certain areas. As I said before, part of the problem that we're seeing now with a lot of the people that we have is they want to live in the Edmonton area or the Red Deer area or the Calgary area or around large centers. So that kind of leaves other places vacant. And we need to be able to, again, this is more of an RCMP question, but it's been my experience that I enjoyed my time living in the community, but I'll tell you, when I was in the Yukon, for example, you're living in a fishbowl. They all know, everybody knows where you live. People come to the house. They know my wife is an RN, and they knew she was the nurse. So you get people that pop over to the house when they've got, neat stitches or whatever, and should go to the hospital. They come to the house kind of idea. So it becomes difficult if you are well known, especially in the smaller communities, to live your life, because you are not you're living in a fishbowl, and you don't have that kind of anonymity, I guess, that you would see with some of the people that live in Edmonton or what have you. And even with Edmonton City Police, I want to say, was maybe half lived outside of the city in, this, Stony Plain, Sherwood Park kind of areas.
No, and I can appreciate the RCMPs trying to fill roles in all kinds of communities. I guess we're really just worried about, and it sounds selfish for me to say that, I'm really just worried about the city of Grande Prairie.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
And so, the recruitment level of our situation is somewhat being hurt by the overall how RCMP has to choose recruit, which I understand on the bigger model of how you have to do it. Just unfortunately, I think it's actually really hurting our recruitment locally. So.
All right, so I have 4 more people in the queue, and then I'm going to call it quits for this delegation. As you know, we have multiple other delegations in today's agenda. So moving on to Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks again, gentlemen. I was going to say earlier, a year and a half of defund the police on every mainstream media channel probably didn't help recruitment for any police force at any level. So maybe we got to moderate what we broadcast out there. So my question is regardless of whatever decision council chooses to make today, whether it's to stick with the RCMP or the Municipal Police Service, the new Police Amendment Act in 2022 legislates that we have to have a civilian governance oversight body over including the RCMP. Now, that would be part of establishing a commission for a municipal police service and stuff like that. So I guess my question for you gentlemen is, what kind of experience does the RCMP have working with the Civilian Governance Board overseeing it in local jurisdictions?
Again, best case scenario, the CO is going to have it because he does have CO's advisory boards and so on. We think it's an excellent way to run things. I mean, it's even contained within the provincial policing agreement. The community has the ability to select their detachment commanders. If you have a problem with your detachment commander, you go to the CO and say, we've got problems. This person needs to go for whatever reason. The oversight body, I guess it depends on what it is you're referencing. Are you talking ACERT, public complaints, or just advisory, like
just
priorities?
like a policing commission?
Yep. So our position is it's the best case scenario because the community gets to identify what it is that's required and needed. And that has, again, CO, again, RCMP kind of more related question, but it is the best way that the community gets to identify what their priorities are and tell the detachment commander, you need to do this thing. That's how, pretty much all of them work and should work. There were some that never really availed themselves of this committee, I guess, but it isn't anything new that came in the new act. So,
from the labor relations side, we work with the independent investigators all the time. We have fantastic relationships with them. Some agencies are great, some are not so great. But Alberta is fortunate to have one of the best. ACERT is the best in the country. So when it comes to those types of groups, if you can draw from ACERT and their practices and the way they deal with the police and are open and transparent, I think you'd be very successful in that.
So how nimble do you think a large organization like the RCMP would be in activating whatever suggestions from a police commission would come down to the local detachment?
So the town or mayor and council would end up dealing with the detachment commander and whoever the command team is, and they would, provided of course it doesn't run contrary to law or anything like that. It would have to be give them a diary date, and we want to see results in this regard. I don't know, maybe there's kids ripping up and down Main Street, to take a simple solution. We would like to see something done in that regard. So that means come up with a plan, come up with an enforcement action, come up with stuff like that. So it should be very quick. It shouldn't be something that's and it's certainly not anything that needs to go through any levels of supervision, unless you're looking at creating added resources. So let's say if you have a number of drug houses in the area, and you want to start operating, like bringing in undercover operators or something, that's going to take some time because you have to have an ops plan, you have to have money, you have to bring in operators. So some of these things are going to be a little more different, but depending on what the nature of the complaint or the recommendation is or direction from the council, it should be relatively quick, or at least get an answer back.
This is already in place too. The city, every detachment across the entire country meets once a year, and they hear from the councils, they hear from the citizens, and they develop a strategic plan going forward for the next year. They review the plan from the previous year and what statistics they had and what they did to try to meet those goals. So that's already in place, but it could also be done municipally too, of course.
Like with the commission or police committee.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I think a good point you did bring up earlier in your presentation that triggered me. I will be asking questions later about our financial model, but it is how help for people that have mental injury are built into the model, because that's something that's both really important, and you're right, it is something that can be really expensive. I am curious. I know that the way that it currently works with our contract with the RCMP is kind of all the costs of dealing with members on long-term disability and things like that are socialized across the entire province. And so it doesn't really matter what happens in Grande Prairie for our costs. It matters what happens province-wide for our costs. And just anecdotally, and I'm not in police, so I don't know, I'm curious about your feedback. Anecdotally, I've heard that it can be a lot harder to do policing in small areas where you got a smaller team, you got a higher caseload, you got less access to some professional help, and that there's more risks of mental injury when you're not in a detachment like Grande Prairie, in a smaller one. But again, that's just anecdotal that I've heard. I'm wondering what your perspective is on mental well-being in a detachment like ours versus mental well-being in a small one.
I can speak to that. So first, when we looked at the stats with the reintegration program, the members that went through those programs, and they did major cities here in Alberta too, that's kind of where it started. The investment they had in the reintegration program resulted in members returning back to work 50% quicker, and they spent 50% less money over extended period of time for extended health benefits. What you see is in the smaller areas, if there's members that go off duty sick, or you have a detachment of 3, you lose one person, that's 30% of your workforce that's gone. What the challenge with the larger cities is, it's the repetitive trauma, the repetitive exposure, and the inability to recover and get downtime in between those calls. And that's why when you typically see the EMS workers have a higher level of suicide and a higher level of operational stress injuries, because they don't get any downtime in between. So that's kind of an analysis in between. But when you have programs that do take care of mental wellness and they deal with it in advance instead of a reactive, you can be a lot more successful on that end.
Totally. And so you're saying, from your experience, from what you see, you think it might be actually harder in an urban area or in a rural area?
It can be. It's different. We've seen municipal detachments in the RCMP that have a 25% off-duty sick rate, and it compounds, because if you don't have the resources and you're not able to backfill those positions, the people that are performing are getting more and more run down, and it just compiles, and you lose more, and then you get put more work on the remaining people. So when you do look at, if you have a hard time recruiting or retaining people, then the RCMP experiences the same thing across the country as well. But that's part of the reason for it. If you don't have your full capacity, then other people are picking up the work, and you got a lot of round tables with people doing off the sides and the corners of their desk, and it takes a toll. So yeah, having those services in place to proactively treat and help mental wellness is a huge thing these days, 100%.
Great. Well, thank you. You folks definitely do have a tough job, and on individual levels, you do a fantastic job of it. So that's important. So thanks for sharing some of that perspective.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you being here. One of the things you said earlier tweaked me, and I just want to clarify in the report, and maybe it didn't clarify it enough for everyone, but our team, including Myers, Norris, Benny, went to Surrey twice, went to Victoria, Delta, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat. We as council went to Camrose with that team. went to Brandon, Manitoba, Sault Ste. Marie, and North Bay. And we found there that their attraction rate was very, very good. Their budgets, they shared their budgets with us. So we have comparable numbers to know that we're headed in the right direction. And their loss of officers, I think, is 5% per year. So just want to let you know it was consistent across the board. So I just wanted to do that. And my second point, Mayor? We would like, our citizens are concerned about the dispatch, and dispatch is out of Edmonton, and they don't know where the town center mall is. And so when somebody calls in, they don't know where to send them. And so, to me, I think it's important for the safety of our residents to be able to have a local dispatch way to, and I know you triage different levels of injury. So if somebody's got a gun and they're shooting the place up, hey, that's priority number one. You're going right there. But the general citizen needs to know that they're going to be responded to if they had, somebody use the example of a garden gnome being stolen. Okay, so how do you react to that? What is the solution that the RCMP can provide of meeting the needs of our citizen and keep our citizens safe?
Well, again, keep that question for the CO because they've just gone through a bit of a revamping of the OCC. But I will say that, again, it comes down to your ability to staff those places. If you can, great. I know that there are some places that have their own kind of, like obviously the cities have their own 911 dispatch or whatever. But it becomes increasingly difficult when you're looking at some of the smaller areas. So it's possible. And certainly having that kind of local touch there and local knowledge is really, really beneficial. And I'll tell you, when I first started, I was first posted to Slave Lake, and there were OCCs, or Operational Communication Centers, in Peace River, and I think one in Grande Prairie. They were kind of like all over the place. And it was pretty good at that point, but the problem at that time was they couldn't keep people in those areas, so they decided to consolidate and went with that kind of global, again, economy of scale is because pricing and costing really plays a big role in this stuff. But yeah, I mean, that would be like, yeah, if you could have somebody here, I mean, but realistically, if you should so choose, again, bring it up with the CO, maybe ask for a tour of the OCC in K Division headquarters, and you'd be able to see what it is that they're running with when they've got some of their maps. Their computer screens are huge. They'll bring up maps of the certain areas. They'll be able to identify and triangulate. So, I mean, they try to mitigate that stuff as best they can, but as far as having somebody who was born and raised here and operating and knows exactly where Joe Blow's house was 3 years ago, I mean, obviously that's going to be beneficial, but that's tough to come by. So,
thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bosch, and that'll be our last question for this delegation.
Thank you. You're saying that the CO is coming here today?
Tonight, if I recall.
6 o'clock?
Yep.
Okay. It wasn't identified as the CO at that point. So, are they going to be able to tell us some of the questions that we've asked today, such as why are people leaving?
Where
you alluded to the training issues.
Certainly the costs and logistics.
Yep. The recruiting, the plan that you're talking about that I don't know what it is at this point, but maybe they'll tell us. The emergency response team in our transition piece, what we have in that transition report is not maybe solid enough in your terms.
Well,
so I want to be careful. I worry about fear-mongering our community members, and if I want information, as does council here, and we got that in the report with numbers, I expect that from your side as well.
we will make available to you everything or anything that we have, and that's what I said at the top of this discussion. We've been tracking Surrey as it goes through, and we have, basically kept a line on what costs came up, what issues came up, all of these other kinds of things. We'll make them available to you, and you review them, and if you disagree, you disprove, or not. The biggest thing that we look at when people are talking about any sort of transition is public safety is first and foremost. And so we ask ourselves, is this thing that's going to happen going to improve objectively public safety? If the answer to that is yes, then okay, sounds good. We wouldn't have an argument. However, when we look at some things and we say, well, there are some issues here or there, what have you, due diligence ought to be given, because it's not me and it's not you, it's the community that may or may not pay the price for it. And again, going back to Surrey being the first best example of issues arising through a poor transition plan. That's it.
So let me get this off the table, first of all, for myself. I want to be very clear that I have nothing but respect for the RCMP. These are hard questions we're asking you, and I appreciate you're on the hot seat right now, but we want as much information as possible. RCMP is all I've ever known my entire life, so there is nothing that I would say in negative about our officers and our support staff. My concern is the machine that runs it in behind, that massive machine that we can't seem to reach. And so that's where these questions are coming from. It's not in a place of insulting anybody who's been here as an officer or support staff. It's not coming from that place. It's coming from a place of protecting our community as best as we can with the costs that we can afford. So that's where these difficult questions that might be a little bit pointed are coming from.
We're also seeing now in BC, the RCMP, that are assigning costs back to the municipalities, a couple municipalities recently, based on major deployments or major investigations. So I know the Police Services Act says that you will have provincial services, and you will have, when in crisis, you will have teams that will mobilize and come to, but the biggest question you have to ask yourself is, it's not a guarantee that you won't have to pay for them. And the provinces and the RCMP have been downloading more costs onto the municipalities. We saw that with Claremont and the county just a couple of years ago. And they are starting to download some of those costs. That you will get the services, but you'll also get a bill attached to it as well. But obviously, Jeff and I can't say whether it will or will not happen.
But you're saying that there's no chance that the RCMP won't download that same cost to us if that so happens to be the path?
Well, yeah, no, but if you went municipal, yeah. So, and therein lies the issue, because under the Provincial Policing Services Agreement, I think it's 2.4, it speaks to the Solicitor General or the Provincial Justice Minister can, with the, I can't remember the exact wording, but basically can, in the consultation with the commanding officer, provide resources to assist a municipal police force on a temporary basis. That doesn't mean that you run a murder here, all of a sudden Major Crimes is coming to help. Or if there's an armed and barricaded, that the emergency response team's coming. It may come, but there may be costs associated with that. And that's going back to that kind of MCC out of Halifax or out of Nova Scotia, where they've identified some of the issues surrounding the funding, because the RCMP is a provincial police service there. They were being tasked with providing ERT, PDS, the dog section, plane, ident, all this other kind of support services, but there was no cost coming back. That puts an unreasonable expectation on the provincial police service. And at the top where I talked about the Johnstone murder, the one that is a good indication, because when I talked to the team commander, they had on that one, that was the escort that was murdered, and it's, I don't want to be distasteful, but she was murdered in the city. Bad guy was a young fella from here in the city. 8 to 10 major crimes investigators. The local GIS was tasked with, basically door knocks and so on. They brought in a couple Project CARE resources. The local GD people were tasked with scene security, all on overtime. They brought in 2 surveillance teams for dedicated 3 days, 24 hours a day. Now, they needed to bring in the sheriff's surveillance team as well as an alert surveillance team, because the RCMP surveillance team, even though it was an RCMP file, were already tasked with, I think at the time it was national security. The sheriff surveillance team billed back all of their costs. So that's already something that occurs here. Then on top of that, 24 to 25 people a day to search for 5 days, the dump, heavy equipment operators. Like, there were all these things that if this happens and you don't have capacity for this within the city, that those costs are going to have to be borne by someone, and that could very well be the city. So it's a reality.
Okay. I think that scenario that you're talking about, we're going to get more information from an MNP and our administration later on today, because you're putting it out there. We need to see the other side of it in comparison. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the candid conversation that we were able to have today. We did, just so you are aware, we've met with your organization prior. Council has had regular communication over the past few years, but also we had a very thorough conversation with them a few months ago, so it's great to see you. And that one was over Zoom. So this one in person is great to see you here, so really appreciate you coming out today. And I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
All right, well, we get set up for the next delegation. Moving on, our next delegation, I apologize, my computer, I got it right here. The Peace Country Progressive Alliance. If you wanted to come forward, introduce yourself for those who are watching online. As with the other presentation, 5 minutes, and then council will have an opportunity for questions. So welcome, and if you could introduce yourself for the camera, that'd be great.
My name's Dustin Archibald. I'm the representative for Peace Country Progressive Alliance. Just before I get started, I'd like to ask the city to put some money in the budget for more comfortable chairs back there, because that's just terrible. I mean, my back is killing me.
We're no better up here, trust me. I switched his and mine, and it didn't get any better. So
I think the peanut gallery over there has the best chairs, so maybe you can hornswaggle some of those. So as I said, I represent the Peace Country Progressive Alliance. Our mission is to ensure that the voices of all members of our region are heard, especially those most at risk or underrepresented. Council members, today I'm not here to talk about the potential issues with the municipal police force. Those have been detailed quite extensively. I'm here to voice our concerns over the public consultation over what Councillor Kevin O'Toole so accurately calls one of the most important decisions this council will ever have to make, probably in the history of this city. So I appreciate the council has spent a great deal of time and resources investigating this option for policing in our city, and I thank you for your diligent efforts. However, that this decision will affect citizens for decades to come and is being essentially pushed through due to time constraints imposed by council itself is deplorable. An issue of this magnitude must have due consideration and the utmost scrutiny by members of the public, as they will be the ones shouldered with the responsibility long after the members of council have left their positions. Community engagement used to create the transition report included interviews with approximately 60 stakeholders, an online survey which received 758 responses, and 2 open houses with 88 attendees. While this may seem significant, that is just over 1% of the Grande Prairie population that has been consulted about the transition. This does not constitute robust engagement with the public by any stretch of the imagination. It is not only citizens who find this troubling. In an interview on March 2nd, 2023, Brian Sauvé, National Police Federation president, said, and I quote, "Surprisingly, the council signaled that it already intends to vote in favor of a transition, even though the transition plan hasn't been circulated among Grande Prairie residents. There is actually no mechanism currently in place for residents to properly review, assess, and question the municipal government on the details contained in this 100-plus page report in just under 2 weeks. As an example of just how enraged the public is about the entire municipal police force issue, in a matter of days, all members of the council have received over 350 email letters detailing why they do not want a municipal police force at this time. Some councillors may wish to dismiss these letters, but each has been sent by a citizen who has taken the time to raise their voice. They must be listened to. This lack of consultation goes against everything council claims it strives for. As Mayor Clayton has written, it's unacceptable. The public feels that they haven't had an opportunity to review long enough to provide feedback for large projects. If moving to a municipal police force is not a large project, then nothing can be considered a large project. The public consultation process for the transition to a municipal police force has been severely lacking by any standard. A true consultation process would allow for months of feedback from the public once the final report has been delivered, not rushed at the end. The concern has been raised that the contract renewal for RCMP will be due at the end of March, thus the need to ensure the transition decisions made before that date. There are also concerns that should the decision be made to transition to a municipal police force, we will need to access resources and personnel quickly before other municipalities who are also looking at transitioning get to them first. This error in planning and establishing timelines lies solely on the council. The entire process for deciding whether or not to transition to a municipal police force should have included months of public consultation after the final report was delivered. Given all that, we request that the public be given the necessary time to review the final report. After that, we also request that transitioning be tabled and made an election issue during the next municipal election where citizens can make their voices truly heard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue.
Well, thank you so much for coming out today. I will open up the queue for questions from council. First, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. So is it the lumber support or no?
Yeah, it's the lumber support.
I'm just trying to figure out what your view of is in decisions like this. What's the role of the public, and what's the role of? We don't live in a direct democracy, I think, for very intentional reasons. So, what's the role of the public in decisions? What's the role of council on this in terms of when I look at the letter that your group's done, the concerns I'm seeing are that this could be expensive for taxpayers. So there's a big cost thing, and that's really what I'm hearing in the public. There were things about, hey, what's going to be the issue for what's going to be the things around misconduct and make sure that they live up to appropriate behavioral standards. What are going to be the training resources, and those are the main issues I see in the letter you folks have. So, if we extended public consultation, or if we were doing more, what other perspectives do you think we're missing? Like, what new information do you think would come to council for it to be able to deliberate and consider in this decision?
Well, that's a good question. I could answer that with a question why the previous delegation is here at all. Why they were not consulted.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, if I may, council actually did meet with them months ago. I don't have the exact date, but we did meet with them months ago, and actually really appreciate that meeting because they raised a number of questions then that I actually do think are reflected in the report and were considered. So we did meet with them months ago.
Right. So why are they here today?
Because people are more than welcome to come at any time to speak to council.
So the question that I would say, or the answer that I would say for that question is, by saying we have public engagement. That you truly throw everything you have at the public engagement. Otherwise, don't do public engagement. Just say, this is what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, vote us out at the next election. But if you are going to do public engagement, throw everything you can at it. Say, we really want to dive into what you have to say, which is more than, and that's after the final report, right? The one that says, here it is, this is what we have for you, what do you think? And allow people time to go through 100+ pages of a final report, allow people to come through and have one-on-one meetings with counselors, to have as much opportunity to say, you know what, this is something that I do support, or this is something that I don't support, right? Because from the perspective that we've been listening to people in the community, the engagement is just not there.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And a quick response before I ask my question is we have read well over 300 pages of reports. We've met with every side on this topic to the tune of 20 to 30 hours of meetings, again, from all sides to get all perspectives and all information. So one of the issues that I have is based on the knowledge that we've collected. When I read the email, and I appreciate every single person that took the time to send it, and I took a look at the name of every single person, who they are, where they live, and I actually appreciate when people went out and edited the content from the form letter. The content was terrific. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody that went and did that. But I do take issue with one thing in your letter, and I ask, do you truly believe this? Additionally, a municipal police service can lead to an increase in police brutality, racial profiling, and other forms of misconduct. Do you truly believe that?
Yes, it's a proven fact. This is not up for argument.
And I don't believe it.
Well, you can believe it or not, but across the country, across North America, this is proven, right? Where systemic racism, systemic issues against addictions, against homeless people, unhoused people, against minorities, this is a fact. If you want a statistic, 32% of people incarcerated are Indigenous. Do you know what the population percentage of Indigenous people is? 5%. So does that mean that Indigenous people are 7 times more likely to be criminals, or are they more likely to be targeted by unfair laws, by people who have biases against them? And I would argue, and a lot of people in a lot of sociological circles, a lot of injustice circles, see that as an issue, that it is people who are targeting minorities based on who they are. And you can look it up. If you haven't looked it up, if you haven't done that research, I encourage you to do that.
So, for the record, I am Indigenous, as is all my family. But can you qualify that it's coming from municipal services over the RCMP? And again, much like Councillor Bosch said, I have nothing but respect and wonderful things to the RCMP. I hold a very romantic view of the RCMP. It's all I've ever known. But again, I take issue with the information that you had in that email, that I don't think that they were based on facts.
Well, they are based on facts, and if you would like, I can, when I'm done the meeting, I can provide what those were based on.
All right, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So you're fairly frustrated about the engagement, and we've heard a fair amount of that. And I can say a little bit. Maybe the timing at the end's not there. I guess on the engagement part with the form letters and all the letters we're getting, we're generally just getting no and no reason why. And I guess for council, we're all really trying to do the right thing here and trying to get as educated as possible. I guess when we hear people say no, it's really nice to hear response, but just because. And so I'm just wondering in your letter, is there anything specific that you want to address today out of that has some, like to Councillor Berg's, that's actual factual, because we're trying to find facts. We're not, it's all, like Councillor Berg said as well, RCMP is all I've ever known. It's all I've ever known as a kid. I've only ever lived in an RCMP community, so the thought of this at first scared me a lot. Facts over time, though, have really started changing my opinion on it. So we're just trying to find facts on this.
So can you clarify your question for me?
Well, your letter's got quite a few things in it that you're worried about, but do you have anything behind them for facts that we can actually see, that we can articulate? Like, it's hard when you get a bunch of letters just with people's opinions and there's nothing behind them of saying, we're concerned about this specific item, so we're trying to ask questions as we move on. Even tonight when the gentleman comes in, we'll be asking more questions. We're really trying to make a decision based on facts. And so do you have specific concerns that we can ask on your behalf as we keep going through this?
My concern, this is me personally, and it's not one that's necessarily reflected in the Alliance. But I've asked this of very many councillors. What mechanisms will be in place to ensure that officers are not going to be targeting people at risk? What specific mechanisms? Not just we're going to have a progressive police force, all right? But what are the actual mechanisms? How are we going to filter out people who have these biases already built into them from living in a culture where you're not challenged necessarily on racist behaviors, right? Or on hatred against someone who's addicted or someone who's unhoused. What are the actual mechanisms that are going to be in place so that people who are at risk won't be targeted?
So I guess, I can speak for me on council on this, is right on our strategic priorities. One of our circles is an inclusive and caring community. It's something that we have right on our desks to remind us that every day. When we transition, if we do transition to a municipal police force, we're going to have to create policy. Probably no different than the policy that would exist within the current system, but we're going to have to create policy around certain things, and that'll be transitioning into the process. So again, on that, if you're worried really about policy on that, please send your thoughts on how we make that policy as best as possible to safeguard the community.
So I would speak to policy because a lot of people believe that top down is the way that you make sure people do what they're supposed to do, right? So you would say we would have the police chief of police, and they would set the commission would set the policy. Chief of police is meant to make sure that policy is followed and fulfilled, and then senior staff will get it, and then everybody else will just fall in line. That is not my experience. They may show that they're following in line. They may, when they're talking with senior staff, it'll be fine. But then when they are comfortable with people at their level of seniority, that tends to go away in favor of camaraderie, in favor of people who want to be with each other, right? It tends to go away. So what I'm suggesting is, if you're going to be getting officers in, that you go over and above, like 2,000 times over and above, and you say, is this person really truly going to be representing and looking out for the underprivileged, right? And we're not going to be perfect. No system is perfect. I understand that. But really, really dig in to whoever's going to be in there in the position of power and hold them to task and make sure that they are really what they say they're going to do. Because without that, I personally don't believe that top-down authority will make people moral. I believe that it's from how they're raised and the culture that they belong to and how they grow up and how they learn that determines the morality, not from some on-high presence.
Okay, no, fair enough. Thanks for your comments. Thanks for coming in.
I'm just going to jump in there for a second. You mentioned that historically municipal policing is systemic racism. When 80% of Canadians are policed by municipal police services, do you know the statistics between the comparables of the systemic racism within the RCMP compared to municipal service models?
I don't have the statistics. I did look at them probably a couple days ago, but they're not the top of my head.
Well, I can tell you that statistics are quite the opposite. And you would think that municipal police service models would have higher statistics showing these concerns that you identify, since they police 80% of Canada. but it's actually quite the opposite. And I don't know if you looked at our 6 p.m. Portion of the evening. There's a professor from Mount Royal who is an expert in criminology who clearly identifies that a municipal police model is what's best for this city. And so I'm wondering where your background information comes for you to believe that it's not. And, the big piece when you talk about top down, I think that's one piece of this that the community really should be proud. If we choose to go to municipal police force, the commission will be grassroots. It's community people, it'll be 2 councillors, and they are the people in our community hearing on a regular basis of the concerns. Because they start to know the police chief doesn't mean they're going to ignore the community. They are community members. They aspire to have a safer community, and by communicating with their neighbors, they're going to hear about this. They're not going to stop telling the police chief about concerns. The grassroots of a commission is really how we integrate in that community. And starting with a clean slate with our bylaw would be the way that we can manage that. There's terms that we can put in expectation for the commission so that they're not there for many, many years. We can have a very inclusive police commission so that we do represent all of the 67 countries that our community is comprised of. And so council's been very clear on our inclusive approach to what priorities are. I have complete faith that if we go to this new form of policing, that the police commission and the bylaws will represent council in our community. I'm just curious where you get the information that municipal policing is more systemically racist than an RCMP system.
So there's 2 questions there, right? So the first one about where to get the information is by doing research from various organizations, universities, number 1. Number 2, criminologists. You'll have one that come in, they'll say whatever it is that they're going to say. Again, if you want that sources, I can get them to you because I've kept the track of them. The second one, why do I think that in Grande Prairie, why don't I think it'll be a utopia? Why don't I think that everybody will just be nice? I've lived here for 30 years. I grew up in Hythe, so it means it's been about 40 years that I've been in and around the area. I am not blind to the racism, to the homophobia, to the hatred of others in this community. I'm not saying anybody else is. That's not what I'm saying at all. But it is a reality that we have to face. And it is part of what we are trying to push against with the Alliance. This is not something that is a secret about Grande Prairie, right? It's not something to be proud of, but it's not a secret. And if we're going to be choosing people who grew up in this culture, you better make very damn sure that they don't have those biases. Otherwise, they will use those biases against people. This is not something that I made up in my brain or that the people from this alliance made up. This is fact.
I couldn't agree further, or I couldn't agree more, sorry.
So.
Yep. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you for coming and being the spokesperson for the Progressive Alliance. You said based on your experience, and I can appreciate that. We all have experiences, and I can tell you, I work in the Corps, and the mobile outreach team, for instance, the RCMP enforcement services. I've called myself and have seen the respect, the professionalism of each of these organizations. So yes, is there problems? 100%, but they're North America and globally. Doesn't mean we don't have to take accountability and do our best to try achieve better. But I will not sit here and say that everybody that we have currently, whether RCMP or the city services, have not been great at the job that they do, because I have seen really, really good things out of these organizations. So my question to you is, as the spokesperson for this alliance, have you chosen to be a part of any of the engagement that the city did do? 100%, it wasn't perfect. I have significant questions about that, and we'll be asking for information later on. But you yourself, as the spokesperson, how much have you done in this engagement process?
So my engagement has been talking to counselors directly. I prefer to do that over filling out surveys and going to 2 or 3 hour sessions. So that's in regards to that. The other side of it is, up until recently, it was not on my radar that a police force was going to be decided pretty quickly. It was put up as a, well, maybe we will. You know, we've been looking at it for quite a few years. Maybe we will do this. But just as a show or example of the level of engagement that I was looking at, I got emails about, you know, come on down to this thing. But can anybody here guess how many emails I got? I got one. And I went through all my emails from 2018 to there, and then one email I got was in January saying, why don't you come down to this?
Okay. Again, those questions will be asked to our communications department. And, you know, maybe we'll all get a better clarity of that later on today, but I appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thanks for coming and presenting. I am encouraged because the model of policing that you discuss as being something that we should strive for is, in fact, the very model that we are considering with this change. A model that is more socially aware, socially conscious, that has multiple ways of managing people who may be housing short or who are dealing with mental health and addictions. You know, the RCMP traditional model is they're law enforcement people, and that's how they respond to many situations, is with a law enforcement attitude. And we are asking for a more encompassing and maybe the word is a gentler approach, so that if someone is approaching someone with mental health issues, they don't belong in jail. That's not going to help them, and we know that. So where can we find help for them to redirect those energies and to offer them the protection that our society should be offering them? So the same applies for Indigenous people, for people of other races, for immigrants, for people who are down on their luck. Handling many situations that we have traditionally handled by enforcing laws is not a good path to the future. And I think from the comments you've made tonight that you would agree that change in direction in a police force would be beneficial to any community, and particularly to our community. And I agree that racism is endemic in our society, and the only way that we will ever overcome that is by talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. I don't really have a question, but I wanted to thank you for reinforcing that concept of social-based policing or social-based safety in a community as a better direction to head into.
And I appreciate those comments. I'd just like to add that, you know, RCMP and police officers, I don't want to say get rid of them completely. We're just going to have a big party all the time. There are definitely times where we have to have someone who's going to be in that line of fire. And that is a very difficult job to do, and it's a very stressful job to do.
And we will have those people as well, yeah.
Thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I think that in terms of what you're articulating, your hope out of the police, I 100% agree with it. In respect, we got differences on maybe how to get there, but really appreciate the articulation of the vision of police that you've got. I would love you to push back with a little bit of my thinking, because for me this really does come down to accountability. And if we want these visions of the police that are being fair to all, inclusive of all, only being that confrontational when we need them to be confrontational in a fair way, for me it really does come down to accountability. And I'm curious if you could expand a little bit on the line in your letter that says municipal police departments have a history of being less accountable to the public. So when I look at RCMP, it's a federal agency that works under federal regulations. That's policies are set federally, so by people not even in our province, never mind our community. And when a misconduct complaint happens, then that goes again to federal bodies. Whereas when I look at a municipal agency, it's something that's governed primarily by a local commission of community members, but they have to meet very rigorous standards set out by the province. And if there's an allegation of misconduct, a very good recent change to the Police Act is that allegation would go to a provincial body, not a local body for it. So for me, it seems that when you're accountable to two levels of government, that's more accountability than when you're primarily accountable to one. But obviously in your letter, you disagree with me that municipal is more accountable. So I'm just wondering if you could push back on my thinking and tell me, just push back on me if you have pushback.
So the comment is based on years of historical data and observation, right? So if you're going to create a municipal police force and say, we are not going to have these problems, we're going to do it better, is that actually true? Can you say for sure that that is going to be the case? If historically, most of the municipalities have had questionable administrative practices, sometimes someone nudges someone or says, hey, can you kind of make this go away? And it's happened before. Can you for sure say it's not going to happen for this one? That is what that line is talking about. And if I'm not saying 100% again, as long as the culture says this is what we're going to be doing, we are not going to be allowing this type of scenario to happen in our organization, then I don't see it's going to be a problem. But we have to make very, very sure, and the people need to be in place, and there needs to be that accountability, like you said, that if it does happen, that people understand that it's not going to be acceptable and that there will be punishments for it, and that people are really, really going to have to think twice about trying to work around the organization. That's what that line refers to. Right now, if you have all these in place, maybe that line is no longer needed. But as far as I could tell, and the people that who arranged the letter could tell, we didn't see that in the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much, Mr. Archibald, for being here today. And sounds like you got some good points and that you've done a bit of your own homework. Regardless of the outcome today, whether we transition to a municipal police service or we stick with the RCMP contract, we're still going to have to establish a policing committee or a commission, one or the other. To me, I think they're the same thing. I know they're different. As somebody who cares about policing in our community and somebody that has high standards for what you have for expectations for policing in our community, would you as a public member consider putting your name into a policing committee or the police commission, regardless of whatever the outcome is today?
Yeah, I would, just to make sure that those voices that are traditionally not heard can still be heard. Preferably, I would have someone who is Indigenous, Black, person of color, 2S LGBTQIA+, someone like that would be on there as a representative, just because I prefer to have those voices up front, because they're the ones being most affected. It doesn't affect me as much, so I would prefer them, but I would definitely consider going on the commission.
Awesome, thank you.
Just had a question for you. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. In your letter, you mentioned that A municipal police service may not have the same level of training, resources, and expertise as a federal agency, which could lead to ineffective policing and lack of trust between law enforcement and the community. In both the police service model review and the transition plan, we talked about, what oversight there is. The Federal Police Act identifies the expectations, and in both of the reports, which were extensive, it identifies the training being at same level, same expectations, being held to the same regard. So I'm just curious if you have examples of other municipal police forces that aren't doing the same level of training or potentially not servicing the same level of a model of the RCMP. I'm just curious where that comment is coming from.
So again, I would have to get you the specific articles that I referenced.
Okay.
That's not a problem. I can get them and email them off to you.
Perfect.
I don't have the top of my head.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that.
Yep.
So I see no one else in the queue. I really appreciate you coming today. It's great to hear opinions and appreciate you sharing them with us and taking questions. So thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
All right. Our next delegation is our last delegation of the afternoon session. And then following this delegation, we will be taking a break before we do our committee business. I'll just check with the city manager. That's appropriate? Okay, so we will do our last delegation, then we will take a break before we do reports and committee business and correspondence, and then the evening session. So next on our list of delegations, we have Ian Kay and James Watson. If you could please come up, introduce yourself for those who are watching online. As with the other delegations, take 5 minutes, present to council, and then council will have questions. I'm thinking we will have questions. It seems to be the trend today. So, welcome, gentlemen, and when you get settled in, please just introduce yourself for those who may be watching at home.
My name is Jim Watson.
Okay.
My name is Ian Kay.
Perfect, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to speak in favor of the continuation of police service by the RCMP and against transition. I have lived in this community for 53 years. I was criminal defense lawyer for 35 of those years. And for 18 of those, the last 18 of those years, I was a provincial court judge. In addition to my practice locally, I practiced in the province of British Columbia and Saskatchewan. And I appeared before places that were prosecuted or investigated by municipal police and the RCMP. I was in an adversarial position with the RCMP, no doubt about it, because I did a number of serious matters, including murder and that. Despite that, I'm here in favor of the RCMP. In my experience, and it's my experience only, I have no facts and figures to tell you about other people. In my estimation, the RCMP have, without fail, represented this community fairly and efficiently, according to the highest standards. In my opinion, the RCMP enjoys and has earned the reputation of the preeminent police force in the world. They have the resources and training to handle the most complicated of matters. Consider the labs. They have labs that rank with the best in the world. They have contacts that are globally recognized and appreciated. and they have a tradition of fairness and equality and ethics that are respected world over. They have traveled to other jurisdictions, other states, to lend their expertise in such places as Serbia and, and the like. They have, I think, the training and background that municipal police force will have to rely on if things get complicated. Simple as that. And I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but surely on a matter of this importance, as Councillor O'Toole has indicated, says it's one of the most important, if not the most important thing this community has ever decided. You should consider a plebiscite of the people.
Thanks, Mr. Watson. Mr. Kay, did you have anything to add today? And if so, could you just move your mic a little bit closer when you speak? Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Perfect. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here to some extent to support Judge Watson and just add my experiences in addition to his, which largely parallel his. I have lived in Grande Prairie for just on 50 years, and I practiced law in almost all that time. I was actually back in Australia. For 3 years, I had to get treatment for a son who had some disabilities, which I couldn't get here. But prior to coming to Canada in 1957, I did practice in Sydney, Australia for a period of 10 years. It was a fairly broad practice, but my practice here in Grande Prairie, I spent 6 years looking after federal prosecutions for narcotics and so on and so forth. The rest of the time was in a wide variety of areas, some criminal code offences, and so on. But I've always had the highest estimation of the RCMP. After the New South Wales Police Force, they were a ray of sunshine. I had personal experience of that, unfortunately. They are a competent police force, but they do not have nothing like the reputation the RCMP has. And one concern I have is that if you do proceed where it's being projected and things don't work out, it will be very hard to get the RCMP back. Not because they wouldn't want to come, but I don't think the federal government will be supportive of it. But I have been retired the last 6 or 7 years, but prior to that, I did enjoy my dealings with the RCMP. I had commendations from them once or twice on the prosecution side. But there was I never saw any misconduct or heard of misconduct. I know it's happened in other jurisdictions, but it's, in my view, I don't know how it was investigated or what happened as a result of it. But my main concern now is that there is proper public consultation. I know there has been quite an amount of it. But it's never been an issue on an election campaign here in Grande Prairie, and certainly not in the last one. I think that all the cards should be on the table, and there should be a plebiscite in the city of Grande Prairie. I've talked to a number of people, and almost universally they say that they're quite happy with the service that the RCMP has provided. They do not want to see a change. I appreciate Council's position, and it partly would result in a different input to the RCMP, maybe better appreciation of local issues, but it's hard to say that without experiencing it. So I would ask that Council consider the question of a plebiscite which would not be prohibitively expensive. Because once the RCMP is gone, I don't think they'll be permitted to come back. So those are my comments, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. And I think this is more relevant to, sorry, Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Yeah, although, Mr. K, if you want to jump in, please do. But Mr. Watson, I'm directed at you because you mentioned that you did work alongside, against, I guess, various police forces. I'm just curious when you're, for the municipal ones you're comparing to, about how many forces did you get to have that experience with, and were they comparable size to Grande Prairie, or were they much bigger or much smaller than us?
Be Edmonton, primarily Edmonton, Calgary, and Red Deer. And they would be criminal matters, of course. I also in, I guess, Dawson Creek.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about it.
Great. So 2 large city municipal police
One
forces and
fairly
2 RCMP jurisdictions. Great. I'm just confused because Red Deer and Dawson Creek, I think, are both RCMP policed.
They are.
Yeah.
But Edmonton and Calgary are not.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I get what you're saying. And yeah, thank you. And I definitely agree with you that RCMP are a really good police service that have been historically great for the community. Definitely not a knock on them. Just figure out what's better in the future, because I'm so sure glad we've had them until now. And I really do appreciate you folks sharing your perspectives. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mr. Watson and Mr. Kay, for coming. My question to you, and this is just a throw it out there question. If 80% of the Canadian population base is policed by municipal and provincial police, why do you think that is? I can appreciate the RCMP, but I can tell you I was stunned to find out that they're the minority, not the majority. Why do you think that is?
I really can't answer that. Speaking for myself, I've appeared in front of both venues. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a good part of the East developed long before we did. We were dependent on the RCMP for our beginning, you know, and in the smaller communities, of course, you had to rely on the RCMP. And so, you know, you start going to places like Toronto and Montreal, I mean, right away you're going to be over 50%.
Right, right. I guess, you know, and me included, that emotional attachment to the RCMP is significant. And
It's not an emotional detachment.
For me, it is. I respect them, and I have an emotional attachment to them. But then I also see a community like Regina, who hosts Depot, and they're a municipal police force. It's shocking to me. So I do have to question what is going on, you know, like, and so that's, I guess, why we're all here. Why are they 80% elsewhere, and why are we?
You're saying because they've done it, we should do it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we need to question what are the differences, and that's what we're doing here today, is finding as much information as we can to see what those differences and opportunities are for the City of Grande Prairie residents.
Again, I would say that Alberta was one of the last of the provinces to develop, and so many of the other places were developed earlier. Even Saskatchewan, which attained provincial status the same year we did, but they were developed before we were.
Okay, thank you.
My take on it. I don't.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you.
Yeah, just on that statistic, 80% of Albertans are policed by municipal or alternative police service model right now as well. So not just across Canada. I have a couple comments, but I'll go to Councillor Plott first.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate it. I know you guys had a lot of history in our community, so it does mean a lot when you're saying your concerns to me. And I'm curious what your thoughts are if we did go ahead with municipal police service, how we would safeguard the concerns you have. Is it achievable in your mind, or is it just not attainable, I guess?
Well, I can't say for sure, but I think it would be very difficult. The resources that the RCMP have are immense, and the contacts they have with other forces. They have the contacts with the municipal forces and work with them. I just don't see the need to drop that, kill the golden goose.
No, and fair enough. And that's why we're doing this exercise, because there's concerns about the current system as well. So I'm curious, if we had a municipal police service and we were still able to contract the services that weren't available to our community through the RCMP, would that be of some comfort to you?
Some, but not nearly enough.
Okay. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it, guys.
I would just say, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Pardon me? Sorry?
If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Well, because it's not as perfect as we think it is today. Would be part of my answer to that, to be honest. And I don't think it's as perfect as we're.
Well, you're speaking to two guys that are over 50 years of experience, and why do you think it's not?
I guess for me, when the community constantly tells us that they don't think we're safe enough, that they don't think they have enough engagement with the current detachment, they don't think we're in that level's there, that's what we're hearing. So of course we're hearing pushback on our sides, but we're also hearing the opposite on some stuff too. And so again, we're just trying to gather the facts here. Well, I appreciate you guys coming in.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming in today. It's been a long time, Mr. Kay, since last we talked. I think it's almost 4 or 5 years.
It has.
Yeah, so it's been a while, but it's good to see you guys again, and I really appreciate you coming in to speak to this, especially with your experience in the legal realm. So I'm of the belief personally that I don't know if the RCMP is broke. Maybe it's our justice system. Is part of it. So both you gentlemen have served as lawyers, one defending people, one prosecuting people. We
were partners as well.
Oh yeah, I know. So I think some of the perception about safety in our community might be over a lot of the catch and release methods that we have, because our court system's overloaded. We don't have enough Crown prosecutors. We don't even have main holding cells that we can hold people for a long period of time within our current RCMP detachment. How much do you guys think do you gentlemen think the perception is of safety in our community, and that the RCMP isn't doing a good job, more so than the backlog in our court system and catch and release people?
Personally, I think for a community of this size, this is a very safe community. It's well regulated, and I think we watch too much CNN, I think. People killing, crazy stuff like that. It's like we're brainwashed into thinking that you step outside your house, you're going to get killed. We're well policed.
I could say that I've walked thousands of miles in and around the city, literally, and I've never felt threatened.
Yeah, that's right.
At any point.
Slowly he walked.
I just had a couple comments and a couple questions, gentlemen. In the past 10 years that a few of us have been here, I can tell you that on a regular basis, our citizen satisfaction surveys indicate that a safe community is top 1 and 2 in their needs. And I can tell you that prior councils put money to our CMP, enhancing the forces. Prior councils put money to administration so that the members could be on the street. We also implemented things such as the mobile outreach team, the private security unit, and we're still above the national and provincial average for crime severity. So I'm with you. I don't feel on a daily basis that this community isn't safe, but statistics show that our crime severity is above averages. And so it's concerning to people. I guess my question to you would be, were you aware that in 2032, the RCMP are looking to end contract policing? And so it's actually March 31st, 2032. So 10 years and a few weeks, they're indicating that they don't want to be in this service model anymore. And so there's an opportunity in front of council here today to be in front of it. And so that's why we started in 2018 exploring these opportunities, because of the fact that we were hearing it didn't feel safe out there. Statistically, the crime actually was going down, but the severity of it was still higher than the provincial and national average, and that was concerning to elected officials. The federal RCMP, if contract policing is not available to communities in 2032, the federal RCMP will still have a significant role in our country. They will do many of the things that you referenced, traveling to other countries, do federal policing, and that's where they truly excel. We, over time, have had many, many conversations with K Division, our local detachment, about our local needs. And it's hard for local members who do an excellent job in our community. Like you say, they show up every day, they do hard work, they represent us well. But year after year, when we bring priorities that are unique to our community, it's difficult for them to exercise and implement systems that serve those unique needs. So a municipal police force, why we're here today, as I mentioned in 2018, when this conversation started about contract policing potentially ending. Then in 2019, we were in the middle of consideration of what the collective bargaining agreement would look like, and that the RCMP came in at 24% higher than it had initially been. So then it wasn't this affordable force that municipalities had considered when making their decisions prior. It became expensive, which is fine. In my opinion, this shouldn't be a conversation about finances. It should, but no, it's not. And that's why we're considering it. If it was a conversation about providing an opportunity that has a municipal police force to serve our community and our needs with local oversight, with grassroots commissions that talk to community members on a day-to-day basis. And the RCMP have done an excellent job in our community, but year after year, we're just still not seeing enough gains for council to be comfortable, and that's how we ended up here today. It's not to say that what they did wasn't valuable, but why we're here today is because the service review that was 122 pages showed that there's other opportunities. And I think it would be naive of us to not consider other opportunities.
Well, I'll go back to saying I think you should have a plebiscite on this, and I disagree with your assessment.
So fair enough. I'll ask you this, though. You, Mr. K in particular, when you were the solicitor that offered advice to the city for many, many years, I would assume that it would be fair to say that you would suggest that we use experts and that we use people that are extremely knowledgeable in making decisions, rather than putting a conversation that potentially could become emotionally charged and a political decision, like Surrey is currently dealing with, where they made a political decision. We have done years of insight. We use professionals. We use consultants who have gone over the numbers. The information is all in front of council. And you both, as experts in your field and professionals, I would think that would suggest that elected officials should make decisions based on information from experts. Would you not?
I appreciate your comments, Ma'am, but I think that if that is pending, there will be quite a long period of notice before they start destroying RCMP from these areas.
And in the transition plan, it is a
concerns on that.
5-year transition plan. It's not an overnight change. It would be at the end of year 1, there'll be 6 members implemented. There will be a duplication of services as we amp up a municipal force and deactivate an RCMP force. It'll be an opportunity to implement and integrate other services that we have under one roof. And so I really admire and appreciate both your opinions. I just think that council in front of them has all the information they need to make a good decision. There's been multiple years and hours of conversation and education. And I think that the 9 people that were elected here to govern this community, it would be unfortunate if they became to the point where they decided that they were going to abdicate their responsibility. It's their responsibility to make decisions, and that's today why we're here having these discussions. So I really appreciate you coming and appreciate your opinions. Thank you. All right, so that ends our delegation portion of the evening. We are going to take a break. We'll take a break for 30 minutes, and we will be back at 6:35. Thank you. You are correct. 6:05, not an hour, 30 minutes. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting of March 16th. As the afternoon portion went a little bit over scheduled time, we are going to rearrange our agenda. I'm looking for council to make a motion to move the item 12, which would be the 6 p.m. delegations, in front of item 6, which is report. So I just need a motion for that. So I have a whole bunch of you in the queue. I know you're super eager, but I'm thinking you're not all in the queue to make this motion. So Councilor Bressi, are you in the queue to make the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor
Perfect,
Clayton.
thank
So
you.
moved.
Thanks. So that motion, as mentioned, is to allow our delegations who are here to talk to us this evening to go first ahead of committee business. So I will call the question on that motion. Please vote.
Councilor Bressi in favor.
And that carries unanimously. So now that we are straight into delegation business, the first delegation for the 6 p.m. portion, as identified in the package, is Ms. Nina, and allow me to try, Sahasrabudhe, woo, thank you, and Mr. Curtis Zablocki, and Mr. Lee Brockman. So please introduce yourselves on the camera for those who may be watching at home, and then take 5 minutes, make your presentation. Council will jump in the queue with questions, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, for inviting us here today to speak with you and council as you consider a very, I'll say, significant decision for your community. I want to be clear, our role here today is not to influence your decision one way or another, but rather to help ensure that you have all the information that you need at your disposal on your table as you make this important decision for your community. I know you've had some engagement up to this point with Superintendent Brockman. As the senior executive of the RCMP, however, we've not had a fulsome opportunity, I would say, to engage with you. I think you know that your Grande Prairie RCMP Police Service provides you an excellent policing service for your community. Your police officers and staff are responsive to local needs, engaged in part of your community, and dedicated and committed to keeping the citizens of Grande Prairie safe. I do want to assure you, no matter the outcome of your decision, our commitment is to continue to work with you in a cooperative, collaborative, and responsive way, and to continue to ensure the safety of the residents of Grande Prairie. As a delegation, I know our time here is somewhat limited, so I thought perhaps it might be most constructive to start by asking you and council for any questions that you may have of us. Of course, we saw some of the presentations earlier in the day, and I believe you'll have a number of questions for us. I know the conversations and questions around recruitment, retention, attrition, training, responsiveness to local needs, finance, local oversight, and so on. They've been very topical and engaging, and we'd be happy to start by taking your questions. If I might, I thought I'd maybe start by clarifying a comment, Mayor Clayton, that you made with the last delegation.
I know what you're going to say, and I was going to clarify it, but you go for it. I'm happy for you to correct me.
Oh, okay. No, thank you for that opportunity, of course. And, I would just clarify by saying that is not the position of the RCMP. Certainly the question of the RCMP being involved in contract policing, again, is somewhat topical. Of course, we know that the Prime Minister has put that in Minister Mendicino's mandate letter in the context of a review of contract policing. So, and as I understand it, that review has started. In fact, I believe there are delegates from public safety in Alberta in the very near future to have some of those very same discussions. So again, I want to thank you for that opportunity to correct the record there. So, and we'd be happy to start with any of your questions.
Absolutely. Recognize Councillor Blackmore first.
I never get to go first, so I was quite startled by that.
It's not by choice. You were just in the queue first.
One of the concerns that I've had since I was first elected to council in 2001 is that we really struggle to keep commanding officers in Grande Prairie. And in the last 12 years, there's been 9 commanding officers. All of them have been good employees and have struggled to work with the city, and they've done all that they can to bring the RCMP mandate and the city mandate together to provide a good service, and I don't have a complaint with that. But nevertheless, in 12 years, there's been 9 commanding officers, which makes it really difficult for a community to kind of become comfortable with that hierarchy or structure. Is there nothing you can do to ensure that when you send us a commanding officer, such as the man sitting at your left, that you can make sure he stays in Grande Prairie for a minimum time period, for example, 5 years? One of those 9 men that were here stayed for 1 month before he took a promotion to another level of policing. You can understand our frustration when we walk into a room and there's a new commanding officer there, or we're back to an acting commanding officer. And that is handicapping me in my decision-making process today.
Thank you, Councillor, for those comments. And yeah, that is concerning. And I'm thinking back 12 years and trying to do a little math around that. But I'm wondering if some of those 9 are actors, interim commanding officers.
4 of them were long-term acting commanders. Yeah.
Right.
But there's still 9 people in 12 years. You can't get around that number.
Right. So you know what, and we recognize the importance of having consistency, in particular in the role of that leadership role of our detachments. And shortly after I came to my current role, we did make a commitment to extend the tenure of our commanding officers, particularly in our municipal contracts, our larger municipal contracts. So we've started that at 3. I know you're asking for 5, but we've made a commitment, and we have that from your current commanding officer and the previous one as well too, and so that is the approach going forward. I think, maybe part of the problem is we're giving you really good commanding officers, and they're eventually taking opportunities to further continue their leadership journeys and moving on to jobs.
Only send us bad ones from now on.
Well, I don't know if that's the right approach, but I think there's some room to work with you around that. I really do appreciate your feedback in that context. And as I said, that's certainly on our radar. We've come part way. We've firmed up the tenor at a minimum of 3, and there's perhaps some more wiggle room there as we go forward too.
I will say that I do prefer a longer tenure than 3 years, because it takes 3 years to learn a community well. And so we have a commanding officer who's finally really part of the community, and then poof, he's gone.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to leave at 3, right? So we don't move them along at 3. Should they desire to stay longer? Absolutely. As long as they are working for you folks, right? That's the most important thing, that they're a good fit for your community, that they're engaged and they're responsive to your community needs. That's exactly the type of people that we want in these leadership positions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Thanks for coming in. Really appreciate the way you're engaging with us, and really appreciate the commitment to public safety for our residents, no matter what happens tonight. So thank you for that. I am curious about going back to the conversation about the mandate to review contract policing, looking at the Public Safety Canada briefing note that says that federal policing is being eroded because of the demands of contract policing. Looking at the National Police Federation survey, which points to a 2.5% hope for growth in RCMP positions, but a 6% growth in population, and just growing cities eating up even more officers, while RCMP year over year, at least for the last few years, is actually shrinking. I really am weighing recruitment of RCMP and just weighing, is this inevitable anyways? Because if it's inevitable anyways, then I really do want to be doing it on our timing, not timing that's imposed by unfortunate attrition rates. So I'm just curious if you could give me your perspective on what's going on with reforming recruiting or improving recruiting in the RCMP, and just give me some hope that maybe those numbers can be substantially changed so that there's actually some hope of the long-term viability of policing growing cities.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that question, Councillor. And there is significant effort, work being done in the context of recruiting. And, obviously I'll speak for the RCMP and some of the things that we're doing on that front. And I think I'll probably start talking in the context of Alberta here in our division. So you might have heard a little bit earlier today about some strategies that we've rolled out across all 115 of our detachments in the province here. We're asking our folks in our major crimes teams, our forensic identification units, all our units to develop recruiting strategies. It's that important to us right now, quite frankly. It's an all hands on deck approach. And that's what the Alberta RCMP are doing currently. We have all hands on deck, and we're moving forward with that. So we know all communities are unique, and that's why we're asking Lee in Grande Prairie to build a strategy with you and with the community on how we are going to get young people with the right skills and qualities and qualifications involved in policing. And how we're going to bring them to the table, how we're going to generate that interest and keep that interest and then move them forward through the application process into training and back into communities, obviously. So that's something that we're doing locally. I think you've probably talked a little bit about the Experienced Police Officer Program as well, too. So again, a strong focus for us here in Alberta on recruiting experienced police officers. That doesn't mean other police officers don't have the same, or police agencies don't have the same focus, because I'm sure they do, right? To get a trained police officer into your service and not have to, commit the expenditures financially on training and so on, and then automatically you've got an experienced police officer in your community contributing. So that's an important program for us as well, too. I would say in the last year we've put about 24 experienced police officers that we brought them into our organization. 4 of them actually have come to Grande Prairie as well, too. So you've been the beneficiary of that focus here in Grande Prairie. So I'll maybe talk a little bit of what we're doing nationally in the context of recruiting, and I'll back up the bus a little bit to the actual recruiting process itself. So we've recognized the need to modernize our recruiting processes. So our HR folks at national headquarters have put a lot of effort into this, and they've looked and worked hard to modernize, to reinvigorate our recruiting processes, our selection processes more specifically. So today, after all those efforts, we have 17 characteristics and attributes that we look for in a modern police officer, the police officers that we want in our organization, the police officers that you want in your communities. And we've also, so some of those things are, you'd think of naturally, but we're screening applicants for bias and discriminatory, characteristics and traits. We're screening applicants for skills and abilities and mindsets that fit within our communities, that are community-focused, community-based assets as well, too. So those are a couple examples. And some things that we've tried recently here in the division and other locations across the country, we created recruiting centers. So we'll bring 30 or 40 applicants in to our headquarters building. We'll run them through 2 or 3 days of the screening and the filtering and the processes. We'll run them through different scenarios as well, too. We'll have a lot of conversations about what it's like to join the RCMP, and we'll spend that, I'll say, very valuable time with them. And then if they're meeting the grade, meeting the tests, passing the tests, and then we'll move on to the next phase of the process as well, too. So that's something that, again, we've just implemented in the last, I'll say, 6 months or so, and we're just gaining some momentum with that as we move forward with our numbers with the applicants. Overall, I would say our applications across the country are down. That's no different than other police services as well. I was at a national Chiefs of Police roundtable last week with chiefs from across the country, and we had 2 actual presentations on recruiting and retention. This is an issue that is across the country, and it impacts all sizes of services, small, medium, large. And there's that strong focus. It's a competitive market out there. We're competitive, absolutely. We're not stopping. We're going to be persistent, and we're going to get the right candidates through our processes and into your communities.
Thank you very much. 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 Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in and meeting you guys. We've had a lot of earlier with the gentleman Jeff with the National Police Force Federation and community coming back and saying, "Hey, we're going to miss some services when we switch over from an RCMP to a municipal service." And so there's been things brought up about, how many times of the year we're going to have forensics, how many lawsuit claims potentially have, like those sort of items that are somewhat baked into our contract with the RCMP right now. I guess what I'm trying to find out is, can you give me some specific examples and maybe year-over-year numbers and times this has happened? Because I don't know how big this scale is. Are we talking about bringing a helicopter up once a year, or are we talking about we need forensic teams here 15 times a year? And so I'm trying to get a sense of scale of how big the number is, because the examples that were mostly used by the last gentleman was they weren't local to Alberta, a lot of them even. They weren't local to our region. So I'm just kind of trying to find more, what's the hypothetical we switch away, go to municipal police service, and these forensic and these special teams that come in stop coming, I guess. And so how do we safeguard our community, and what would that cost?
Right. Thank you for that question. So I would say if you're asking locally, I might look to Superintendent Brockman to make some comment around that. If you're looking, how many times does that helicopter come? How many times do you use forensic identification services and those kinds of things? Maybe Lee is probably better positioned to comment.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Just from a local context, I can advise just on a few specialized services that we kind of routinely would have here fairly often throughout the course of the year. So if you're looking at the emergency response team, so your kind of your SWAT team type of situation, roughly that's probably about 6 times a year on average, give or take. January 2023 was a little bit of an anomaly. We consulted with the Critical Incident Program, which would encompass the emergency response team about 3 times that month. If you're looking at major crimes for homicide investigations, on average here in the last few years, we've been, 1 to 2 per year, but there have been years that have been higher than that. In terms of proactive, you mentioned the helicopter, Councillor Pilat. We have been fairly proactive in Grande Prairie in securing our air services resources to safely and in a controlled manner surveil and apprehend individuals with stolen vehicles as well. So we get them. We've had the helicopter here over I'd say every 2 months or so over the past year. We do that regularly. We proactively engage air services for that. So those types of support services are ones that we engage regularly. You mentioned forensics as well. I will say that we have municipal resources built in through the Municipal Police Services Agreement here locally for our forensic identification folks.
So I guess there's lots of numbers being thrown around these reports. Would you be able to, and I appreciate giving me a little, how many times SWAT and major crimes and helicopters, but would you be able to put a dollar amount to that? Like, I think I guess in my head, it seems to be a misconception, and maybe I'm not hearing it all the way through, but I think some community members think this is going to be millions of dollars a year to not have those services. And I'm just curious on these line items, what those would have cost.
You know what? I think we could probably take that back and do some work around that, because I think that's an important question. Offhand, when we typically, I can comment in the context of major crimes. I think we have a little bit of sense. So, as Superintendent Brockman mentioned, you might get major crimes, a couple times a year if you unfortunately have a homicide or 2 in the community. But those investigations can range in expenditures, right? Anywhere from $25,000 to, and I think Jeff from NPF described a file earlier today that was in the millions of dollars, right? So there is a lot of range, again, depending on the circumstances in the file. You mentioned the helicopter. That is a very valuable asset, a very useful asset, I would add as well too. So we've been looking to how do we maximize the use of that asset to get out to our communities across the province. Yeah. When we're in that Edmonton and Calgary hub, as we are, we rely on their helicopters to help us frequently in our bedroom communities, our communities surrounding those larger centers. But as Lee mentioned, we get the helicopter up to Grande Prairie. Absolutely, we do, because we know that it's value added.
Can I just have a follow-up, Mayor? Sure. I'm just curious, if we did switch as a contract service now, would there still be the ability to contract those services with the RCMP that we're currently kind of value added as the world is today, but would they be an opportunity to say we're municipal and we're going to be able to contract those services back out?
I'm not currently aware of any similar arrangements as far as a contract to do that, to do exactly that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor, you mentioned civil litigation, I think, earlier as well, too. And
yeah, I'm going to leave that. I'm pretty sure another councillor's probably going to come around to that one. So thanks.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Look at that. I was just right up next in the queue. What timing. Thank you, Captain Zablocki, for your eagerness to answer this question. One thing I appreciate about the RCMP is there's so much, as you said, value added. There's baked in goods there. For my list here, I got legal services, claims and compensation, emergency response team, tactical teams, operations center, crime center, helicopters, major crime unit, child exploitation teams, analytics, police dog, relocation services, and forensics. I'm probably missing a few things, but thanks for adding that value to our police service.
That's all right.
I guess my question is, since it's already on the table, is around legal services. So I asked a question earlier today. They said it was most probably suited for you in regards to what an average claim might be. So the question I asked this morning was, let's say somebody dies inside of a cell, drug overdose or otherwise, and then the family decides to sue the RCMP for that. What would a wrongful death suit cost? Like, I guess the RCMP service.
I'm not in a position to really give you a number around the average cost of a suit, wrongful death or otherwise. Some could be as simple as well, maybe it's not always simple, but a vehicle collision as well, right? Or a dog bite, those types of instances that can draw that civil liability to certainly to a police force. So we're in a high risk business. That's the bottom line, and these kind of things, unfortunately, sometimes happen. We're asked to keep your community safe, and in order to do that, sometimes we put ourselves in positions that perhaps property damage is caused or something like that as well too. But I can give you some numbers in the context of 21, 22, there was a total of, I believe it was $215,000 that was paid out in civil liability here for the city of Grande Prairie. If we go back 10 years, that number is about $860,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so hopefully that's helpful.
So yeah, so it's still under $1 million. We're not on the hook yet, but yeah, that's part of the services that the RCMP holds in case something does happen in the line of your work. You've covered the bases, and the municipality isn't responsible for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither the provincial contract nor our 47 municipal contracts across the province are on the hook for civil liability in that fashion.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Before I get rolling, I just, again, want to thank you guys for the professionalism throughout the entire process. It's been communicative, it's been professional, and a great exchange of information. So I just want to compliment you there and thank you for that. A little bit of a follow-up from earlier. NPF had mentioned expanding the small service areas where there's 4 RCMP. And again, officer safety is number one. I love the idea, fully support it. The issue that we have in the city then is that's another draw away from the capacity of filling here. So I've heard 2 different numbers for Grande Prairie. Either we're financing 104 to 110, but we've never come really close to filling all of those positions that the city is willing to fund and that the population is demanding. So they keep asking us through the process, how are we going to fill our positions? But again, I'll ask the same question to you. How are you going to fill our positions that the city requires?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So my understanding is your target FTE burn, full-time equivalent burn, is 104. Today we're sitting at 101 FTE burn. So we're not far. We're a little bit low from exactly what you're aiming at, but from time to time we go through those cycles. But more specific to your question is, how are we going to fill those positions? And again, I go back to recruiting strategies as well too, right? But not just recruiting strategies, but marketing strategies. For example, like how are we promoting the city of Grande Prairie? And we're doing this with other communities across the province of Alberta. It's been, I'd say it's been topical conversation for us recently at Alberta Munis and RMA conferences when we often meet with communities across the province. And it's been one of the things that we've been working with communities since, making videos, asking our community leaders to present themselves and speak about their community, that kind of thing, right? So, that's just one way, that more broad public engagement and context, but also within our own service, right? I was posted here from 2002 to 2007, and during that tenure, I was able to bring the K Division hockey tournament to the community and bring 200 police officers who were playing hockey for 3 or 4 days into the community and show them what Grande Prairie was all about and give them that experience. So it's things like that we can do, I'll say, externally and internally to promote the community and to enhance I'll say the probability and the interest in bringing our recruits, experienced members into Grande Prairie.
Okay, and then just a follow-up. Again, hats off to trying to recruit locally. I really appreciate that. And it's a small sample size, but I remember talking, this is probably 6-7 years ago, gentleman that was in the oil patch. It wasn't the lifestyle he wanted. It was very challenging. And so he was actually looking at getting into policing. So there is potential there. But when we recruit locally, again, what's saying that officer actually stays here and doesn't go up to ZAM or out to the Maritimes?
Yeah, there's nothing saying that they're not going to move around, that they're going to stay in your community for the entirety of their service. But I will tell you, we don't force transfer our folks. So if you have a member posted here in Grande Prairie and they're doing the work that you want them to do, they're fitting in and working well with your community, then we're happy with that, and we will allow them to stay as long as they want to stay. We have some minimums on their tenure here, right? And we need that in place, of course. But the top end or the other end of that equation it's wide open for them, right? So oftentimes our folks move for different opportunities. And that's part of our mobility policies. We don't discourage that when they do decide to move on after they've completed their minimums and want to get different policing experiences. As you know, in the RCMP, we just have so many different opportunities for our folks to engage in different units and programs and develop different skills. So we really support that mobility process to build more well-rounded police officers, quite frankly. And oftentimes you see, a member, police officer from your community move to another community and then come back to that community again. I had that experience myself. I've been in one community twice. I really enjoyed it, and I came back as later on in my service. So that's not uncommon. And I will also add that, at this time, if you're joining the RCMP from Alberta, and you're interested in coming back to Alberta, you can come back to Alberta.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have so many questions, but so according to our study that we did, a comparator is Medicine Hat Municipal Force to Grande Prairie, and their average years of service is 16 years versus between 5 and 6 years here. Can you speak to that?
I can't speak to Medicine Hat. I can speak to the RCMP. I would suggest in that part of your question. And again, I'll speak to our mobility policies, right? So Medicine Hat doesn't offer opportunities outside of Medicine Hat, right? Typically, so if you're joining Medicine Hat, you're in Medicine Hat, and you can stay there for however long you want. If you're going to go somewhere else, you're probably going to join another police service, as opposed to in the RCMP, just simply taking a transfer to another unit, keeping, engaged in your pension plan and so on, right? And again, that consistency and continuity is important, I think, for folks that, choose different police services, right? The RCMP offer, I'll say a different adventure than other police agencies.
Agreed, and that whole piece that in the next 5 to 10 years, where we're looking at the baby boomers all retiring, that retention piece is critical. And that is one of the reasons why I asked this question. And it's not just Medicine Hat. I've talked to officers out of Calgary who had 28 years of service and wouldn't imagine it anywhere else. So, it's that retention piece that's concerning to me right now with the RCMP because of that movable model.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's because of the movable model. I think retention is retention, whether you're in a police service and medicine hat or in the RCMP. I heard some numbers earlier today that suggested the RCMP retention rate was around 20%. It's actually about 4%.
Well, I think that was in just
attrition.
Training.
Sorry, pardon me.
It was training that they said that 20% of the trainees potentially leave the training.
Right.
Portion.
The attrition, right? That was. Yeah, I think that was eventually clarified. But I just wanted to let Mayor and Council know that the RCMP attrition rate is 4%. Right. I think they said the average for the other services was 5%. I think that number came out in the study.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
She stole my question. You can't do that. So I'll pivot. Thank you very much for being here. I mentioned earlier today to the Police Federation that why do we not have the 911 dispatch center out of Grande Prairie? Because when you make a call, it gets triaged. The general public doesn't know that. And we want someone to respond to a call. And sometimes they don't show up. And they don't know what part of Grande Prairie they're going to be going to. So I'm just wondering, is there and Mr. Brockman and I, we talked about this last week. So my question is to you, what can we do to improve the safety of our community?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. And my simple answer is you can have that if that's what you want. Other communities, municipal contracts have that service available. Strathcona, Red Deer, some of the the larger municipal centers, of course, and I don't know that there's a reason Grande Prairie can't have something similar.
Yeah, of course there's a cost to that. So
absolutely, yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
And so my subsequent, Mayor Clayton, is what kind of cost would that look like if you have it in other places already?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a cost comparison for you. Okay. I know for the current operational communications center, you don't pay directly for that cost. There's no cost to you currently on that. However, if you were to set up a municipal center, then of course I would suggest that would be a municipal expense. Nina, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have a cost, but that is one of the things that is part of the broader service that is provided, that Grande Prairie benefits from, is the OCC dispatch. But I don't have the cost of what it would look like for you if we were to expand this way.
Okay.
I couldn't
Thank
do
you.
that, though.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Just a quick follow-up to Councillor O'Connor's question. In the transition plan that we have in front of us, we're looking at amalgamating fire, ambulance, and police call center into one dispatch center. If we stayed with RCMP and required a call center here, it would need to be a standalone center, I believe. Can you confirm that?
I probably can't confirm, but I know there are other examples where community peace officers and RCMP are in the same model of dispatch. I think maybe Lee's got a comment.
Yeah, if I might, I can take my experience from my previous detachment in Lloydminster. As an example, we had our own local dispatch center there, and that center dispatched the RCMP, the peace officers, the fire service, and it was the primary 911 answering point for that area as well. So in terms of that type of integration, I have seen it before in an RCMP model that way with a local dispatch center.
Okay. My understanding is that we were told other information, that it would need to be separate from our current dispatch. But that's not actually my question. That was Council.
A lot of preamble.
In the beginning of your presentation, you talked very briefly about the direction from Mr. Trudeau to look at contract policing. And I will tell you my very great concern is that currently, in our current political environment in Canada, there is not much respect or good feelings in Ottawa towards Western Canada. And so to me, being most contract policing does take place outside of Ontario and Quebec, to me, there's never been a more likely time for that order to come to cease contract policing. And I know it's not going to be like that. It will require a transition period of time that I'm sure even Mr. Trudeau will be aware of. So this to me is one of the things that keeps me up at night when I think about the process we're going through right now, because I would really like it if you could tell me you have the ability to provide policing in Grande Prairie forever in 100 days, but I feel that that's not the case right now. And I know there's been a number of studies over the years, and they've all said contract policing and RCMP don't belong together, and RCMP should move into a complete true national service. So I just see this as one more rather heavy log being put on the fire. And do you worry about that?
Do I worry about that? You know,
well, you'll still be a police officer, an RCMP officer, no matter what.
For a lot of years.
Maybe not here.
For a lot of years. Do I worry about that? You know, I sit at the senior executive table, national headquarters, as a deputy commissioner, right? So I represent our province in discussions and represent Alberta in a lot of conversations there. I've never been privy to a conversation, you know, from national headquarters that the RCMP are getting out of contract policing. It's not the RCMP's decision. Of course, as you know, it's a decision through public safety. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a contract review going on. I don't know exactly what that contract review looks like. I haven't participated as of yet in any of those discussions. I think I will be in the near future, as I mentioned earlier as well, too. You know, the RCMP provide a service in this country that no other police service provides, right? So do I see them going away? Do I see contract policing going away? I know there's a lot of conversation at different levels. And most of it is, I'll say a lot of it is from folks that maybe don't understand the service, the value in contract policing. You know, the service that the RCMP provides for communities across this country. I think a lot of that conversation comes out of maybe some large metropolitan areas that are a long ways away from contract policing, quite frankly. And so, you know, that's probably where I'll leave it, Councillor Blackmore.
Yeah. Understanding contract policing and making a decision to end it are not; those aren't the same two people.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just going to shift back to recruitment and retention, more on the retention side. I'd asked this question earlier, but I'm just curious what the thoughts are on, you know, I appreciate you said earlier, you know, now there's an opportunity within the RCMP to say, I pick Alberta, and you'll go somewhere within Alberta. Why is there such a reluctance to let you go back to the community you live in? And it's a big concern for me because I really do think it hurts our retention a lot.
Yeah. So and I think, you know, that's a little bit of maybe a legacy piece for the RCMP. And to your question, it's changing. It honestly is changing. And I think, you know, even maybe more so in the context of our, you know, our larger communities as our communities grow. I think some of it stems from, you know, if someone's recruited out of a small community, you know, and getting posted back to that community is actually could be very challenging for that person as a police officer, given, you know, that's where they went to school, that's where they went to high school, their buddies, their lots of family, and now they're expected to deliver very unbiased, objective policing services in their hometown. So, you know, communities the size of Grande Prairie, not an issue. right? But maybe smaller communities. And I think that's kind of where the genesis of some of this started. But I can tell you that's changing. We're seeing folks posted back to their home communities. Again, I think maybe that some of the larger communities, or certainly in the area of their communities, I know I can think of a couple detachment commanders offhand that are currently running the detachments in their home communities, right? And that's a great thing, right? Because they know the community, they've got the connections there, but now they're a senior police leader, and I'll say the maturity is at a different level perhaps as well too, and they have a role a leadership role to play there too. So I hope that's helpful.
Well, and I guess for me, I think about, dating myself, but 20, 30 years ago, when your parents spoke to you about being an RCMP or fireman, it was a glorified job. It was something people wanted to do. And HR wasn't a normal line item in most businesses. And now HR is a very big component of this. And, in a world where people want to live, work, and play, the thought of them going to Depot in Saskatchewan for 6 months and then getting placed in not their own community, I think is really hurting the RCMP's overall recruitment. And it's a huge concern for me. So I feel like there's a big part of it until that's addressed. I don't know if you guys are going to get the numbers you're hoping to get. And that's a huge concern for us because we need bodies. And when some of the reports we've had were thousands of bodies short in the country as an entirety. And so why would, when you guys are picking places to go, we don't even know we're on the list, whether we get those next 4 or 5 or 6. And so it's a huge concern for me about moving forward. And in the conversations we've had with municipal police forces, they've been able to keep people longer. They've been able to keep people as longer serving members. And I think that's a really big attribution back to that they can live where they want to live, work where they want to work, and integrate in the community and have a quality of life. Because it's a hard job that you folks do, to have a quality of life outside of what you work and have a work-life balance. So just a comment for me, and it's a very big concern for me, that I think we're missing a massive part of our regional market, because those kids the quality of life now isn't to fly to Depot and hang out there and then end up in Worsley. They want to end up where they came from. So I really am concerned that the RCMP needs to pivot a little bit quicker than they have.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, communities like ours are suffering from that. So just a comment for
you. Yeah, no, I thank you for the comment. Your point's well taken. I think, as I said earlier, I think we're getting better at that. Absolutely getting better at that. And appreciate that.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the term of the contracts, because there's been mention today from a few delegations about, hey, you don't have a cost for that. And so I've noticed that said with specialized services, it's been said with officers that are on special leave for mental wellness. It hasn't been said today, but it's been mentioned in other conversations about IT, HR. And my understanding of how it works is we don't necessarily have a direct cost of what happens in Grande Prairie, but kind of the cost of those things are added up across the province, divided by the number of members, multiplied by how many we have. So we might not have a direct cost of what happens in Grande Prairie. And if an unusual event happens in Grande Prairie, sure, we don't have more. But if an unusual event happens in Sexsmith or Red Deer or Cold Lake, then we also do have a cost in that. If I'm understanding right, though, with the one notable exception of legal things and civil litigation. Am I understanding it correctly?
I could probably give you an answer, but I know Ms. Sahasrabudhe can give you a more concise answer. So,
you a question for her.
Over to her.
I think that was a challenge to not talk so long. So thanks for the question. Yeah. So within the contract that you have, there's different sort of categories of costs that are directly billable to you. So those are the normal running of your police service, HR, overtime, your vehicles, local equipment like computers, that kind of thing, radios. Then there is the non-billable. And non-billable has a few different areas. Non-billable is really, I actually should back up. There's things that you don't pay for directly. So things that come to you that you benefit from as the provincial police service, you don't pay for. So we talked about the OCC. There isn't a bill indirectly for that. Major crimes, our ERT team. We have other specialized services like our STOW team. So that's public order teams, things like that. You don't pay for any of those. Those we don't charge back to municipalities who have contracts with the RCMP. So Grande Prairie being one of those. So there's those costs that you're not contributing to. Then there's costs that are captured in div administration. And I think div administration is really probably what you were talking about. So div administration are costs that are, they're really the administration of the function of the RCMP, and they're services that are shared across our business lines. We have federal business line, provincial business line, municipal business line, and First Nations policing. And so we have an HR department who would support all of those business lines. So I guess in short order, how I can speak to that is they take the costs of all of those services, they pool them all together, and then they divide them by the number of resources across all of the business lines. So if we have 3,500 employees here in Alberta, then that would be divided by Alberta. Also part of that charge, though, is healthcare costs. So when we have members going on special leave because of being ill, those are charged directly to your municipality for the first 30 days. On day 31, they move over to the div administration cost center, and then that's part of forming that pool. So we take the number of people that are out of the workforce because of being on special leave. We take that number out, add the costs of all that, and then divide it amongst the members. So that's the div admin charge, that you're paying a portion of those services. They're called consolidated services. I should add those are often HR functions. So whether it's our wellness programs, that's our staffing programs, training is part of that. You do pay for training travel, but you don't necessarily pay for the training. That would include informatics, which is our IT and information management section. That would include strategy, business planning, finance, procurement, those kinds of things would all be part of that.
And thanks for that. When it comes to IT, I've got to imagine on a per member basis, it's a lot more cost effective to deliver IT to an urban detachment with 100 people than a rural detachment with 4 people. Is there any recognition in the way things are charged that it's more cost effective for that here in Grande Prairie?
I wouldn't say that there's recognition for that so much as, the RCMP, when we enter into contracts to procure items, and a lot of our IT through that, we certainly do realize the benefits that economies of scale. So we're not buying 50 or 100 computers, we're buying 25,000 computers, right? So we're entering into contracts and then realizing the benefit of that volume purchase.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to jump in on that vein before I go to the next person in the queue. I wanted to clarify that the province can direct recovery from the municipality if they so choose to, correct?
I'm not entirely.
So when services are implemented in the municipality, it's up to the province whether or not they bill the municipality for those special services.
So for the specialized services, I think that would be, that's outside of what my...
Right, because the province
that would have
pays
to
for
be
provincial
discussed
policing,
and
not the
negotiated.
those special services, not the RCMP.
I was just going to say they do. I do want to acknowledge the cost share, though, for those services with the provincial police service, which is 70% the province is paying for, and 30% that Public Safety Canada is paying for. So the government of Canada. So like you, the province is in a contract with the government of Canada.
Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So one of the things that keeps coming up is the City Council is, why are we doing this? We addressed the taxes issue in the morning, so the financial portion. And then you guys are here around safety. And I feel safe in our communities, but one of the things that concerns me is we're trying to recruit doctors and different professionals to the area, is those Maclean's magazines. And I haven't seen their ratings in the last 2 years, but in 2016, they ranked Grande Prairie as the most dangerous city in Canada. 2017, we were 12. 2018, we were number 14. 2019, we were number 9, and it improved to Canada's 23rd most dangerous place in 2020. So when these reports keep coming out, we have a duty to the city to explore options on how we can reduce that embarrassment, not in service, don't get me wrong, but in this ranking in this magazine. And I haven't been able to find an apples to apples comparison from Maclean's magazine in 21 or 22. The only ones I can find are those 5 years that I gave examples of. But that's why we have to do this evaluation, is so that when we are trying to attract professionals to our city and for our citizens, they need to feel safe. I feel safe. But if there's a doctor in Toronto that's exploring coming here and Google's Grande Prairie, you know, this is one of the things that comes up. So we have to evaluate it. Superintendent Brockman and I discussed this, or touched on it a little bit on Saturday, but for the public forum, can you elaborate on that?
You know, what I would probably talk about in response to your question, Councillor, is our approach that we've adopted here in the last year and a half. We've created a community safety and well-being branch. Emanates from our district, our division headquarters, but it's all about crime reduction strategies. It's about focusing on priority offenders. We know that a few people cause the most amount of harm or grief in our communities, but what are we doing about that, right? And enforcement is only one response to that, I would say, right? We need to wrap ourselves, when I say we, as communities, including the police, we need to wrap ourselves around those individuals, and we need to get them out of that vicious cycle of offending incarceration, right? So that's an approach that we've undertaken here in K Division, and our focus is probably, when you look across the country, one of the strongest in that particular area. Certainly within the RCMP, I would say. So it's about building crime reduction strategies. It's about focusing on priority offenders and getting them into the right services and getting them out, breaking that cycle of crime and offending. It also has a strong focus on data. How are we using data? We have a program called Data to Action. And because we all think we might know who these folks are that are causing the most amount of grief in our communities, but probably most of us would be surprised to what the data tells us, right? So from our headquarters, we share with all our detachments across the province that data, advising them, showing them, telling them where that focus should be. We provide, that support in that context. We ask that they're engaging with community agencies, working together. You're doing a lot of that in Grande Prairie. With your focus on mental health, with your RPAC teams, your mobile outreach teams. Those are great initiatives, right? The Integrated Offender Management Program is a provincial program at the RCMP, our front and center in, and we've taken that program with the province and we've moved it out to many of our communities. And Lee, Lee's just starting down that road here in Grande Prairie, so I know he's looking forward to that engagement there. Lee, I don't know if you want to comment on that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. In addition to the integrated offender management that the commanding officer is mentioning, we also, talking about being intelligence-led and data-driven, we've also leveraged the skills of our 2 in-house analysts as well to develop a kind of a data-led program to identify our by number the top offenders as well as the hotspot areas within the city, so that we can accurately deploy resources, specifically our crime reduction unit focuses in our general duty initiatives as well. So within that, I mean, crime reduction is one of our priorities and has been for a while now. So that really comes down to identifying those top offenders, that small percentage that creates a disproportionate amount of crime, identifying them not just by who we think, but putting numbers to them and who we know. So data to action, the priority target initiative locally, things like that, to really, and then not just using enforcement, but really connecting to wraparound supports and services to further that more.
Great, and thanks, gentlemen. So again, this process, although some people may only feel it's been the last week to 10 days, it goes back about 2 years. And so I just want people to understand and respect that after 5 straight years of being on this list, we would not be doing our civic duty if we did not explore options. So again, my compliments to you guys. I think you're doing great. I feel safe in my community. But as we try to attract different professions to our community, we have to be proactive.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. And, you know, it's encouraging to see that you are dropping on that list of crime severity, right? And, you know, that's obviously very, very encouraging. We know that these changes are not going to happen overnight. They're not going to necessarily happen from year to year. These things take time to see that progressive change and the positive impact that these types of programs are having in your communities. It's not a quick fix. You know, we're in it for the long term, for the long game, but we also need some short games as well too.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen.
Councillor Bosch.
Holy, I had a question way back then, and then you guys keep talking, and I get more.
We can stop.
So now I'm going to switch questions. So a comment that you had said really stuck with me, and you had said RCMP services like no other. I appreciate that. But I question the municipalities that have been hosting the municipal forces for, 50 years, 100 years, whatever. Can you say there's a difference between you and the service that a municipal police force provides?
In what context,
That's what my question is to you, because you said RCMP services like no other. And I'm curious because 80% of the population base in Canada and Alberta is policed municipally or provincially, and I would say they beg to differ, that they are as equal as the RCMP. So I'm just curious what you meant by that.
Well, I can give you a number of ways that we're different, and that things that we provide as a service that others don't, as a national police service, as a provincial and a municipal police service. So we have that interoperability amongst our resources. When you have a major event in a community, if your sawmill catches fire, for example, like it did years ago, or if there's another unfortunate event or a natural disaster in a community or an area, we bring critical mass resources to those types of situations. We're also seamless in the I'll say the gathering and transfer and use of intelligence, right? We talk about being intelligence-led as a policing service at all levels, and in many policing entities, RCMP, again, municipal, provincial, national, that seamless flow of intelligence is very important in keeping Canadians safe as well across the country. I talked about the community safety well-being branch. That's something that our folks in this division are leading the way on, and again, it's paying positive dividends and has positive impacts in our communities. Areas like the specialized services, surveillance teams, analysts. Those are things that expertise, subject matter experts that develop their skills and assets from different postings across the country, sometimes across provinces and different jurisdictions as well too. So there's a number of I'll say things that contribute to the RCMP. I mean, we can talk more about the experience as well too in developing police officers, and just the different opportunities that our police officers have to become more well-rounded police officers as they progress and move on in their careers, because they've had different experiences. They might have policed in federal policing, they might have policed in provincial or municipal policing, Indigenous policing, and they have those experiences that they bring, and they continue to develop into who they are as police leaders as they go.
no disrespect to that answer, but I do have a belief system that a municipal police force, Edmonton, Toronto, I don't care who it is, has significant qualities as well. That many that are the same of that you spoke of the RCMP. So for me, I don't think that one is a higher quality than the other, because I think you all have your training that is provincially or in our case would be provincially mandated. And we've been learning about that through this process that, the Calgary Police Service is no better trained, but no worse trained.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I wasn't making that comparison when I said like no other. There's not another national police service that gives the experiences that some of our folks get, right? And
movement-wise,
great.
Sure.
Municipal police services, great partners, absolutely.
And you collaborate continually, correct?
Very frequently, absolutely. Great relationships across the province with our municipal partners, with our Indigenous police services as well, too.
Can I?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the follow-up to that is, I know I've talked to several people who have concerns about county, city policing. And right now, RCMP are municipal and RCMP are county under different contracts, correct? And they work together. There's, criminals don't have borders, right? Correct. So you work together. If for some reason we chose to move with the municipal force, that collaboration would still continue, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be our expectation, right? So if you move to a municipal service in the county of Grande Prairie and they'll be establishing a detachment out at Claremont in the near future, and that will be full of provincial resources. Yeah, absolutely. Our expectation is that they would work with a municipal service.
Thank you. I want that public because I think people just presume that people stop at borders and criminals don't. Thank you.
Absolutely. We work, in an integrated fashion with Edmonton, Calgary in many ways, and support. I'll say we support as a provincial police service. We support the smaller municipal police agencies in the province in many ways, including the Indigenous police services as well.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Well, I'm going to celebrate. I had about 5 of my questions answered by you already without having to ring in. I pulled out, but anyhow, I want to just bring up a question that I asked earlier today. In 2032, when our contract ends with the province, is there any indication on what is going to happen?
Nothing that I'm aware of. Right, as I mentioned earlier, I haven't been part of any conversations indicating that public safety is getting out of contract policing. They are getting feedback from contract partners across the province. I don't know what the next steps are after that.
Okay, so about 6+ years ago, the city council and administration implemented a lean process with the city. And it's really changed the culture of the employees and staff and administration. We're looking for cost-effective processes, review contracts, work processes, explore ways of doing things better and changing the culture that we had. So this is part of the process. And I just want to share that Mr. King and Mr. Brockman have been very good at giving us information when we ask for it in a very timely manner, and that's much appreciated. So thank you and thank them.
Thank you for passing that on.
I just going to jump in the queue here before Councillor Bosch. A couple of comments in regards to timing of this conversation. Back in 2018, when I think 5 of us were around the table still then, the conversation became inevitable that RCMP were transitioning to a unionized force. And so council of the day, with that in consideration, as well as the fact that the current contract ends in 2032 without confirmation of what a renewal date looks like, council of the day started to have discussions of, we need to have it on our radar to consider municipal force, because that was prior to the province having conversations about a provincial police force. So we were having these discussions in 2018. During those years, council year after year would hear that safety was a priority in our community, and we've always had a really strong working relationship with the detachment here, as well as with K Division. We've had multiple years of conversation, and one thing that seems to continue is that we can't seem to get below the provincial and national average in crime severity. We've added new members. We've strengthened the administrative team so that more members can be in the street, and with more members, sometimes means more crimes are reported, right? So we knew that we saw over time that the number of crimes were actually reducing. However, the crime severity wasn't reducing. And so the RCMP have always been our service model. And so tell me how you think in continuing with an RCMP model, you're going to be able to change that, because we know statistically less crime is happening in our community, but the severity isn't decreasing, and many members of our community still don't feel safe. So tell me, what kind of actual plans can you implement to help us on those sort of statistics?
Yeah, and as we were discussing earlier, I think the focus on priority offenders is exactly what you're talking about. When you're talking about severity of crime, oftentimes we see offenders, committing a lot of, I'll say, low risk, high volume types of offenses. But the people that we, need to focus on first are those that are committing the high risk, low volume offenses. And I think that's, Mayor, exactly what you're talking about, are those priority offenders. And sure. The Integrated Offender Management Program, our Community Safety Wellbeing Branch, with that support from division headquarters is exactly what you need in this community, right? You need that data to say who these people are. And as Lee mentioned, we need to know where the crimes are happening, the hotspots, and who's committing them. And that really needs to be the focus going forward. As I said earlier, the CSI is not going to change overnight, but it's going to take a little bit of time. That's a little bit of that long game that we talk about. But I think that really needs to be the focus moving forward. The other issue that is very, I'll say, very relevant and I'll say topical right now is bail. Mm-hmm. We talk with our communities across the province, and we hear on a regular basis about catch and release. Mm-hmm. You know what? And right now, there's, in fact, the RCMP were at a parliamentary committee today talking about bail reform, and communicating that way and advocating for changes to the current legislation. You folks will tell us, our communities across the province will tell us and give us examples of offenders that are arrested one day and arrested the next day again and released again. And, it's a serious issue. There is room to tighten up on bail. And, don't get me wrong, everybody doesn't need to go to jail. But enforcement still needs to be, we want to wrap around, we want to get at root causes and help with social issues over here. Enforcement is necessary in some cases, absolutely, right? You look at our jails, we've got folks in there that shouldn't be in jail, but we've got folks in there that need to be in jail as well. Those are different people that we're talking about. So that focus, that direction is very important. We're working with the provincial Crown prosecutors, and we're working with them to ensure that, when our files go into the system and to them, that they've got a strong lens and strong focus on exactly what that offender needs and exactly what the community needs in the case of that particular offender. So that's important, an important approach, I would say, as we go forward. And, we'll continue to work with local Crown. We could also talk about, some of those gaps or some of those backlogs in the system. When offenders are in court and, courtrooms are triple booked, for example, right? So there's offenders at the end of the day, if they wait it out, nothing happens. Away they go, because there's no court time for them. There's no capacity to drive that in our system. So that needs some work as well too.
For sure.
And we're looking for ways to support that as police agencies in the province.
We agree, and council met with the chief Crown prosecutor last week, and we talked about exactly that. The province has announced that they're putting $1 million into our local courthouse for capital investment, and so we're optimistic that we'll see some gains in regards to that court system for sure. I got 2 more people in the queue, and then I'm going to move on to the next delegation. Councillor Bosch and then Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor. So similarly to what Mayor Clayton was talking about, I guess my concern is we're always talking about potential plans. We're always talking about studies, but we get caught in that hamster wheel and it just stays there. And it's years now that we're in that wheel. And where is that nimble piece that we're looking for our community to actually get some things in movement? You know, you're talking about dealing with potential offenders that need outreach services or wraparound services. Right. Yeah, that's all the great and the right direction. But here we are just spinning our wheels like year after year in this huge bureaucracy, but we want action now for our community.
And so what are you looking for from the police in that context?
I want these changes that you want, but I want them to happen now, not 3 years from now or 6 years from now or the past 6 years that they've been asking.
Right. So I'm not sure. Like the police have a specific role, right? Yeah. You understand our role, but you know there are community aspects to that as well too in the context of resources and available. You know, whether it's treatment programs or mental health programs, those kinds of things, right? So from the policing side of it, you know, for example, we've had police and crisis teams with you out of your detachment for a number of years now, right? And you know, there's a need to expand that, I will say. We just recently, you know, put Grande Prairie, the city of Grande Prairie forward for a new initiative. It'll be a pilot initiative in the context of pairing a police officer with a paramedic and responding to calls, you know, in the context of addictions and health-related calls for service that our police officers go to. So what is the right response at the right time, right? So we're moving ahead with those things, right? But it's not just a police-only initiative, right?
Agreed. It's just... Yeah. I feel that we keep talking about the same thing over and over, and that nimbleness to address the problems. You know, it might be the problem of the year and change to a different problem once that's addressed. You know, that ebb and flow, it will always be there with criminal activity. But I would like to see RCMP and organizations, like we are working with the Mobile Outreach Team and you, and the PSU team and you. Those are great initiatives.
Absolutely.
But those were brought forward by the city, and they need to be in conjunction with the RCMP more, right? Like we brought them towards you, but I want the machine to give you the ability to do stuff like that here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're there and available to do that. Bring us into those 100%. I initially thought when I heard of the mobile outreach program that we were part of that. We're certainly supporting it, and it's impacting us in that, you know, our officers don't have to go to those I'll say again, those lower risk, high volume type of calls, right? But absolutely, you know, when we create the community safety and well-being branch, you're talking about exactly what we've created and the focus and the vision that we have going forward to be able to support our communities. And in particular, more vulnerable populations in our communities with, you know, the work around social agencies. You know, when communities can come together and all sit at the same table and, you know, put up their hand saying, I can do this. Excuse me. I can do that. I can also knock the mic over. But,
my kind of party.
But that's real collaboration, quite frankly, and that's exactly where we need to be. My focus since I came in as a commanding officer has been on exactly that and community engagement, building those relationships with our community, developing that collaboration with community leaders, community agencies, and that's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing today.
Why do you think that is being looked at now, or since you've been, you know, here, and hasn't been looked at predominantly in the last few years?
Well, a lot of it's around resources, and a lot of it's around understanding as well too. People, communities, and agencies, including the police, need to understand. You know, we've been doing enforcement for how many decades, thinking that's the answer, right? I said earlier, that's part of the answer. Absolutely, enforcement needs to be there. But have we made, as a policing community and communities, have we made advancements that way simply by doing that? We haven't, honestly. I think that's exactly what you're talking about. Now we have to, everybody needs to recognize we need to work better together to make this happen. And we need resources to happen. It's not one agency, one entity. It's a collaborative approach.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I've heard some talk about how the RCMP isn't nimble. I remember 10 years ago when I served my first year on council, we had the RCMP come in for budget and sheepishly asked us for one police officer on top of the 78 we already had. And we understood at the time, or at least the existing council understood at the time, that we were underserviced in our RCMP. And part of that was the RCMP not asking for enough support. And part of that was when they did ask, previous councils at times said no to the recruits that they needed to bring in. So we were stuck at this low level. So we added 12 positions, and our superintendent that day, he looked like he had a baby in his chair. He's like, I didn't come for this. I wanted one, I got 12. And he was really, really happy. So I think the RCMP showed there, because we got those 12 bodies, 10 of the 12 over the course of the year, and they were actually serving in Grande Prairie. So when we said, hey, we want this, we're going to pay for it, the RCMP responded with trained recruits that came over and helped us out. The other thing that I keep hearing over here is the crime severity index. And what I also learned on year one was that that's the biggest hogwash, piece of stats I've ever seen in my life. And I'm sorry, when a murder counts the same as a B&E or mischief charge, the 1-to-1-to-1-to-1 ratio on the way that McLean's counts it, for me, I look at our top 5 and I look at the issues that Grande Prairie faces. These are the concerns from our residents. Top 5, mischief, property damage, B&E, drugs, assault, and theft under 5,000. That's pretty much what our RCMP responded to, most of the calls and most of the complaints last year. That's our top 5 in Grande Prairie. I don't see murder. I don't see rape. I don't see assault causing bodily damage. I don't see any of that. But there is a perception that the community isn't safe at times from members of our community, and that's part of why we're in this process right now. So I was really encouraged to hear Sergeant King's plans as far as bringing together diversity teams, starting a committee, proactive patrols, enhanced service delivery, innovation like the crime capture program, stuff like that they're bringing in based off of the conversations council has had with the RCMP. Still, there's this overarching theme of these small issues that make people feel less safe. So I'll ask you, Captain Zablocki, what is the RCMP going to do to respond locally to the concern over petty crimes, drugs, and call response times? Now, I know our call responses are getting better, but sometimes people make a call and they still feel like it's going to be 2 hours before they actually see flashing lights outside their door. So how do you propose to answer those calls for service better?
So on the response times, part of your question here, yeah. So that's something we've had to focus on for a while because we're hearing that from our community. So we had our analysts dig into that, and we can give you your data for your community and tell you exactly what your number is, right? So if Superintendent Brockman hasn't done that already, that's something we can get if you're interested in that, and we'll certainly work that up for you. But of course, with finite resources working, you prioritize calls, right? So priority 1s and priority 2s versus the lesser priorities, the 3s and 4s, right? 1s and 2s, that's what you need to look at when you look at call response. Your priority calls, right? And not them all together, because maybe a 3 and a 4 doesn't need an in-person response. Maybe it's a phone call, right? So we've established as well in the province under the provincial policing stream a callback unit where our police officers, and these may be police officers that have duty restrictions for different reasons, right? So can't be out on the street, or working on a shift, that kind of thing, directly in our communities. But they're trained police officers. They can have a conversation over the phone, or be communicating with a caller, with someone that might be a victim of a mischief or something like that. Again, the lower risk type of calls, and typically higher volume type of calls. The types of crime you identified, those 5 types, I'm not surprised to hear those from this community and a community of your size. You could look at probably at a Red Deer, and you can look at a number of other similar communities, and you'll likely see the same 5. So that you have that in common. The CSI, I know there's you sometimes need to look at those numbers with a critical eye. That's very true, and of course, when it gets ranked and publicized, then everybody's concerned that this is an impact on their community, and I get it. It absolutely can be. But I mean, there are other factors that I think communities need to look at around the context of their safety. And you mentioned one. How do people feel? Do they feel safe in their communities? That's a big factor. In fact, that's probably the most important, quite frankly. Crime could be very low in your community, but if people don't feel safe, then we as police and community, other agencies and communities, we need to do more work until they are feeling safe and they're comfortable living in their communities.
So is that education? Is that outreach? Is that just driving around the block until the major call comes through?
Absolutely. That's, you know what, that's engagement and that's visibility, 100%. And that's building relationships and having that as the foundation of your policing service and the foundation of your approach to community safety in your community. That's exactly what it is. It's that engagement, right? With the technology out there, sometimes that personal engagement becomes a little bit more challenging, right? So we've got police services have laptops in their cars and phones and different ways of, texting and whatever else, but we're getting away from that personal one-on-one contact sometimes in a way that perhaps in days gone by had a lot of value in it, right? An actual conversation. And so when you say foot patrols and getting out and about, we're getting back to that. Absolutely getting back to that.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your answer.
Just wanted to clarify something, Mr. Zablocki. Are murders and thefts weighted the same thing in the crime severity index?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Toole.
I'm feeling pretty lucky. I was told there was only going to be 2, and now I'm in. So I got a couple of concerns that disappointed me at the time. One was about 4 years ago, maybe a little longer, we asked if we could put body cams on the officers in Grande Prairie. The reason was we wanted to protect the citizens and we also wanted to protect our officers here. We were told after a long, lengthy period that we weren't allowed to do that. It didn't meet national policy. I can't remember the details, but just this week in Grande Prairie, they allowed body cams and the first officers were to wear them. And I appreciate that, I really do. Another concern, last year we had a really bad group of people, I guess, stealing bikes. Some of them were just cheap ones and some of them were, near the $10,000 mark. And we brought it up and we were told that it wasn't part of the national policy to investigate that. We got other priorities. So this is what I've been told, and I just want to know if you could comment on that.
I would be very happy to comment on that. So, 4 years ago, you were looking for body cameras. I would suggest probably the concern around, at that time was, would this have to be a national or an enterprise approach across the organization? So there are many things that we can undertake to pilot, and we've talked about some of them tonight. Many things that we can engage in technology-wise, and we can do that right in our division here, right in Alberta, and support you and the other municipal contracts across the province in doing some of those things. I would say, since that time, since 4 years ago, that's kind of where we're at now as far as having that more, I'll say, independent approach to do some of these things. Something like body cameras, yes, everything that's involved with that, with the digital evidence management and all the very stringent policies that go with that. I can tell you that for this current rollout and engagement around body cameras, we've gone to countries across the world to look at how it's working in other countries. And we brought back lessons learned. We've also, of course, engaged with communities in Alberta that currently have it as well too. So there's been a lot of work and effort into that, and that's why it's taken some time to get to where we're at today. That initiative started 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And like you said, we've identified, selected Grande Prairie as one of the locations to roll out, one of 3 locations to roll out in the province. So, and that's happening, in the immediate days to come. But I'd say that's an example of, a potential initiative that really takes a lot of capacity to develop, right? Especially when you're looking at it in an enterprise fashion. And we need to, right? Just around the risk and the liability that's attached to that type of a project, that type of an endeavor, is very significant, right? We can't be recording, body camera, footage in certain situations, right? Our folks, and the training and so on and so forth. So, I'll stop there in response to that part of your question, Councillor. The stealing bikes, I scratch my head on that one because that doesn't make sense in the context of a national.
From what I was told, it wasn't high on the priority for the national policing.
So, and let me talk about that national connection, right? So, here in Grande Prairie in Alberta, more specifically, in your community, you have an annual priority planning process. And I think council and mayor recently engaged in that with your superintendent here. And so that you are developing the priorities for your community, the policing priorities. They're policing priorities, but they're your priorities. And your chief of police and your commanding officer for the division are there to help you support, to action and implement those priorities. But they belong to you. They belong to the community. And that's important to recognize. We do the same thing at the provincial level as well. With the provincial minister, we develop provincial policing priorities, and the minister signs off them at the end of the day. We consult and engage with RMA and with Alberta Munis and our communities, and our Indigenous communities across the province as well too, and build those provincial priorities. Nationally, there are priorities as well. That's not the big focus for us right now, right? Our focusing Grande Prairie is on your priorities. If thefts from garages or B&Es is an issue in Grande Prairie, you can be assured that your detachment commander and your folks are working on that.
So I want to thank you for coming today. I really appreciate, first and foremost, as you mentioned early on, the continued support that you'll give us, our community, regardless of the decision here tonight. I also appreciate over the years the continued support and open conversations that we've had. So thank you for that. Before I move on to the next delegation, I've been advised that it's extremely warm in here. And so we are going to take a 15-minute health and safety break for people to get some cold air because it's 26 degrees in here right now. And it's probably not great for anybody's mental health for us to be trapped up in this heat. So please take a 15 minutes break. We will come back and continue with delegations. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting of March 6th. I appreciate your patience as we took a slight break. It is almost 30 degrees in here and minus 36 outside, so we're not quite sure why, but we're enjoying our time and trying to be conscious of people's comfort so we took a break. We are, if you're following along with our agenda online, we are on item 15.7. We're in the delegation business of tonight's agenda. As previously mentioned, we encourage people to come speak to council. We appreciate it. There is a process, and the people that are on the agenda today followed the process, so I appreciate that. Next is Mr. Keith Redl. Is that correct?
Sure.
Right, you can correct me. I apologize for that. So please, sir, take about 5 minutes of a presentation time. Council will then ask questions if they have any, and that will be it. But if you could introduce yourself for those who may be watching online. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to read my presentation so I don't digress.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I will.
Okay, perfect.
And I'll try not to read too fast, but I haven't done this for about 10 years now. So, my name is Keith Redl, a retired police officer after 32 years of service. I had postings in 4 different provinces and 11 different communities. Those postings included Sergeant in charge of Valley View Detachment and Staff Sergeant in charge of Drumheller Detachment. While in Drumheller, I became a master instructor for public and police officer safety training. From Drumheller, I became a district advisory NCO, supervising and mentoring 9 detachment commanders. I then received my Queen's Commission to be the officer in charge of Fort St. John Detachment, where I was a member of the BC Association of Chiefs of Police and a senior manager for the city's management team, attending all council meetings. From Fort St. John, I then went to our headquarters in Ottawa, where I was a senior manager of the RCMP's evaluation unit. I traveled from coast to coast, conducting and overseeing evaluations of RCMP programs, policies, and procedures. This included an evaluation of the transition from Moncton City Police to the Kodiak RCMP detachment. From there, I finished my career in charge of operations for the Prince George Detachment. And just for Council's clarification, there is a significant difference between an Alberta Peace Officer, Alberta Sheriff, and a police officer at a city or rural detachment. Although I take issue with large portions of the Police Transition Report and Police Service Model Review, I'll only touch on a few. First, your committee's perception of community engagement. I think you've seen from the numerous emails you've all received, the citizens of Grande Prairie, including myself, do not feel you have done anything close to proper community engagement or consultation. From what I see in the provincial media, neither do they. Your report summarized what little engagement you did do by stating the current police are viewed as positive. So rather than making the minor improvements that were suggested, you are going to go against the citizens of Grande Prairie want and start a municipal police service. Second, in the environmental scan, the report shows Grande Prairie's crime severity index is one of the highest and the incident rate is the highest in the province. Your proposed police service will have less police officers to respond to crime, but try to justify that by augmenting them with Alberta peace officers who will deal with minor offenses, yet the CSI shows we have more serious crimes. The environmental scan completely ignored the fact that Grande Prairie is part of a much bigger picture of traveling criminals. Grande Prairie is part of, for the lack of a better term, a crime corridor between Prince George, Fort St. John, and Grande Prairie. There are a significant number of criminals and gang members traveling between these cities, stealing, controlling the drug trade, and committing violent crimes that largely go unreported. I personally had a large trailer with over $20,000 in tools stolen. The trailer was found empty near Dawson Creek. The Grande Prairie Municipal Police Service will be operated in a silo rather than having a free flow of information between the detachments on this corridor. And although they will work in concert with Grande Prairie Municipal Police Service, there isn't a free flow of information. The city, by its own choice in previous years, has ignored their opportunity to form a police advisory board, but has finally done so recently. Council did have the choice to form a policing committee, but chose not to. Oversight or governance, which seems to be highlighted more than once in the report, seems to be an issue now, but until the report was written, wasn't. Had oversight been a real concern, an advisory board or policing committee would have been established a long time ago. New legislation, however, will require you to form a policing committee which has oversight. This is essentially by the same as a police commission for municipal police service. The policing committee should satisfy the majority of council's concerns without the enormous cost of forming a police service. Currently, there are 104 police officers, 44 being general duty constables. The general duty constables are the ones patrolling the streets and answering calls. Despite having one of the highest crime and violent crime rates and crime severity index, you propose to reduce the number of total police officers to 100 and reduce the number of general duty constables by almost 30% to 32, with an increase in supervisory positions. The need to transition from one RCMP superintendent and one inspector to a chief, 2 superintendents, and 3 inspectors really highlights the additional administrative tasks that will need to be taken on at a very high cost that are currently provided at no additional cost by the RCMP as part of the municipal contract. I strongly question the decision to move from the RCMP's current system that has 4 watches of 11 constables to 4 watches of 8. Currently, the RCMP's risk assessment has determined that 7 constables on duty at a time is a minimum to safely provide an adequate and safe policing service to the citizens of Grande Prairie. Should circumstances drop the number of constables on duty below 7, one is called in on overtime to maintain that level. The proposed watches of 8 constables mean the best case scenario of the municipal police service is only 1 member than the worst case scenario under the RCMP. One severe miscalculation that people with a lack of experience or expertise in policing communities makes is not taking into consideration annual leave, training, sick leave, and parental leave. Police officers will get between 4 and 5 weeks holidays annually depending on the length of service. That means from vacation alone, your 32 general duty constables will be vacant 144 weeks each year, or nearly 3 full positions. Each watch will have 2 corporals, a sergeant, and a sergeant. Whenever one of these ranks goes on leave, someone below bumps up in an acting position. These ranks tend to have more service, so 5 weeks holidays each. That's another 20 weeks each watch will be short a constable. It's also been identified that a Grande Prairie Municipal Police Service would have its own emergency response team made up of officers within the service. Teams are 10 to 12 members, and if they are trained to the same level as the RCMP, need to train 40 hours each month. Even if we only take 1 member from each watch and the rest of the team is comprised of members from the support units, that's another 12 weeks per year each watch will be short a member. Essentially, each watch of 8 will be down to 5, maybe 6 constables at best, pretty much every day of the year. Think about your response times then. This doesn't even include any long-term parental leave, sick leave, or any training. The members won't be safe, and neither will your community. You state you will use EPS salaries. A senior constable with EPS makes $115,825. A senior constable with the RCMP makes $106,576. Less than 10% the feds pay brings it down to $95,919. That's about $2 million per year higher cost for your city force for constables alone. And that doesn't include benefits, overtime, equipment, training, police vehicles, administration, and the huge increase in positions you propose. And it will be closer to $5 or $6 million per year your municipal police force is going to cost us taxpayers. Recruiting will be a near impossibility. Alberta has announced they will be hiring 245 new sheriffs. BC has announced it will be hiring 250 more RCMP as the province knows the benefits of the RCMP and remains their provincial police service of choice. Surrey Police is the highest paid police service in Canada. They are hiring and have been at it for about a year and a half and still are only about 1/3 staffed. Victoria City Police are hiring and offering a $20,000 signing bonus, and it's arguably the nicest city in Canada and can't get applicants. You will have a police service with no police except senior management made up of members waiting to retire. In my professional opinion, drawing on a great deal of experience policing in Canada and the Peace Country in particular, you are being influenced by a biased, misleading, and sometimes inaccurate police transition report and police service model. The police service as you propose will cost us a great deal more than our current police service, and it will fail if you keep the police model and resources you're proposing.
you for your presentation. Will now open it up to council for questions, recognizing Councillor Bosch.
Thank you for that. That was a lot. You lost me in some of it because, you know, that is jargon that you're running through that I'd have to look at.
You're welcome to have a copy if you'd like.
That'd be great. I'm going to start with one that I'd like to ask you about the crime severity index that you brought up quite a bit. So
I brought it up because it was brought up throughout both reports.
Right. So my question to you is, taking COVID outside of that, because when everybody was locked away for one reason or another, that number did go down overall. It went down in 2020, 2021, and suspected in early 22 when those numbers come out. So outside of that, can you tell me why we are still higher nationally and provincially with the RCMP?
It's got nothing to do with the RCMP, and it will be even higher if you have a municipal police force the way you propose it.
What's it have to do with
Right now, there's
then?
a huge crime corridor between Prince George, Fort St. John, and Grande Prairie. And having a municipal police force operate in a silo is not going to drop your crime severity index. Maybe council should look at maybe adding another 12 members to the RCMP here and see your crime index go down. And that would be cheaper than what you're proposing with the community police force.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm a little curious about the validity of some of your numbers. For example, you said we have 104 officers and 44 general duty. We have never managed to get more than 97 officers in Grande Prairie, and that's the highest
Your
number
detachment
we
commander
have right
this evening said you were at 101 currently.
That's what our request is.
No, your request is 104. He said your current strength is 101.
When I talked to I don't want to argue with you about this, but when I talked to our commanding officer on Saturday, he told me we have 97 members, and they are his men and women, so I'm sure he knows how many he has.
He was here tonight and told you it was 101.
No, Mr.
Curtis
Zablocki
Zablocki
told us it was 101, not Lee Brockman. So, okay. Sorry, anything else? Councillor Blackmore? Thank you. All right, I see no one else in the queue. I thank you for coming tonight and appreciate your time. Our next delegation, just going to give us a couple minutes to get set up. Iamme Justice, if you want to come on up, take your time to get set up. Just as you get settled in, if you want to pull the microphone a little closer to you, that would be great. Okay. Okay. And once you're set up, just introduce yourself for those who may be watching online. Take 5 minutes for your presentation. And if you have things that you would like council to see, that page protector there puts items on our screen.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Oh. Interesting to hear yourself. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Iamme. That's how you pronounce it. I use they, them pronouns, please. And I'm super grateful to be here on Treaty 8 with all of you tonight and everyone who has come to join us. Just a citizen. I've got disabilities, and I am trying my absolute best to keep up with this conversation and all of the public engagement opportunities. I'm not really here to try and persuade, highlight a few pieces that from the very bottom of the structures that we have in place currently are not so clearly seen, and to kind of show that some things that we see from the ground are not always so clear from the top as well within these structures. So my hope is a cooperative engagement around these few pieces that hopefully won't take too much of your time, but will hopefully help those outside of the normal circles of participation, like myself, who usually can't make it into these rooms, or maybe just feels too overwhelmed by the massive amounts of information to even try and get in, something like that. And the, sorry, I lost my place.
No worries, take your time.
Yes, sorry, so around the process of decision making. So just trying to bring these highlights from that perspective. I do strongly believe, based on my own personal experience of following council for the last 3 years that I've been a community member in Grande Prairie, that no matter which way council votes tonight, I know all of your hearts are in the right places. Apologies for anything that may have already been touched on. I have really tried hard to inform myself adequately and prepare to not waste any of your time. This includes meetings with some members of council, Chris Manuel, coming out to all the public engagement opportunities that were given, and reading through all of the materials online that were also available. I did send my question sources and pieces that I wanted to focus on in advance to try and streamline my presentation a bit and to give everyone a bit of an outline. I was told that all councillors were in receiving end of that, but I know your day was crazy. Forgive me if I ask ignorant questions about politics, governance, and the lines between the city of Grande Prairie and the province of Alberta. It's very unfamiliar to me. If I do ask a very obvious question, it would be appreciated just in order to further the discussion if someone could just easily answer like yes, no, or just a quick, clear, respectful, without judgment. That would be really appreciated. And if at any point you want more info about me or my background or who I am in this community, please feel free to ask me. But for now, I'll just move on. So starting with my delegate sheet, is that what it's called?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, so as per my delegate sheet shows, I kind of have two major focus areas tonight, A and B, which I broke down. And if it wasn't super clear, the changes that I would like to see as a result of this meeting was just A and B be thought about before making a final decision. But before I get into A and B, however, like timing is a super eminent piece of this, and it will kind of guide how I walk through this. So one question that I have, but I have not yet found an answer to with the research I was able to complete up until today. And so, Mayor, if I may ask the council just a question about the March 31st cutoff outlined in the administrative report from February 21st, recommendation 2.
Sure. And sorry, what's your question in regards to the March 31st date?
What exactly is it that it's representing
March
a cutoff?
31st, 2032?
No, 2023.
Oh, the end of this month. Sorry, the month
Yeah,
we're currently in.
in the administrative report.
March 31st is our renewal date. So by March 31st, we either need to let the RCMP that we are renewing or that we're not. It's the end of our contract. So
Okay.
it's a renewal date for us.
So
contract policing is still available till 2032, but that's a renewal date for us, or choose to serve notice that we're not renewing.
Until March 31st of next year? No, sorry. If you choose not to do it this year, you have until March 31st again next year to...
No, it would be ending the contract.
The contract is ending.
Right.
The contract being the RCMP?
Yes. Yep, you bet.
Just Mayor?
Sure. Mr. O'Connor?
Just to clarify that, there's a 2-year notice that we have to give the RCMP nationally to get out of the contract.
So you're going to be giving them that notice before March 31st this year?
If we choose to go to a municipal police force.
And then in 2 years, the contract would be ended with that notice?
That's correct.
Okay, and if that notice is not given, is there the opportunity to end it next year?
There is an opportunity at the end of March of this year to extend the contract, if that's what you mean.
Oh, and you have to make a decision?
Right.
To either extend it with the RCMP
Exactly.
or cut it off?
Right.
Okay. So I guess with that, I will just go right into A, which is the education, training, and recruitment process that is outlined in the, one second.
So can I just help you for 1 sec? So item A and B, as you identified in your delegation form, are questions that probably council is going to ask of administration to. And so how our process works now, you come and talk to us about what you'd like to talk about, which is what you're doing currently. Then council may have questions for you. Then later in the meeting, we work with administration on questions, and then you will get some of your answers there. I mean, council may have may wish to address potentially item B in your delegation, where in regards to council first proposing the members of the commission, absolutely, that is council's opportunity as we establish the bylaws. If council moves to municipal police force, first we give notice to the province, we give notice to the RCMP, we establish our bylaws, and then we implement and work with the province to establish a police commission. So there's a process there. But in regards to the specifics of your delegation, if you want to expand on those questions, that'd be perfect right now. And then let council ask you questions in regards to the intent you're hoping to come from these questions. And then let us ask administration when we get to that part of the meeting.
Okay, that was a lot of information. I just need a second.
Sorry.
You did remind me that I had one more question before I moved into A and B, if it's okay to ask that. Okay. So the other question that I've sort of been floundering around through all of this public engagement and trying to get a clarity on was, what is the goal of council if they choose to go with municipal policing? Is there a clear one-liner? Is there a clear outline or vision statement around that? I have gotten some personal feedback from some councillors, but I wasn't sure if there was a collective kind of vision statement that you're all working
so
towards.
I can address that a little bit, and other councillors can jump in if they want to. Through the police service review, it was identified that there was an opportunity in a model that was locally with local oversight, local input, local management that would address the local needs for safety.
Local needs for safety.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. That does help. So I'm just going to put that goal aside for when we get to B, but I think I'm going to deal with A first and kind of present a little bit about what I was finding through both the PTR document that was online, as well as the, what was it, PSMR?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. So there was a letter from the government explaining the 9 point something million that they were going to be giving us, right? And when I looked into the government's, why would they do that for us? And reading through the letter, it says they have the same that same goal, improving public safety with the goal of ensuring that all Albertans are safe and secure in their communities. And they do see how the municipal level has a good position to decide how to improve safety in the community. And the Minister of Education, as well as the other minister one, Public Safety and Emergency Services, I was kind of looking through their onboarding letters from Danielle Smith and the goals that they outline as well. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, or if council has considered this as an opportunity, where the government seems to be supportive of our shift. One of their goals under Minister of Education is transforming Alberta's career education programming to be more responsive to the needs of our current and future workforce, while also highlighting the opportunities available through polytechnic education. And then, of course, a lot of their public safety goals seem to be in line with what you just said, like your kind of goal was. So do you think that there's an opportunity, if we were to delay this decision a little bit, to get more support from the government in funding our polytechnic to actually have on hand those recruitment training opportunities for people who are coming out of high school or moving here, so that we can have that hand in hand locked in as a base or something like that? Or can we use some of that money that they have given us so that we have an assurance that we have that training here locally? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. There's just a couple pieces there. So the money that is in the letter from Minister Ellis is coming from the Public Safety Ministry. So it's truly identified to support the first 3 years of transition, front-loaded into 2 years. The other part of your question in regards to collaboration with the local polytech. I can tell you that council does meet regularly, and we do collaborate and try to find opportunities for the region in supporting the polytech and their advocacy priorities, as well as finding opportunities for growing their campus and really aligning with what the needs are within industry. The conversation about offering a education that's in line with training of police members, I'm going to leave that question till we're at the administration portion.
Yeah. Is it the government who dictates what degree granting status Polytechnic has?
Sure. So the province does approve what Northwest Polytech would put forward.
Okay. So there's an opportunity for a solid relation there, but council doesn't have the I's dotted and the T's crossed on that yet.
Well, it's not really our input. We could talk to NWP and say, here's an opportunity. Mm-hmm. They could run the business case to me, see if it makes sense for them. Then they would go to the province to get approval.
Okay.
I just have Councillor Bosch in the queue who has a comment.
Hi, thank you for coming and taking the time to put the interest in this, in educating yourself. As far as I understand, in the report that we received, the University of Lethbridge is willing to be a collaborative partner in training for potential police force. It's a specialty type of training, so you can appreciate that you just can't open it up at NWP without some sort of plan. And whether or not the province will do that is outside our purview. But just so that you know, currently in that model, Lethbridge is willing to assist us in that programming.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I did hear the mention of Lethbridge. I also sat in a meeting where some community members expressed the need and importance of it being accessible, where students wouldn't have to leave home after to go to a whole different place, right? So just to highlight that again, and then also like in the PMSR 8.1.2, it's related on this. It says police officer recruitment will need to be addressed in detail through a police service transition plan. So I guess that's where I'm kind of seeing the timelines looking a little speedy. We don't have those details and those plans, perfectly executed right at this point. And that kind of leads me into some of the concerns as well for, So also under section 14 of the PTR, there was a few lines there. Alberta-specific police cadet training is anticipated to be delivered in Grande Prairie through an agreement with a post-secondary institution with a well-established and accredited police training curriculum. So that was where I was wondering. It says in Grande Prairie, though, through Lethbridge, but through our NWP.
So at Northwest Polytech, we do partner with other post-secondary institutions where it's their certification facilitated at our campus.
Cool. So I guess I would just encourage council to consider how much of that can we actually depend on before we move forward, because those are kind of one of the leg pieces that we're really trying to focus on here with the municipal police. I think I'm hearing from the community and from the council as we're talking about these things, to be able to keep Grande Prairie residents in Grande Prairie and to have that support. So just in that same sort of fashion on B, I saw a few lines in those two documents as well that made me kind of question the timing. And of course, I can't find it now. Where did it go?
And I wanted to clarify one thing. It's Lethbridge College, not Lethbridge University, just so you're aware.
Okay, thank you. Apparently I left some, maybe it's here. Here it is. Yeah, so then it comes to 8.2 around the governance and this police commission. So I guess here's a little bit of presentation from me. One of working with the RCMP as a local citizen on the level, I've literally had 50% absolutely terrible, disgusting interactions with them, and I've had 50% absolutely amazing, supportive, safe feeling. It's been really hit or miss. But one thing that does concern me about their structure is it's my understanding that when there's a complaint from a citizen about an interaction with an officer, that complaint goes directly up the RCMP line and stays within their own ability to deal with it. And I've noticed, not necessarily in GP, but with other observations about RCMP, that's such a bad system because it's almost like holding yourself accountable to yourself. So when we're talking about this police commission, I also feel like this is another one of those crucially foundational pieces to how we're going to hold ourselves accountable as we are working towards this shift in the municipal thing. And as I've said, like I do trust a lot of the people that I've worked with on here, and I know that Chris has put like a massive amount of heart behind this. And I do think that with a lot of the stats that have been kind of reiterated around, you know, our crime might get a little bit better, but it's still not really going along. This is a really crucial piece, and whose voices sit on that council, that scares me. So when I look at the PTR 1.9 with the high-level overview of the transition timeline, and then it's broken down even into quarters in 15.1. Oh, no. Sorry, 15.1 is more about the explanation of the process. 15.4 has the quarterlies. And so in 2023 quarter 2, which would be starting in April, it's basically like that membership is recruited. So like, how do we feel confident that A, that commission can be recruited by April, B, that commission can be completely unbiased and represent like so many of the voices of the people on the bottom. I mean, I just made a quick list and I got 20 different groups that need to be represented because Grande Prairie is so diverse. And all I've seen in the literature is at least 2 members have to be council and up to 12 in total. So do you guys have like a process, a plan, a dotted I's and crossed T's to make sure that that governing piece, which is so crucial to the outcome of everything that you put beneath it? And are you really taking the adequate time to serve the people like me who are at the bottom? Like, because that's what scares me. That's what makes me feel not safe, when people in decision-making positions don't have an understanding of like what it feels like to live on the streets, or to be in poverty, or to be struggling with XYZ. Multiple things that could be happening there. So I'm a little like just wanting to kind of not maybe persuade you in any direction, but ask you to consider, are you doing that due diligence with the timing that's being kind of like gifted in these pieces of recommendations versus how you're feeling about that commission and how that's going to work out? I do have one more thing, but does anyone want to?
Let us address that one first.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect. So I'll recognize Councillor Bresson, and then I have something to add to that as well. Go ahead.
Great. Well, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the coffee we had last week. I really appreciate your perspective on our community, so thank you. 2 things I wanted to hit there is, one, I do think a municipal service could maybe be more accountable than RCMP, but also want to be really fair to the RCMP and make it really clear that when there's a complaint against a RCMP officer, it's not just the RCMP that looks at it. If it's a serious and sensitive, then it goes to a provincial body called ACERT, and other complaints go up. They do go to the federal level, but it's the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, and it can be a really hard machine to understand, but personally I actually do have a lot of faith in complaints against RCMP members.
Oh, thank you for that clarification.
Just want to make sure we're being fair to them. And then talk about the commission thing. I think right there you've hit what is, in my opinion, the thing that is most critical to success if we form a municipal service. It's having really great community members put up their hands and say, yes, we'll join that commission. And my hope is, I know that it'll be a lot of work of council to recruit those members, but also I'm hoping that if we start a municipal force, whether residents wanted it or not, I hope that we'd all agree that we want it to be successful, and that the community will help elbow the fine people in our community and say, hey, you should put your hand up for this commission so that we can get great people on it, diverse people on it, and also you just can't have a 30-person commission, so it just won't represent everybody in the commission, but finding individuals that are good quality and really ready to listen to the community and help echo out space for those voices. So I think that's really insightful. You've identified the crucial thing, if we stand up one, in my opinion, is that commission.
Are you feeling good about doing that by April? Like of this, like a couple months? Because I think what I'm feeling is I'm just getting my head wrapped around this now. There's probably a lot of people out there with great vision, contribution, but are they going to be able to uplift their life in a month and a half to help out? Do you guys already have who you have in mind? Are you going to make that transparent to the public? Like, or is it?
I'll just add a bit. So as part of the conversation, once we're tonight, if council approves the transition to a municipal police force, as mentioned by Councillor Bressley, that will be job one. We will hire a third-party organization who will facilitate that. Council's expectation will be to go out and find appropriate people and recommend them to that third party organization who will vet them and sort of say, yeah, they fit the boxes you're looking for, that type of thing. Council hasn't had a lot of discussion yet because we've been focusing on this discussion. I can tell you early discussions were that there's a size variable that the commission can be. My personal thought would be that the commission to begin with should be relatively small, easier to institute into the organization, and then in turn, because they'll have a lot of work in the beginning, and then as you mentioned in Q3, they're already going to be, it's indicated in the transition plan that a police chief would be hired. So finding that right commission will be job one of this council, absolutely.
And you're feeling confident with the time frame?
I can tell you that if at any time it needs to take a little bit longer, we can take a little bit longer. We want to find the right people. That's the priority. Councillor Bressie, anything to add to that?
I just would say that I think we do have a community that steps up, and so I'm pretty confident we'll get good applicants, but absolutely no, we don't know who would be on that commission yet, because my opinion is we'd want to have an open mind and see who applied, and I'd be really worried if I thought right now council knew who would be on it before there was a chance for the community to actually apply and put their hands up saying who wants a chance at it.
Okay, thanks for considering that. The last little piece, sort of in the timing of things, is this letter from the government also says should the budget be approved, right? So it's not even like, hey, we've guaranteed 9.7 million, but it's if our budget. So when is the date for that?
Not our budget. So right now the provincial government is in what they call estimations, where they go take the ministry, they debate. It's an all-party conversation where opposition members as well as party members question the numbers, and so they go through their estimations. Budget date, Ms. McEachran, has there been a date identified for when budget will go to the floor for a vote?
No, there has not been a date identified.
Okay. So this is the current government's budget. They do have majority of seats in the House. So numbers say that they should pass their own budget quite successfully.
Okay, but there is an opportunity where council approves this and then the 9.7 million doesn't come through because that budget's not approved. Small, but not impossible.
The budget will happen before March 31st. A budget approval from the province will happen before March 31st.
All right, so and then
there was that consideration. Then we still have some time.
Thanks. And with their help, if the money does come through, do they still get no say in our municipal outline? Like it's all in the commission. The province of Alberta cannot at any point dip their hands into our new structure and make decisions about it, or is the money sort of like a stipulation that they get say?
Well, it depends what you mean by say. We are legislated by a public safety minister, but I know Councillor Blackmore had something to add too.
Okay. Well, I can respond to that first. We as a city, whether we have RCMP or a municipal force, we answer to the Minister of Public Safety. And the Minister of Public Safety ultimately has a decision about whether or not we can make this decision, even if we make it one way or the other tonight. The one thing I did want to mention, you're talking about dates as a timeline, and that structure, that timing structure that was given to us in our transition plan is a little bit fluid. If it takes us longer in one part, it's fine to push that transition plan from 5 years to 6 years. So we don't need to rush and we don't need to make decisions on the fly. It's built into the system for us to take our time and to make decisions based on research and thought.
Okay.
Councillor Bressie, did I see you had something?
Well, yeah, I don't think there's any input from the province tied to the money. My understanding is that's just the only thing that's tied to that money is, are we initiating the transition? The input the province gets if we do transition, and it's not unique to Grande Prairie, it's every municipal police service. Personally, I think it's a good thing that there's some oversight by senior government, but the ones I can think of offhand are there's rigorous regulations that the police service and the commission would have to make set out by the province. The province, if it wishes, it doesn't have to, but can appoint a minority of the commission members, so not a majority of it, but a few if it wishes to. Also, the commission would have to create a public safety plan that gets submitted to the province. And the most significant one to me is if there was an accusation of police misconduct in a municipal service, then that would go to a provincial body, and that provincial body would investigate the misconduct and ultimately decide if discipline was necessary.
So, as described by Councillor Bressie, our transition would have targets that need to be met.
Regulated by whoever's in government for the province.
You bet.
Okay. All right, thanks. A lot of what's coming in isn't sticking, but I hope that it's valuable for the larger audience here. The last thing that I just wanted to ask councillors if they feel confident about is, because I'm not here to accuse or everything, I just noticed the timing again of statements that have been released. So this Danielle Smith put forth the Sovereignty Act, and us being the city of Grande Prairie, neighbors to the Treaty 8 territory and chief, like, we should also be considering the consequences of our decisions towards the treaty, I guess is the best way to put that. And do we all feel confident that this decision for this switch is not connected to that in any way, so that we can honor the chiefs and Treaty 6 and 7's decisions about how that's like kind of contradicting itself? I don't want to get into, where there's a conflict of interest between the city of GP and Treaty 8, because I think that we're neighbors and we need to work together in peaceful ways. So.
Absolutely. We are in Treaty 8 and on the land of Treaty 8. I can tell you, council has never had a discussion about how a transition to a municipal police force aligns with a sovereignty. So.
Okay, yeah, as long as we're feeling confident that we're not stepping toes. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you for your time. Oh, one last question is just, is there no way that we can delay this decision from tonight, or is it got to be tonight? I'm still not superly clear about that timeline stipulations.
The answer is there is always a way.
Okay.
But it's at the will of council.
And the consequences of pushing it forward would be missing just that 2-year deadline thing that we were talking about? Potentially.
There's also funding letter in the package, as you noticed, from the provincial government, so that transition dollars.
Right.
There are 3 municipalities that we're aware of that are coming next with municipal transition considerations, so that money may disappear.
Well, so just to clap off my presentation here, just as a person who lives the traditional way of the my heritage from Mi'kma'ki Peace and Friendship Treaty, what also scares me and makes me not feel safe is when people make decisions based on money and not people. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you for coming out tonight. As council has said all along, this is not a financial decision. It's based on the finding a model of policing that is best for our community. So, all right, moving on. That is all of our delegations. I'm just going to get my agenda back up here. We're going to go back to item number 6 on the original agenda, which is reports. 6.1, the 2023 Business Improvement Area Budget Review, and Councillor Bosch. Sorry, Councillor Bressie, before I move on, are you good? Okay, all right. Councillor Bosch, you had something to address.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I need to remove myself due to conflict. Thank you.
Right. So Councillor Bosch has declared a conflict of interest. She will be leaving the chambers as we discuss this. Once she's out, we are good to give me 1 second here. Get this. And Ms. Whiteway, am I turning this over to you for introduction? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I'll give a quick introduction. So the item is the amount requested for the BIA levy. So that's for our downtown, the business improvement area. So as you'll see in the agenda package, the request is again for $302,507. That's been the approved budget for the Downtown Association. And that comes forward, if approved here today, it comes forward with the mill rate bylaw, and that's expected to come forward in early May.
Perfect. Thanks for that introduction. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm happy to move that council approve the 2023 Business Improvement Area budget as presented. And just to speak to this is an association that was voluntarily formed by the Downtown Association a long time ago. I actually understand provincial legislation was changed because Grande Prairie asked for the ability to form this, and the business owners downtown, they elect a board. That board creates this budget, and the membership approves that at an AGM. So I just think it'd be completely inappropriate for council to meddle with this budget. And also, I do really want to commend them. It's been solid for years, despite the fact that inflation's making everything more expensive. And also, a few years ago, they lost significant revenue when the province decided to stop paying its property tax towards this. And yet they managed to find a budget that kept up without passing those costs on to members. So I think we should approve this.
Perfect. Thank you. I will recognize Councillor Blackmore as she's council's member on the Downtown Association. Is there any additional context or comments that you may have?
Absolutely none.
All right. Thank you. So discussion or debate on the motion that's on the floor. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that's carried unanimously. We'll give a minute for Councillor Bosch to be able to come back in the room. We're moving on to item number 9 under committee business. And I might have the wrong order.
Nope. You're good.
Hang on, I'll refresh my screen. No, there it is. We're good. Thanks. Moving on to committee business, Public and Protective Services Committee. I will turn that over to Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council adopt the minutes of the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held February 28th, 2023 as presented.
So the minutes are in your package. This motion is in order. I'll call the question. And you have a couple items of business arising. I'll calculate this vote. Are we missing anybody? And that carries unanimously. So a couple items of business, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I do see Ms. Bieberdorf there, and I'm not sure if she's hoping to make a report or if just there for support.
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I did have a couple updates from committee on Tuesday. So Bear Creek Folk Festival, there was a request to get the total number of funding over the last 6 years. So cash funding is $450,000 from 2016 to 2022. And then gift in kind for last year was about $4,000. So that includes mowing, staff costs, the space rental, the event permit. And for GrandeCon, the total cash funding they've received so far is $50,000. Gift in kind was also about $4,000, and that would be for tables, chairs, and tents. And the last one was the Special Olympics Summer Games. So the total budget submitted for that in the bid package was $460,000. The donations, sponsorships, and grants are just under $200,000 of the total revenue, and gift in kind from the city would be about $20,000.
Okay, so I know that was rattled through relatively quickly. Does council have any questions for Ms. Bieberdorf? This was information that had been asked at the prior standing committee meeting. Councillor Bosch.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, that's quick too. Oh my God, maybe I'm getting tired. I don't know. So 460,000 for Special Olympics. Yes.
Yep. Total budget.
Total budget, yeah.
And to date, they have 200,000 in sponsorship.
No, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So 200,000 would be the total in addition to the revenue from registration fees and that. So they're looking to fundraise about 200,000.
They're looking to fundraise 200,000. Okay, and we've given them 20,000 to date?
No, that would just be gift in kind for facilities.
Gift in kind. And gift in kind for Grand Con, they're paying for the rental fee of the Bonnet Center?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Blackmore.
I'm hoping, Ms. Bieberdorf, that you'll email that information out to us and we won't have to recall it tomorrow for some reason or other. That would be perfect. Thank you.
Yes, I can do that.
Any further questions of Ms. Bieberdorf? So you have the information you had requested from standing committee. There is business arising from this. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council approve the allocation of the 2023 large-scale tourism grant funding in the amount of $75,000 to the 2023 Bear Creek Folk Music Festival. There was talk at committee about maybe amending it, so maybe I'll stop there before I go to the other one.
All right. Comments or questions on that motion as presented? Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, just a comment. I really appreciate Sarah and Rhonda coming in today and presenting. Linda, sorry. I always confuse the two. I was glad to see one, not the other. I still screwed it up. Oh gosh, please don't be watching.
Stop and start over.
Yeah, okay, cancel clear. Here we go. I'm fully in support of this motion. I know that there was discussion at committee meeting about the request. That was $20,000 more. But as Ms. Bieberdorf just tabled based to us, council from committee, we might still be getting a couple more applications coming in. I'm thinking largely maybe Special Olympics or something else might come forward that we haven't seen yet. So it's a small amount, but it'll definitely help whichever organization comes in that's going to draw a bunch of guests into our community. So as much as I want to give the other $20,000 to the Folk Festival, I'll just hold out for now, cross my fingers that we can spend it later on something, and it might be the Bear Creek Folk Festival, but I would encourage council to support this. Just a reminder, they actually floated their festival for about 2 years before last year through COVID and stuff like that, and they didn't ask for extra funds either. So the fact that they're asking for a bit more this year than they have in years past, I think is relevant, and it's tangible to what they actually accomplished in our community with any additional funding, and they've certainly overcome the odds. So I would encourage unanimous support.
So I'm confused in your comments, Councillor Thiessen. You're saying that you wish we give them the more money. The motion is for 75. Are you looking to amend that motion?
Not at all. Not at all. I said I wish, but if I were to make a motion, I would say I move. So we'll stick with the language right now.
So you're just wishing. Okay. All right. Perfect. Anyone else on this debate, or sorry, this motion as presented? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Moving on to the second item there, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'd move the council approve allocation of the 2023 large-scale tourism grant funding in the amount of $50,000 to the 2023 GrandCon event. And just to speak to this, it was a really cool event last year. It was great seeing members of our community that I don't know if they always feel represented in our community events, getting to get out there and enjoy nerd culture and enjoy things. I just saw different members of the community out there that I see at any other community events. So that was great. It's also a feel-good one for me. If the community's not aware, this is something that a whole bunch of volunteers that are passionate about Odyssey House put on, because they're working at not just creating a great event for the community, but also finding a sustainable source of revenue going forward for Odyssey House, so that they don't have to be as reliant on donations and grant funding, so they know that they can always take care of the women and children that come to them in need. So this is a really feel-good event for me that I hope council supports.
Perfect. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for administration. If I remember right on the report, I think 50,000 gave them 18% or so of the overall funding for the project or for the event.
Second.
And I guess for me, I'm just wondering if that's normal to be. It just feels like we were very highly subsidizing the event at 18%. Which, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I don't know if that's normal for us to subsidize at such a high level for a single event.
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I don't have the exact stats from past years of other events, but in comparison, Bear Creek Folk Fest would be 10%, but it's about $1 million budget. So this one is 18% of their budget.
Yeah,
I'd have to go back and look at historicals to see the percentage of others, but.
So I'm struggling a little bit, and I'm hoping Councillor Bressie and his close can maybe nudge me over that line, because I feel like an amendment in lower amount would be more my preference. But I am struggling when you start an agency off where you're funding at such a high level. How do they get back down? And it feels like if we're almost funding 20% of a group that I thought had better corporate sponsorship this year, that's just a concern from what for how viable this event will be moving forward. So it's just comments.
While you have the mic, if you'd like to make an amendment.
No, I need to be convinced to
All right.
support this, I guess, because I would.
Councillor Blackmore.
Well, I hope I can convince you to support this. GrandCon is a new event. Last year was their first one. This year will be their second one. It takes events like this some time to get off the ground and running, and I fully expect that if they're successful this year, next year they'll be even more successful, and their funding requests will take up less percentage of their total budget. So I do encourage council to support this, keeping in mind that it is a new event and deserves its place in the community.
Thanks for that. Councillor Thiessen.
I guess I'm trying to just encourage a unanimous vote here. I would also encourage you, Councillor Palat, to support this event. I attended 2 out of the 3 days last year. I thought they did a phenomenal job. As someone who has taken his son to Comic-Con and LibraryCon, and I think they did a really good job and maximized that space. They created pockets for everybody to enjoy, for tourists to come in, and you could sit in a Star Wars lounge and stuff like that. This year I hear they're bringing in Bret the Hitman Hart. So I could convince that guy to put you in a sharpshooter and stuff like that and make you tap to say yes. But no, this is an incredible event that, like Councillor Blackmore said, it's just finding its legs. The typical time is about 3 to 5 years. It'll boom or bust in that timeline. And this fund was actually designed to give the kickstarters to the new events that we're going to draw large swaths of people into our community. So I think this one knocks it out. They hit their projection for population totals from outside the community last year too. So they hit everything in the grant. So I would encourage you to support as well.
Councillor Bressie, before you close, I just had a question. Ms. Bieberdorf, do you recall or have the information in regards to how much money was raised for the Odyssey House as a result of that event?
Thank you for that question. I have their financials, but it's for the whole organization. But the event itself generated only about $2,000 profit last year. So
okay.
I would have to get them to break it out.
Okay, not a problem. Councillor Bressie to close.
Great, thank you. Well, Councillor Palat, Shiana from Farscape's going to be there, and I'm shocked that enough isn't convincing you. One of the best shows ever. I'll give a plug for her. You should go see her. But for me, my understanding of these events is that it really is kind of like Bear Creek Folk Festival, actually, how it really is reliant on if you can afford to draw good talent, then you build a good event, and then the revenue starts following. But it's really hard to finance that talent in the first few years of these events. So sure, we do support Bear Creek Folk Fest less as a percentage, I guess, but also to get to the point where they're a really fascinating, sustainable, awesome part of our community. They had to go into a lot of debt, and we heard about how that's causing them issues getting things in our community. So do I want to be funding an event to this percentage in the long term? Absolutely not. Do I think it's appropriate to really help them out in their first couple of years so that they can build that talent, so they can build the events, so they can build the revenue streams? I think it is. So I'd encourage everyone to vote in favor of this event.
That was Councillor Bressie's close. Sorry, it's been a long day. I will call the question. Please vote. Yeah. That carries unanimously. Moving on, Councillor Bressie, the second item of business in your package.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council approve funding allocations as presented in Appendix A. There's a lot of them, so I won't read them out, but I will highlight to council that these are things that get rigorous debate at the Community Advisory Committee. So we've got a whole bunch of members of the public who have put up their hands saying they'll help us figure out how to allocate this money. Really appreciate the people who put in that work, and I think we should listen to their advice and approve these.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, I'd just like to supplement, since we have a crowd in the audience, part of this Appendix A and some of the things that we are approving today is festival grant funding for smaller events. It's also coaching and sports development and wellness. So several individuals and groups throughout our community are receiving funding through grant dollars to the city of Grande Prairie, and that's what Councillor Bressie was talking about when he said it was rigorously debated, because it's usually a pretty competitive process, but all deserving candidates.
All right. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I was just wondering if you could tell me, were there any of these asks denied?
Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just the ones that were in the initial report that were for a sport that wasn't on our recommended list, and that was for hiking.
Yep. Also, is this list of grants normal, or is it a little high, or is it lower than other years?
Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you. We changed the dates for the intakes so that we're having less intakes per year, so we don't have to review them as often. So I would say it's normal if we spread it out over a few months, but it is good to see lots of coaches in there. That's what the fund is intended for. Yeah.
I'd rather have the coaching done here than in Calgary or Edmonton. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Bressie, did you wish to close? All right, to call the question, please vote. Thanks, Ms. Bieberdorf. That carries unanimously. Moving on to item 9.2, the Invest GP Committee meeting held February 28th. And I will turn this over to Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure if there was any meeting highlights before I jump into mine or not, or...
I apologize. Councillor Bressie, do you have any highlights from your meeting?
Sure, I'll highlight a few things from the Director's Service Area report. There was a report on Family Day. We had over 4,300 people go through the CKC campus, which was really exciting. Thank you to New Horizon Co-op for sponsoring it. We also, a new event there was the Esport Game Lounge in partnership with Odyssey House, so just another example of how that organization is hustling to not just get their name out, but also make our community a better place for everyone. Transit, I'm happy to report that we're seeing 700 rides per week on our accessible transit, and that's been growing when we get reports, so that's excited to see more people in our community taking advantage of that. And then there was also a really good report by Superintendent Brackman on a comparison of police and crisis teams and the mobile outreach unit and how they work together and how they also provide complementary services. And so it was a worthwhile report, and I appreciate all the people on both those teams.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Now we'll move on to the Invest GP Committee meeting of February 28th. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I would just move that Council adopt the minutes from the Invest GP Committee held on February 28th, 2023 as presented.
That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor Palat, any highlights from your meeting?
Yeah, our Chief Investment Officer, Mr. Harrop, give us some updates. Since the last update, we've had 13 more new businesses open up in the city, which is great news. And so since the beginning of the year, we've had 37 new businesses open. So that's a nice pace for our community, I think. There's also been one new training grant approved with the Economic Recovery Grant. And we had our successful 14th annual Growing the North conference recently. Also, at the time of this report, it was going to go live the next day, but so it is live now. Our Bonnet's Energy box office has gone live with a new ticketing platform. So I think that's going to be a good gap in our community that will help that process as well. And that's my report.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Moving on to item 9.3, the Financial Administration Services Committee meeting also held February 28th. And I'll turn it over to Councillor Blackmore for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council approve the minutes of the Finance and Administrative Services Committee meeting held February 28th.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with errors or omissions, I will call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore, any highlights from your meeting?
I do have a couple of things, yes. Assessment and Taxation departments, the assessors are dealing with inquiries due to the new assessments that have been mailed out, and inspections are being done to pick up changes in the businesses in the Downtown Business Association district. If people out there have received their assessments and they have questions about it, please feel free to contact the Assessment and Taxation Department with those questions. Finance has been busy preparing for the year-end audit, which has already commenced, and so we're expecting the financial statements from that audit to be presented next month. Procurement has 9 competitive bids on the market right now, and development stages of vendor performance and engagements with internal departments are in the process. Communications to bidders will begin in April. Our GIS and ITS departments have developed a new snow clearing tracking app, which is now launched. And in the first 2 weeks that it was operational, it saw approximately 1,500 unique users in that time. And so if you, in our next major snowfall, which might happen at any moment, if you need to know more information about snow clearing in your neighborhood, you can find that app on the city website, download it, and keep careful track of snowplows.
Thank you for that. Moving on to correspondence, item number 10. 10.1, there's a letter in your package from the Minister of Public Safety. It was briefly addressed earlier from one of the delegations. I'm just going to read it in case those who are in the room or online who haven't had a chance to read it. This comes from the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, Minister Ellis. Dear Mayor Clayton, since 2019, Alberta's government has been focused on improving public safety with the goal of ensuring that all Albertans are safe and secure in their communities, no matter which part of the province they call home. As part of this commitment, we have been asking difficult but necessary questions regarding police service delivery models and how we can best ensure that policing providers meet community safety needs while also remaining responsive to the communities they serve. Increasingly, these conversations are happening across Alberta's communities and across the country as local governments look towards new and innovative ways to improve policing for their residents. I commend the City of Grande Prairie for undertaking an extensive police service delivery review, including the development of a comprehensive policing transition plan. The work that the City of Grande Prairie has done in this regard shows that every municipality and region have unique needs, and they are in the best position to decide how to improve safety in their community. Alberta's government supports municipalities studying and developing alternate policing models to address public safety concerns and ensure that policing priorities are aligned with local priorities. I recognize that the startup costs could be a barrier for your municipality should you decide to establish a municipal police service. I am pleased to confirm that should Budget 2023 be passed, if Grande Prairie proceeds with the setting up of a municipal police service over the next 2 years, the Government of Alberta would provide the City of Grande Prairie with a $9.7 million grant towards establishing a municipal police service. Below is a breakdown of this funding commitment over the next 2 fiscal years. Fiscal year 23 and 24, $5.4 million. Fiscal year 24 and 25, $4.3 million. Should Grande Prairie decide to establish its own municipal police service, the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services is prepared to work closely with your transition team to monitor progress with the goal of ensuring the success of any potential transition. I recognize that City of Grande Prairie has requested greater financial assistance from that contained in Budget 2023, and I would like to assure you that the Government of Alberta is fully committed and prepared to work with municipal officials to assist in supporting any future funding assistance requirements for fiscal year 25 and 26 and beyond. The Government of Alberta is prepared to support whichever choice the City of Grande Prairie makes regarding its police service delivery model, be it remaining with the status quo or establishing a municipal police service. Should the City of Grande Prairie have any questions regarding this financial assistance, please contact Mr. Marlon DeGrand, Assistant Deputy Minister, Public Security Division. Sincerely, Honorable Mike Ellis, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services. That letter is in your package, Council. I don't know if there's any discussion or debate. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that Council accept that for information.
Perfect. Any comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote. The next item of correspondence, item 10.2. I'm going to give my reading a break and turn it over to Councillor Bressie for introduction.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Are you hoping I'll read it, or you just talk about it?
Whatever you prefer, and then if Council has questions, it's a short one, but if you can handle the highlights, that'd be great.
I'm happy to read it.
If you could.
So this comes from Professor Sundberg, who's an associate professor for economics, justice, and policy studies at Mount Royal University. I'll say that when I was really wet behind the ear counselor, Mayor Gibbons sent me to a series of Police Act roundtables the province was hosting, and Professor Sundberg was at a number of those and got to have a lot of really great conversations with him. So definitely is somebody who thinks pretty practically and as well as pretty abstract. But he says, Dear Mayor Clayton and Council, I'm ready to express my wholehearted support for the proposed Grande Prairie Police Service. Having carefully examined the reports prepared by the city's internal municipal police review team and MMP LLP, I firmly believe that the GPPS will be an innovative, community-centric, and highly effective public safety organization. While I acknowledge the competent and proficient service that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police has provided Grande Prairie over the years, it is clear the City of Grande Prairie has outgrown the antiquated and flexible approach to policing employed by the RCMP, making it necessary to adopt a new policing model. I am particularly impressed with the proposed Thank you. It's kind of blurry. The proposed tiered policing model for the GPPS, which includes police officers, peace officers, and other public safety and support professionals. This model has the potential to serve as a benchmark for other policing services in Alberta and across Canada. Grande Prairie now has an opportunity to move away from traditional policing paradigms and embrace a more adaptable, accountable, and community-focused model. As someone who has spent nearly 2 decades researching policing in Canada and has worked as a federal peace officer, I strongly believe that the way policing services are delivered by municipal, provincial, and federal governments must change significantly, and I am pleased to see that Grande Prairie also recognizes this need. I applaud the City of Grande Prairie for its courage in exploring innovative ways to address crime and improve public safety and security. Please know I am more than willing to assist Grande Prairie in establishing and advancing the proposed GPPS. Once again, I fully support the creation of the GPPS and am confident that it will provide the City of Grande Prairie with the best possible policing services.
Great, thank you for that. Looking for council to receive this documentation.
Oh, I'm happy to move.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. So it's a motion to receive the correspondence for information. Seeing nobody in the queue with questions, I will call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Item number 11 on our agenda is notices in motion, which there are none. Next is committee business, Council Committee of the Whole, in regards to the police transition. But I am looking to council, as I know this is going to be a long one. Do you want a 15-minute break or you want to go? It's up to you. Okay, so moving, just get administration to, first there's a business arising that's in your package. The minutes from our Council Committee of the Whole are there. I'll open it up to council for discussion. Councillor Bressie.
I'm happy to do the really routine thing first, and I move the council adopt the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held February 21st, 2023 as presented.
Perfect, thank you for that. That motion is in order. The minutes are in your package. That meeting took place on February 21st. Discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councillor Blackmore left the room, so if you could close the vote on 8. And who are you missing? We're good. Okay. That carries unanimously. Moving on, I am now, just give me a sec to get in there. Item 12.1.1, Municipal Police Transition. I will turn it over for introduction. I'll give us a minute to get set up here. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nicolay, our City Manager, for introduction. The intent here would be to, if you could, Mr. Nicolay, identify the team members as part of the police model review and transition team, so that those who are watching online may be aware of who's all on the team and the players, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton and members of council. Just while the gentlemen are setting up at the presentation table, I'll just go through a little bit of background. I'll be brief because I know there'll be a lot of questions and deliberation this evening, that we want to make sure we have time to do that. I'm going to talk a little bit about the timeline itself. It's important to put this initiative in the context of the timeline that was actually consumed on this issue. And then I'll talk about the team. In terms of the timeline, it's important to know that this is really a 4-year process. We're in front of a decision right now, and it is a very tense time for the community, very tense time for council. But it's the culmination of 4 years of work that it was initiated in this community. People have commented on this previously this evening, hundreds of pages of reports, dozens of hours of meetings and deliberations and discussion. The largest public engagement process that I've ever seen in this community, perhaps the largest public engagement process that has ever occurred in this community, all culminating in what we're seeing tonight as a decision point. The process itself was actually initiated in 2018, 2019, and perhaps even before. For people who were around on City Council following the local government issues of the day prior to 2018, 2019, I'm sure this was a topic. but it became quite relevant in the community at that period of time for two reasons. One, the council of the day, and I was here to see the council of the day deal with this, was getting tired of excessive crime statistics in Grande Prairie. And they just didn't seem to be improving, and no matter how much money, we talked earlier about adding 10 new police officers onto the RCMP detachment, and crime statistics were just not changing. The model that was being used to police the community of Grande Prairie was not effective in changing the trajectory of crime statistics in terms of severity and incidence. And the second one was perhaps a more immediate fuse that got lit, and that was that the cost structure that had traditionally been associated with the RCMP was about to change quite significantly. The members of the RCMP had elected to unionize, as they had the right to do in this country, and they formed a union and executed a collective agreement, and the costs for RCMP service, as they relate to salaries, benefits, and other costs for personnel, went up about 23% as a result of that unionization. And so that prompted the Council of the Day to say, quite responsibly say, we need to initiate in earnest discussions and deliberations surrounding what the alternative models might be for police service in Grande Prairie. As a result of that, they directed administration to prepare and review options and alternatives to the current RCMP policing model. That occurred around 2020 and 2021. So this council largely gave that direction to administration. Administration delivered that report in 2022, essentially concluding that there is good reason to believe that advantages from both a community policing perspective, a quality of service perspective, as well as a cost perspective, might be achieved through the transitioning from RCMP to a local municipal police service model. So the conclusion was that there might be an advantage in terms of service quality and cost by moving to a local municipal police service model. Council reviewed that report and directed administration to initiate a much more in-depth study using internal and external resources and thoroughly examine the potential transition from the RCMP to a local municipal police service, completing prudent levels of community and stakeholder engagement and consultation, and report back to City Council. And that report back occurred in February of 2023. So that's sort of the timeline that covers a 4-year period. This was not a rushed process by any stretch. Even when it began, there was no anticipation of this being a rushed process. It took 4 years, and that 4 years was used very constructively. During that 4 years, and as the transition team started to form, the mandate to management was to assemble a team that could competently analyze and report to council so that council can make an informed decision. It's a highly complex issue in a community, and it's imperative that council be properly informed, and that's the job of management. That's what you hire management to organize and execute on behalf of council, and the objective is to ensure that council is able to make informed decisions. So that did occur, and internal resources were immediately assembled to pursue the directive. They consisted of all of the city's divisions, essentially, and I'm going to identify a few key resources here, but really it was all of the city's divisions that were brought to bear on the analysis of the option to move to a municipal police service. They were represented at the highest level through the corporate leadership team. So the report that you see coming forward, the management report that made the recommendations, is owned by the management team in its entirety. The corporate leadership team did that as a collective. But it focused primarily on a few key individuals, and I take responsibility as the city manager for having assembled that team, resourced it, and worked with it over the period of deliberation and analysis in order to come up with the material that you've been presented with, the information that you've been presented with, and the opportunity to dive deep and ask the kind of questions that you've been asking and get the kind of answers you've been getting. So city manager took responsibility for that, and I do stand accountable for that report. My background is I have a master's in business administration and a governance designation. I have over 40 years of public and private sector experience, including CEO of corporations and CAO of local governments. In fact, I have 10 years experience as the CAO of 2 Alberta mid-sized cities, one of which was led or had its policing services provided through a local municipal police service, that being the city of Medicine Hat, and the other an equivalent size city with many of the same crime and social issues that Medicine Hat has to deal with in the city of Grande Prairie. So a good opportunity at the senior administrative level to see what happens in a community and in an organization when you try and police a community of approximately 70,000 people through an RCMP model and through a local municipal police model. I even had an opportunity in Medicine Hat to sit on the commission as a non-voting resource to that commission, and was able to see the underbelly of a community that isn't public, that people that are involved in law enforcement see and have to deal with every day, but it isn't public and it isn't broadly known. And I learned through that process just how complex it is to execute an effective policing model in a municipality on behalf of its constituents. So I provided the senior executive oversight on this initiative, and I do stand accountable for that work. I was assisted most directly by the Deputy City Manager, Arlen Miller, who's with us this evening. Arlen has a National Advanced Certificate in Local Government Administration, so there's no stranger to the workings of local government. But he also has over 40 years of public service experience, and 10 of those were in local government, up to the deputy CAO and level that he resides at today. But important in this particular initiative, over 31 years of that was in the RCMP as an RCMP officer, right up to district commander. So we had, as the deputy city manager working on this project right from the beginning, someone with over 31 years of RCMP experience right up to the district commander. Arlen provided executive oversight, but he also provided extensive lived experience in RCMP operations and leadership. So the team at the highest level was quite knowledgeable about the breadth and depth of the subject that we were going to be reporting on. We were also assisted by the Chief Public and Protective Service Officer, Dan Lemieux, who's here with us today. Dan has a Master's in Business Administration, a Human Resource Professional Designation, and a National Advanced Certificate in Local Government Administration. Dan has over 40 years of public service experience as well, primarily in local government, right up to chief level that he sits at today, emergency services, and served many years as the fire chief and had extensive human resources experience. So Dan also provided executive leadership experience and extensive human resource knowledge and resources and lived experience through both of those professional streams. We were assisted and monitored, frankly, by the city's chief financial officer. Danielle Whiteway was part of the senior executive team that was responsible for this report as well. A very important internal function for our financial control and for the confidence that we can place in the financial assumptions and the financial models that are yielding the kind of recommendations that you're seeing today. Danielle is a CPA with a chartered accounting background, 15 years plus of public service and public accounting experience, 8 years with a national accounting firm, and 7 years with post-secondary and local government. And Danielle provided both executive leadership and an extensive accounting background, financial background, and IT background through the division that she stewards on behalf of this community. So Danielle was a very valuable part of that team. We also had our city solicitor involved, granted late in the process. Jamie Freeman joined us very late in the process. But Jamie has a master's in public administration and a legal designation, 5 years legal experience up to city solicitor, primarily as legal counsel in 2 municipalities, those same 2 municipalities I referenced earlier, one with its municipal policing provided through RCMP in Jamie's role with the City of Grande Prairie, and the other with the local government, local police service model that we are contemplating transitioning to here in Grande Prairie today, that being in Medicine Hat. So Jamie provided both a professional legal perspective and lived experience under both models in similar sized cities in Alberta, working with communities. We found Jamie's input to be very valuable. We also had our project lead, and the person who really did all of the heavy lifting on putting all of this together. He got lots of guidance and support and assistance from those of us around the table. Really, our Executive Director of Emergency and Enforcement Services, Chris Manuel, who you all know and have heard from already today, was the person that did the heavy lifting on this project. Chris is a graduate of post-secondary and professional development courses in areas including criminal justice, emergency management, labor relations, and business. 20 years of both law enforcement and community safety and well-being experience through progressively senior roles held in both provincial and municipal levels. Chris provided the focused leadership and extensive lived experience and expertise in law enforcement administration, tiered policing, some of the modern police concepts that we're executing even today in Grande Prairie, municipal operations, and equity, inclusion, and diversity initiatives, which are critically important in the execution of modern policing in the 21st century. So Chris was our project lead and did most of the heavy lifting. And the last person in the internal team that I'll introduce is the gentleman sitting beside Chris right now, our strategic project manager, Lee Newton. Lee has over 34 years experience in policing and law enforcement, both in the UK and in Canada. Served for 6+ years as the chief of the Alberta Sheriffs. As the Alberta Sheriff, he was a member of the Alberta Association of Chiefs of Police Executive and the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team Board of Directors. Lee assisted in the development of the design and mandate of the new Police Review Commission under the Police Amendment Act and was an invaluable resource to us as we look to put together the execution plans that we'll see, assuming Council makes the decision to transition tonight, we'll see that very complex transition from a fully functioning RCMP detachment in Grande Prairie to a fully functioning municipal police service serving from a local perspective. So, Madam Chair, that was the internal team. We were assisted and monitored along the way through an extensive resource that was provided through Myers Norris Penny LLP, primarily through their one of their senior partners, a chartered accountant or CPA, Chad Linz. And I think Chad is on the line, Madam Chair. So with your indulgences, perhaps I'll ask Chad to introduce the external team, and I will turn it over then to you to chair with the presenters today.
Perfect. Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Nicolay. Mr. Linz, I see you're on the line. If you wouldn't mind introducing your organization and your team in regards to your role in presenting the transition plan.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. You can hear me okay?
You betcha.
Excellent. So thank you, Chad Linz, partner with MNP. I've been with the firm for over 16 years now. I lead our community safety and well-being consulting practice out of our Winnipeg office. Our team focuses on community safety and well-being, which a large portion thereof is, of course, policing related. However, we also work in the areas, tangential but very important to community safety, including homelessness, addictions, mental health, those types of things that you're hearing lots about in your community. I was also assisted by a team of 4 folks, 3 of which who spend almost all their time working in this space as well. One retired police officer with 35 years experience, and then some folks as well with experience with the Alberta provincial government in justice. And then in some other areas, including homelessness and social services areas. So that was the team that we worked with your team. From a scope point of view, our intent, of course, was to not provide a recommendation on what the right decision for the city was. That's obviously for this group to decide. But our scope was to provide objective and independent, oversight and assistance to the team to help craft a plan if the city were to decide to make a transition, to provide insights and advice in that regard as to what a plan could look like. So happy to be here.
Perfect. Thank you for that introduction. Mr. Manuel, I'm going to turn it over to you for some introduction, then I'll open it up to council for potential questions. I'll turn it over to you and Mr. Newton. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps I'll start by, we just had an introduction of the team members, the primary team members that were involved, but maybe I'll just quickly touch on the scope of the review thus far. So it's important to note it was mentioned earlier today and in subsequent Council Committee of the Whole meetings, but some folks may just be tuning in for the first time right now. So as was said, the real rubber hitting the road as far as generating the reports, starting with the police service model review and then ultimately the police in transition report, really took off about a year ago as far as this component of the document development. So it has really involved not only a deep dive of our personal experiences and the experiences of the various stakeholders that we've engaged at a local level, but also a review of financial records, operational records, annual reports, the lived experiences, as mentioned here. One of the things that is important to note is that in my earlier roles with the city, I sat on the Grande Prairie Detachment's RCMP management team, where for 7 years I sat at the table with the officer in charge and the operations officer and the staff sergeants every morning, Monday through Friday, where I got a bird's eye view of all of the successes and challenges that we faced over that period of time. And there is one thing I'll just clarify in regard to our team, is there is certainly no animosity towards the RCMP, and frankly nothing but respect for the men and women that have served our community and frankly that serve our province. What we've identified through this process is really an assessment of how do we equip the police officers, both by ways of equipment, technology, processes, governance, to support the work that we are asking them to do on behalf of our community. And that's where, through this process, I believe we've identified opportunities where a adjustment to the service delivery model represents a increased opportunity for us to support that action. Simply put, members of our own team have had that experience where they've been the commander of the detachment, commander of the district, and all of those experiences are built into the assessment. Now, further, we took those personal and local experiences and we engaged academics, one of which we heard from and by way of correspondence in the way of that letter with Mr. Somber. And additionally, we traveled across this country. We didn't just open up a web page like some consulting exercises do because of the scope of their project. We wanted a very detailed analysis and assessment of comparable sized municipalities and police services. And then we expanded that out to include some that weren't as comparable, but there was reason to engage them. And a good example of that is Surrey, because of where they were at with their own municipal policing transition project. So we had a great opportunity to engage all those municipalities at different stages of either the history of their service or as they've tried to redefine their service to address current needs and current trends in law enforcement, community safety, well-being, those areas. What that has allowed our team to do, the one question that we really asked every single place before we left is, if you had a blank slate, what are the things you would do? And there was an overwhelming consistency to what was referred back to us. And I'll tell you. So one was a real focus on officer well-being and having programs internally and a culture that supports healthy workplaces. It was the tiered policing model, the ability to use the right resource for the particular call that's presenting itself, and that may not be a police officer. And in many instances, I think if you looked at as per the police service model review, it has a breakdown of the top 5 calls for service and the top 5 activities performed by Grande Prairie RCMP members. And frankly, the most frequent occurrences are not necessarily calls that a fully trained, fully armed police officer needs to respond to. It can be alternative response. One of the things that's a little frustrating from my perspective is if you look at the existing Grande Prairie's current state and policing model, we have RCMP officers on general duty that are running call to call to call. Yet they have typically more training and more equipment to deal with a wider variety of calls for service. The people in the community right now that have more proactive enforcement capacity are actually our peace officers. It makes sense that that model be inverted, where essentially you have peace officers, you have people that are appropriately trained for and there may be cases where that training has to be provided depending on the tasks that you're asking people to do, and there has to be the appropriate assessment to determine the right skills and tools for that particular job. But simply put, picking up shoplifters is not the best use of our fully trained and fully equipped police officers. We want them to be more available for priority 1, priority 2 calls, and to have proactive time available to either do crime prevention, deterrence, follow-up investigations, those sorts of things. So one of the things that was mentioned by one of the delegations was a concern about a reduction in the number of frontline police officers. So a couple comments in regard to that. So because the supplemental, so ultimately what we proposed here is a model where we're comparing the RCMP's costing at a set number. So we used 100 positions because although, yes, there's 104 positions authorized today, and it was mentioned, I heard it too, by the Deputy Commissioner that he believed that Grande Prairie had 101 today. That's not consistent. I was previously told 97 earlier this week as well. So it could be somewhere between there. It has yet to average on an annual basis, and not in any single year in the history of Grande Prairie's municipal policing contract, over 98. So even if it is 101 today, at this point for the year, I know for a fact that we are not on trajectory to average 101. So that's one of the reasons that 100 positions was utilized as the benchmark. Is that necessarily the perfect number of police officers for the city of Grande Prairie? Not necessarily, but that could be 104 RCMP officers. It could be 104 municipal police officers. That sort, essentially for this purpose, it was utilized as the benchmark to compare the costing between the RCMP and that of the municipal police service model. However, even despite that, at the 100, by having those peace officers involved in taking those calls for service that are high frequency, lower risk, such as the thefts, such as the mischiefs, such as trespassing, those sorts of calls, there is the ability to have more police officers available for the calls that only police officers need to take. And that is in line with the best practices that have been essentially published academically over the last 20 years, as well as what several existing traditional police services are trying to implement right now. One of the encumbrances that a potential municipal police service, a new one, offers us is it is free of the historical limitations And what I mean by that is there is collective agreements that exist with traditional police services that say nobody but a police officer can take this call for service. Well, that prevents, not that it has to forever, but it becomes a contractual negotiation at collective bargaining as to opening that up. And services are starting to make some progress regarding that. And but that's one of the reasons that you're not just seeing a wider scale adoption of it, but there certainly is a lot of momentum in that area. Further to that, some of the other key issues I heard raised through delegations was the cost of officers that have to go off on occupational stress injuries. So within the RCMP, a couple of things in the RCMP, they are a unique employer in that they have unlimited sick leave. There's no 10 sick days a year. There's no short-term disability program per se. It's frankly unlimited sick leave based off, obviously a member after a certain period of time has to get the appropriate follow-up with physicians and those sorts of things. But significantly different than that is on the municipal policing side in the Alberta context. And in a Grande Prairie model, those employees would be covered through insurable health, I guess, workman's compensation. So it'd be WCB premiums that ultimately pay for if a member is off during those periods of time. A number of collective agreements offer top-ups depending on what the caps are related to WCB. This is very consistent with what exists over at the fire service today. And essentially the Grande Prairie model models out the system that is in place for all the municipal police services across the province of Alberta. Additionally, some of the things we learned on the health and wellness side, and I might add Mr. Newton to touch base on this too, was a lot of the mid-sized services felt as though they were more successful at being able to implement programs specific to their smaller workforce's needs, as opposed to having a program that meets a national or even a provincial intent, because they can, within the communities they serve, there's frankly just more access to resources in a city the size of Grande Prairie than there is in Red Earth Creek or Wabasca. So the RCMP's program has to take into consideration how do they provide services in those different locales, and that has an overall impact on the overall organization's workplace and wellness and officer leaves and those sorts of things. So simply put, the smaller local municipal police service is able to act nimbly and responsibly to the concerns that may exist around those workplace health and culture things. If there's anything to add.
No, there's nothing to add, just they have the ability to custom what the programs that they have for them specific members in their locality.
Mr. Manuel, before I continue, I just ask, when would you like questions?
Pretty quick here. I'd just say there's probably two key other items that will likely come up in the questions anyways. So one of them pertains to specialized services. There's been a ton of talk around specialized services. When we talk about RCMP contracts in Alberta, there's two that are applicable to the city of Grande Prairie. There's the Municipal Police Service Agreement, which gives us our local police officers that we pay 90% for, the feds kick in their 10%, and that's what services the Grande Prairie detachment here. We've had lots of conversation around the larger RCMP's ability to provide all of these specialized services, which they absolutely do. The underwater recovery, the major crimes, the public order unit, the emergency response team out of all of these units that are coming out of the larger hub, primarily Edmonton. Those are all provincial police service, that they are provincial police service functions, provincial police service units. Those units are fully funded by the province of Alberta and the government of Canada in a 70-30 split. The province of Alberta, ultimately, if they want cost recovery on those services, they can ask for cost recovery against our municipal police service contract. Now, they don't, They can, but they haven't historically done so. And neither do they do so with the Camrose Police Service or the Lacombe Police Service. Again, the mechanism exists to do there, but it would be a change of practice if they were to start doing that. And that was confirmed. We specifically asked the province of Alberta, in particularly the Director of Law Enforcement Office, that question, and they administer the agreement on behalf of the province of Alberta. So we're pretty confident that it's not because the Grande Prairie contracts the RCMP that we have access to those services. It's because the province of Alberta contracts the RCMP as the provincial police service, and those services are provided to the province. So that being said, this plan sees an enhancement of those specialized services at a local level by continuing the services that are provided by way of canine, by way of forensic ident, but also incorporating a major crime provision, which will take time to stand up. It wouldn't be day one that we'd have major crime capability. And the bringing on of the part-time emergency response / tactical team. These are capacities that every mid-sized police service we travel to has, and has within their budgets, which are frankly smaller than our annual budget is today. And they have also assessed the liabilities associated with those sorts of activities. To that point, there is no question that policing does have a degree of liability associated to it. However, as we covered off earlier today, those liabilities are insurable. The insurance providers, the city's existing municipal insurance provider, does have experience and understands what sort of rate adjustments are necessary to account for that risk. And ultimately, if we are sued as a result of some sort of action, it's the insurer that ultimately has the legal capacities to address that in the courts or wherever it ultimately lands. That being said, we are not free of liability today. As was mentioned, if somebody dies in cells, it's a City of Grande Prairie cell guard that was observing their activities. And frankly, we're involved in one of these today. So it's not that we're completely hands-free. It's not us. We still have, as a named party, potential liabilities.
Perfect. Thanks, Mr. Manuel. Open the queue for conversation and question. Recognize Councillor Bosch.
Holy, look at that. I'm ahead. So were you pertaining your comments to our delegation who said there's 4 watches of potentially 8 versus RCMP 4 watches of 11? Is that what you're pertaining to, that comment of shortage of staff?
So that's part of it. One of the things I will note is we intentionally reduced the number of constables we had and increased the number of what we call NCOs. These are essentially the corporals, sergeants, staff sergeant. So right now, a watch in Grande Prairie, the people that take the general duty calls, are managed by a sergeant, and then there's 2 corporals, and then they have their 10 constables. One of the big problems and concerns that was identified locally to us through both current and former members is that is where police officers start their career, but it's also the area that has the most dynamic calls come in, you're responding, things are unfolding rapidly. It's not an investigative, there can evolve into investigation from that, but it's frankly the area where the most mentorship and the most supervision is necessary. And by having those supervisory positions, these are operational supervisors. These are not sit at the desk in the office supervisors. Certainly the staff sergeant is a true kind of manager of that team, but the sergeants and the corporals in this model are frontline police, and they will be attending calls for service and providing that mentorship and overwatch. It essentially allows us to add additional experience because you have to have a certain tenure to fall into those ranks that doesn't exist today.
Another comment I'd like to make in regards to that delegation's letter. honestly didn't catch everything because it was a lot of information and pretty quick. What I did catch was the comment that Victoria cannot find officers to sign in as municipal officers. And so while I was out back, I did look up that. And CTV News, December 2021, says Victoria Police say $20,000 signing bonus is working with more than 40 job applications received. And the area of concern that they had was in regards to cost of living in Victoria, not necessarily that they can't find officers to come to Victoria. So that's one comment, and I wish I could have caught everything else, but I think we need to really delve into the facts, and that's why we're here. And that's why we've been here for weeks and pages, and I know myself, and I'm certain every councillor here has made calls to RCMP members, municipal members throughout Alberta, outside of Alberta. I know I have. So I want to hear what exactly is happening around there, because this is your wheelhouse. This is the wheelhouse, quite honestly, of a lot of the people who put this package together, you know? So I just want the facts.
So speaking of Victoria, we went to Victoria. That was one of the spots that we went to. We sat with the deputy chief. We learned that they were having recruitment challenges. Again, the recruitment challenges there, they identified themselves that it was cost of living. You know, $100,000 a year is a decent amount of money. There's no question about it from a salary perspective. But when the average cost of a house is $900,000, it doesn't take you as far as Grande Prairie, where the average cost of a house is in the 300s, right? So it was a challenge for them, and they've had to adapt to that. Now, one of the things that we learned through this process, we were asked today, why would experienced officers and stuff come to a municipal service? So one of the things we did when we left this morning is I was asked to take a look at North Bay. So North Bay is one of the more remote spots that we went to. It's a very blue-collar community in Ontario. So we, again, visited North Bay. So North Bay recently hired 9 police officers. They got authorization to hire 9. So 2 days ago, there's a news article out on it here I can share with council. But of the 9 officers that North Bay recruited, 3 of them are recruits, and 6 of them are existing officers from other agencies, including the RCMP, who have chose to go to that municipal service in that community. And that, frankly, has been the story across Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario when we went there. It was Brandon, Manitoba. It was Medicine Hat. What they indicated is the overall volume of applicants down? Yes. The overall volume of applicants down. Is the number of qualified candidates to fill the vacancies they're seeking? No. So essentially, the correspondence that we last received was summed up pretty well by one of the chiefs. We're getting a lot less tire kickers, but we are really focusing intently on the development of qualified candidates through various outreach. They got to do more work. It used to be they put an ad in the newspaper and they had people line up down the road. Now they're doing career fairs, they're going to high schools, they're doing cadet programs, and those are all activities that we've identified as being crucial for us, and a real emphasis on local recruitment and development. The NPF, when they were here earlier today, they had mentioned the struggle of finding doctors and nurses and engineers and stuff in this region. And I don't disagree with that. That is a struggle. But one of the big differences that exists there is those require advanced education. Those careers that require advanced education, and oftentimes that education is outside of our community. Well, what we're proposing here is every single one of these positions is over $100,000 a year. The minimum requirements education-wise to participate is a high school diploma, because all of the training is going to be provided locally, and it will frankly be paid, and they will be paid while they're going through training. So we don't have to ship somebody off for 4 years and hope that we can get them back to Grande Prairie. We can take people that are interested locally and we can train them locally and try to develop their careers within this community.
Good. Thank you. No, I'm telling you you're good. Sorry, it wasn't a question. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Just a really quick one, and then if the mayor indulges me, I got a longer one. But under the model you've envisioned, how many people would be on a watch?
So we will have.
Mr. Newton, if you have it there, feel free to.
I have it in front of me right now.
Okay.
I'm just counting it up. So it looks like we would have 8 constables, 4 peace officers, 2 corporals, 1 sergeant, 1 staff sergeant. So we have more, we have 15% more operational staff than they have today. Plus, we're adding 2 PAC teams is the intent. So there's 2 presently. The idea is to have 1 assigned every watch.
Okay, thank you.
It's Councillor Bressie. Councillor Blackmore. Oh, sorry. I'll come back to you, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. One of the things that's never come up in the discussions, and my concern is the officers and their file load. And I've heard that Grande Prairie has had a lot of file loads, and that's why some of the officers, they choose, I got to get out of this place. And so I need you to assure me that the officers that we have are able to handle their file load.
Manuel?
So there's no question that Grande Prairie has a greater file load per member than several communities, particularly suburban communities around major hubs in those areas. That being said, that file load can be significantly higher in rural and remote locations. In that context, Grande Prairie is not at the top of the pile. There is communities across the province of Alberta that have far greater file loads than we do here. Now, the other piece to that is Grande Prairie has a heck of a lot more support staff to help navigate those files than many of the detachments do. We are one of the largest RCMP detachments in the country. So it is, I'm not saying they're not busy, because they are busy. It is not nearly as busy as it was back in 2006 and in those years, even as far back as 2014, 2015, the number of operational files was significantly higher per member than it is today. They are absolutely steady, and the utilization of technology and more efficient processes to make that workflow more manageable for those members is one of the key opportunities that's in front of us here today, because there has been specific initiatives requested by both the local RCMP, supported by previous city councils, that have been presented to address those very concerns that just weren't supported.
Okay. I'll come back later.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. One of the comments that was made by one of the members of the Police Federation today was that we don't have facilities for skills maintenance and upgrading. And I thought that I had read that we do, in fact, have those facilities. So can you clarify that for me, please?
So the NPF, when they were here earlier, were not incorrect when they said that there was an incident that occurred at one of the local firearms ranges where, ironically, a City of Grande Prairie staff member at a golf tournament got shot, and he was okay. But as a result of that incident, and this happened several years ago, there was a review done on the safety of that range, and for a period of time, it was out of commission. It is utilized to this day for these recertification processes by the RCMP. And now, that is not the only facility within the region that could be utilized for those activities. We feel confident that we have sufficient infrastructure to necessitate all of the training that would need to be provided for the police service, and we can certainly partner with organizations if we desire to have enhancements to any of those facilities made. Simply put, the training partner with Lethbridge provides their training in several communities, including the town of Tabor, and are able to provide a curriculum that covers the same materials as what is provided at the RCMP Academy.
And I believe that we also have a track. It's one of those.
We have the capacity to do emergency vehicle operation training, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions today.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Mr. Manuel, I'm still struggling with a little bit on this one. I feel like just some conflicting maybe information, and I'm just trying to figure that out. But through the provincial police services, the 70-30 funding model, there was lots of allegations made that the value-added services that the RCMP provides we're going to lose. I'm starting to understand maybe that there's not as many of those value-added services that we're going to lose. So is there a few that we are going to lose that aren't funded by that place, the 70-30 split?
So there is some things that aren't 70-30 split. So there is the RCMP, as they mentioned, when the deputy commissioner mentioned they're a police service like no other in the country, he wasn't wrong. I know what he was trying to say. What he was trying to say is they're unique because they provide 3 tiers of policing. They provide federal policing, provincial policing, and contract policing. So on the federal policing side, those are activities that are fully funded by the federal government. These would be things like national security, commercial crime, those sorts of immigration, those sorts of activities. Those will continue to be provided at 100% cost by the federal government and would come out of Edmonton if they were required up here. On the provincial police service side, that's the one that's 70-30 with the province and the feds. Well, that 70-30 works just like our 90-10 does. That's just what the federal government's willing to allocate towards that provincial service piece. What you heard earlier was there was really 2 of those services that are more frequently accessed than the others. So one was, we heard about the ERT calls. So one thing with the ERT calls is it was mentioned that in January, we consulted the emergency response team 3 times. Well, the reason those are consulted, and there's value in consultation, is it takes 8 hours for them to get here. And almost all but a handful of incidents over the last 5 years, the incidents resolve before they get here. So that's where having that local capacity has benefit for us. Now, certainly, if it was anything super dynamic, like a crazy hostage rescue situation that's beyond our local capabilities, we would certainly reach out to either the Edmonton Police Service or the Provincial Police Service to aid in those investigations. On the major crime side, it will take some time, and this is a 5-year transition plan, to make sure that we have the appropriate personnel and the appropriate training. Now, the training to become a major crimes investigator and whatnot, these are provided oftentimes through the Canadian Police College, which is based out of Ottawa, or various training sessions hosted by municipal services or provincial services that are open to usually any of the sworn police officers across the country. And everybody largely takes the same training and builds those experiences up in a similar manner. What we did learn is that in regard to major crimes, the municipalities we visited, such as Brandon and Medicine Hat and them, they do not engage outside help. Frankly, some of them struggle to think of when they've ever done it. However, there is some components that if it was significantly complex with a lot of like undercover operations and stuff like that, we would have to engage outside help in those situations, no doubt. But they are infrequent events, and the cost of those events, when we asked how is it managed by these municipal services, they simply absorb it within their annual operating budget. And the police service annual operating budget is no different than the fire department's annual operating budget or any other operating budget within the city proper. And because that happens regularly. One budget has a surplus, another budget has a deficit. It ultimately goes to the City of Grande Prairie's operating budget as either a surplus or a deficit. And then if the overall city budget fell into a state where there was a deficit associated, we then go to financial stabilization reserve, or there's an assortment of other options, but that's how it's managed.
Okay, can I just have one follow-up, Mayor Clayton? So I'm just, when the National Police Federation spoke, and when we had their other members speak, there was these value-added things that were discussed. So I'm just curious, have they presented through your findings? Did they present you kind of year-over-year numbers of what could have been charged back to municipality for those items? We've heard a lot about these value-added. I guess I've asked 3 different times to 2 different levels now, and I've been told that there's things, but I've never been able to get an answer of what exactly they are. Today was actually great. He mentioned some stuff, but no costs associated with those. And so I'm just wondering, has a report been submitted to the city that would show the cost of items that we aren't reflecting in our report from either one of those associations?
Mr. Newton?
So we haven't got a breakdown of those costs, simply put, because when we've met with the chiefs of police within Alberta, Municipal Police Services, and the Director of Law Enforcement, the consistent message we've got is that the province is not charging back Municipal Police Services for those specialised services. So therefore, there's no easily accessible bill example to provide to us because they're not charging those costs back.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question on that similar vein? You mentioned other municipalities and services that they may have. Is there any other mid-sized cities in Alberta that potentially have their own major crime units, SWAT teams? And I know the answer, but can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the only 2 other mid-sized cities with municipal police services in Alberta is Medicine Hat and Lethbridge, and both of them have emergency response teams, forensics, K9, major crimes, drug sections, and we're simply not looking to do anything that they don't already do.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. A couple questions there on finances, gentlemen. So just recently, shortly after they gave us the big check for $9.7 million, the province went ahead and they detailed their plans with the Alberta Provincial Police Force. They detailed that the RCMP cost the province about $500 million a year, that it would cost about $735 to run an Alberta Provincial Police Force, and then they said it would also cost $366 million to start it up here in the province, which is why I think they tabled it. So if the province is tabling this movement to an Alberta Provincial Police Force, what makes us think that we can do better than the province as far as costing?
So,
Mr. Manuel?
Through the mayor, fairly simple answer in that the province of Alberta receives a 30% subsidy on their policing costs. We receive a 10% subsidy. So they have to make up 20%, where we would look at a loss of the 10%. In simple terms, a $50,000 car with a 10% discount is still more expensive than a $40,000 car.
Fair enough. All right. So in that same vein, with 9.7 coming to the city, if we decide to do this here today and move forward to the shift to the municipal transition, what's administration's plan if the election goes the other way and the people who want to keep the RCMP and don't necessarily support the same agenda as the outgoing government says no more grant money for the back end of those years? Now, I know we got the letter here that says that it's there, but that's not always a guarantee. So what's the plan? What's the backup plan?
I'll start and then I'll pass to the city manager. But simply put, I think that's one of the reasons timing is important, because what we have in front of us now is what the current government is offering right now. Once, it's been my experience, and I'll allow others to weigh in on this, but once funding from one government is committed and executed, it's sound. If the decision is not to proceed, or if the decision is to wait a year, is there any guarantees that money's there? I would say there's no guarantee.
Mr. Nicolay?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure I can really augment that with much more than what Mr. Manuel just offered. The provincial budget in proper process acknowledged the dedication of $9.7 million to come to the City of Grande Prairie for the purposes that were designated. That's a commitment made on behalf of the standing government. I would be astounded if a subsequent government would discredit a commitment made by that in a budget, in a public commitment.
Yeah, and I'm gonna time out there, Mr. City CAO. I wasn't talking about the 9.7 that's been announced. That's in the budget. I was talking about what's referenced to in the letter on the back end of the year. So before we confuse things up, I just want to.
Okay, no, that's a fair point, and so. Actually, maybe I'll pass that one to the city manager, because what we're talking about is subsequent funding, and I believe there's a path for that, but I'll allow the city manager to take that one.
Yeah,
through the chair. Sorry for my misunderstanding. I thought you were talking about 9.7. We have every indication that the government of Alberta will continue to fund the transition. The government of Alberta is responsible for provincial policing and is in essence responsible for the policing that occurs in the city of Grande Prairie. So to start us down a path that was started in a arrangement with the government of Alberta made in earnest and subsequently turned around would put the province of Alberta and Grande Prairie in a circumstance where adequate and appropriate policing in Grande Prairie to meet provincial standards would have to be reestablished. So I think there's every reason to believe that regardless of which party might win the spring election, there will be a commitment to the continued transition that was started with the 2 years of funding that was committed by the current government. Beyond that, the magnitude of money that would be short in the event that there was no further money from the province of Alberta would be made up by three sources. One is a surplus that will be realized fairly shortly in the 2022 financial statements for the city of Grande Prairie. We had a year in which we will realize a surplus. We do have reserve capacity, so the second source would be the city's current reserves that could be used dedicated to the continuance of the police transition. And the third is a circumstance that was referenced earlier, and perhaps I'll ask Mr. Manuel to explain the salvage arrangement that's made through the equipment that would be purchased via the budget that has been presented that did not count the refund of money for equipment and materials that would be provided through the RCMP.
Yeah, so simply what's being referred to is the fair market value of the assets, as was indicated by Councillor Berg earlier today. Every piece of equipment, car, weapon, radio, computer, the city has a 90% equity stake in those assets. Now they're all on various life cycle. With the transition through the MPSA, the Municipal Police Service Agreement, there is a provision in there that allows the city to either obtain that equipment at 10% costs if we chose to keep it, or alternatively receive 90% revenue from the Government of Canada for those items. In our plan, we've actually projected the complete replacement. That's where the startup and transition costs, a lot of them largely rest, is with the complete replacement of those items. What is not in the current budget is the fair market value, which we have an estimate of, and it exceeds $1.5 million.
Yeah, please do, Mr. Nicolay.
It's perhaps a concluding statement, and maybe it's obvious through the three sources, without tax rate impact. So the residual would be covered without tax rate impact to local taxpayers in Grande Prairie.
Fair enough. So just a quick question. I asked you 2 weeks ago, what was fair market value on a 3-year-old police cruiser? Did you get that number for me?
Mr. Manuel?
I don't have that specific number. No, they don't cycle vehicles out at 3 years. I just want to clarify that one. It's 4 years, 160,000 K. So whichever one comes first would be the current RCMP's standard for cycle on patrol vehicles. As we mentioned earlier today, in our purpose, we keep peace officer vehicles for up to 10 years. So it may be a case where we take a 4-year-old vehicle and instead of life cycling it out, we pass it over to the peace officers and, complete that cycle longer.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Berg?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And I might echo some things that I'd mentioned earlier, but I know that there's a few people online that are joining us for the first time. So the priorities with this discussion: safety, absolutely number one. Number two is people don't want their taxes to go up. Everyone around the council table pays taxes. We do not want that to go up. Rest assured, we don't want that to go up either. So that's why we're going through this exercise. And we as council, again, have read well over 300 pages of reports, 20 to 30 hours of meetings with all sides, the unions, the local detachment. You gentlemen have gone across Canada. There has been no shortage of consultation. Now, when I look online, there is a lot of people saying, hey, there's been a serious lack of consultation. Now, when I look at what the city has done for consultation in things like the downtown reconstruction and stormwater, when I see the police model numbers for consultation, they blow the other two things out of the water. So we've had some decent success, but still with that, I do want to listen to the citizens of our city. So should council pass this tonight to do a changeover, I just want to know, is there a process where we could go through a consultation process where we can still get input through our citizens to find out what they want? Maybe not who delivers it, but what are the services that you want? And under this proposed model, is it adaptable?
Mr. Manuel?
Fair question. So a couple points I'll raise there. So one, this is not the conclusion of engagement. It's a milestone along the way. One of the first actions that's identified in the transition plan is the onboarding of a specific policing public information officer dedicated to robust public engagement on an ongoing two-way basis. And that position is expected to be in place by April of this year. Additionally, what you have is the conceptual design of the police service. I am not the chief of police. Mr. Newton's not the chief of police. That position will be filled following an exhaustive national search for the best candidate for that role, and they will ultimately build out their command team. What we've done is shown the proof of concept, identified what we've heard from community through the engagement efforts we did do, the surveys, the stakeholder focus groups, those sorts of things. The specific number of peace officers versus number of police officers and those sorts of things, if there's strong rationale to change it, well, that's a discussion that will occur with the commission after having heard that further feedback from the greater community and so on. So what I'm essentially saying is that there is much more consultation to go.
Mr. Nicolay?
Agree with everything that Mr. Manuel just said, and perhaps it's inherently obvious, in the proposed model of a local municipal police service, there is the epitome of ongoing and continuous and permanent public consultation. Police commission meetings are held monthly, and they're open meetings to the public. And people show up and they speak to their police commission about what's going on in their community. And the police commission directs the chief to put resources where he or she or they hear the public has a need. So the system, the very system that's being advocated here, is permanent, ongoing, continuous public consultation that occurs in regular, routinized public meetings with the police commission to whom the chief is accountable.
And including financial reviews, operational reporting, and those sorts of activities, which should provide the necessary transparency as to how the transition is going, both from an operational and from a financial perspective.
Thank you. That's reassuring.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I guess in part that was my question, but I think I'm just going to back it up a bit. So the three things I heard the most from the public was cost and tax implications. The second was the engagement process. And the third is the service level in regards of training. So backing up to the engagement process, whether through you or somebody here through communications, I think it's fair to let the public know exactly what you did and for what reasons. I'm not a communications specialist, although I like to talk a lot. But there is
I'm so glad she knows that. Sorry.
There's a lot of people who said that why not a flyer at home, right? And so I think we need to speak to that. I think we owe it to our community to talk about the engagement process. And if there is factors that you use, let's say it's through social media and such, because that is the biggest bang for your buck, I think we need to hear that. So if somebody could speak to the communications piece of this, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Manuel and Mr. Nicolay, I'm not sure who's taking this one.
I'll start it if I may, Madam Chair. The other positive attribute about what's being advocated today is a transition plan that will take 5 years to execute. It will start at the conclusion of this meeting to either dismantle the initiative or to execute the initiative. And one of the things that we would do at the outset is to build and commence execution of a communications plan. That communications plan will be presented to this City Council for your input, your approval, your consultation to determine the best way to get out to the community. The objective changes after this evening, regardless of the decision, but let's imagine the decision is that there's a green light to proceed. Up until now, the objective of the engagement and communication process has been to try to disseminate facts and give evidence that council is being properly informed and properly executing their due diligence prior to making a key decision. And that information went out in town hall meetings and reports and web links, etc. After tonight, the execution is to demonstrate to the community, or the first step of the execution is to demonstrate to the community that the execution of this 21st century local municipal police service is in their best interest and will involve them in key decision making along the way. So the short answer is yes, a communications plan will begin to be executed immediately upon the decision made by council, and that execution plan will have council's fingerprints all over it, because it's your execution plan until you stand up a commission and hire a chief and run it as a independent operation.
So just
Mr. Manuel, in addition.
Yeah, through the mayor, just expanding upon that. I mean, I'll start by speaking about myself. So for the last year, being engaged in this process has involved many, many more stakeholder engagements, both on one-on-ones, small focus groups, invitations to service clubs, faith-based groups, an assortment. Basically, anybody that wanted to talk about this. Some of them I proactively reached out to, including various Indigenous organizations,
Chamber of Commerce,
people from marginalized communities, and those sorts. Now, I'll apologize in that obviously I didn't reach everybody that could have been reached, and there may have been a misstep around the flyer piece there for sure. I know we heavily focused on social media. We heavily focused on traditional media outlets. I know I did interviews and had media coverage on both radio, or not both, but radio, their online platforms, as well as the news outlets through Edmonton, both at the September-October phase of this, where we delivered the first review. Subsequently, stories pertaining to the open houses upcoming, actually the survey as well back in December, and then ultimately following the presentation on the 21st. Further to that, M&P helped guide some of the stakeholder engagement activities as it pertained to the policing transition report. And I'll just see if maybe Mr. Linz has anything to add on the MNP side.
Mr. Linz?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I mean, specifically, I think pertaining to, what kind of were the activities. I mean, a part of our scope was to provide some of that consultation in concert with the city, and there was really three levels there. The first was a series of one-on-one stakeholder interviews that we did. It was a curated list of folks from the community that would be seen to be a little bit closer to the subject matter. So police service themselves, folks that work with marginalized communities, the list of people. So again, I think it was 70 some odd individuals representing about the same number of organizations. And again, that more of a tighter knit curated group. And then the larger public consultation, the first element of that was the survey that went out. And again, that survey came back to us. And we kind of took that information and distilled it and then fed it back to the transition team for the city. So again, that was all independent, and people sent all their answers to us, and we were able to provide some anonymity for folks and provide that feedback. We had 758 responses to that survey publicly. And again, surveys, although limiting in some ways in how you ask the questions, they're still the easiest way for us to reach the most amount of people as possible in a very cost-effective manner. And then the last portion, of course, that we were involved in was the open house sessions, where folks were invited to come down and I think have a bit of a two-way exchange, learn a little bit, as well as provide some feedback. Certainly had lots of conversations in those with folks, and then folks had the ability to provide some written feedback in there as well. So just to kind of close the loop on what the activities were.
I think for me, I did see it on social media countless times. I did see it on traditional media like radio and the social media from the radio or their whatever they call it, online news. But I do feel for the community if they feel they didn't know about it. That is why I wanted to bring it up in council, is because you need to say what we did and prove that you did your due diligence, in my opinion, as do we. And I'd like to see that in the future, like Mr. Nicolay said, perhaps the one that we did miss was the flyers to the homes. Maybe that is something that we look at. So anyway.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. Something you've said a couple times is that the only thing required to be a police officer is high school. And something that I hear is, I know you don't mean we're giving a bunch of 17 and a half and 18-year-old guns, old guns and cars and driving around. But even more than that, the one concern that you hear from the community is, hey, what is recruitment going to look like in terms of standards and in terms of expectations we'd have of an officer, and how do you picture that comparing to RCMP or other large municipal services?
Mr. Newton.
Excuse me. So, we've done the comparative analysis between the RCMP training and the proposed locally delivered Alberta training model that we're looking at. All the same areas that are covered on the RCMP training will be covered, as well as additional training around municipal and provincial legislation. And as has been alluded to previously, there are the provincial training standards that we are aware of, as well as the recruitment standards, police recruitment standards. So we're very aware of those, and we have a plan to comply with those standards. And in fact, we have to satisfy the provincial government that we will do that and how we will do that before we would get the approvals that would be required to move forward.
Yeah. So ultimately, just as the standards for training have been compared, so are the standards for qualification to apply, as well as the recruitment processes themselves. So there's consistency throughout.
And if I may,
Go ahead, Councillor.
do municipal services typically have significantly lower entrance requirements than RCMP, or we imagine having significantly lower requirements to become a police under a municipal service, so we would have to meet to become RCMP?
So with recent changes made to the RCMP's national recruiting program, I would actually say the requirements for entry into training are slightly more robust on the provincial standards right now, because I'll give you an example. There is a requirement to do physical fitness testing as part of the municipal police service standards in Alberta, and the RCMP process has eliminated that now prior to training. Now, in fairness, you cannot graduate from the RCMP Academy without having met a physical fitness standard. However, it used to be required prior to you ever attending the academy. That is not the case. Basically, that's the most significant difference. The other difference that exists presently is the RCMP's moved away from their polygraph or computer voice stress analysis testing, and the municipal police services in Alberta are still required to perform it.
Great, thank you.
So that, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just on the engagement piece, and I agree with Councillor Bosch. You always look back and you wish there's things that as they come up you could have done differently, and I do feel some remorse for some folks that wish there was more done. Can you talk to me specifically about the interaction you had with the National Police Force and our current police forces, and how long ago that started? I mean, I think I'm understanding that when we started doing this in 2018, I'm assuming it triggered some conversations then, but if you can just kind of walk me through when those conversations of how long they've been happening.
Well, I think it's fair to say that I have an ongoing relationship. I mean, my responsibility as the executive director of emergency services is I manage that contract, and the detachment commander essentially reports their city operations through me, as well as I oversee the civilian manager that runs the civilian employees at the RCMP detachment. So within that context, I'm in regular ongoing communication with the local RCMP detachment. Now, in regard to the NPF, I would say less so, for sure. Now, that group did come and have an opportunity to meet with council behind closed doors, and it had an opportunity to have a pretty robust discussion. And certainly the opportunities for discussion have existed, whether they were pursued in a more limited capacity with the NPF.
Okay, so I kind of asked earlier on the value-added services if they had specific things on that, but I'm just curious on the overall operational model that they've seen from MNP. Did the National Police Force give specifics of where they thought we had cost overruns, or if they give us correspondence on that?
So I've never received anything from the NPF regarding either the police service model review or regarding this, outside of seeing the press release that went out that frankly, I believe contradicted information that's contained within the report. It essentially stating, and actually this might actually be a good time for Mr. Linz from MNP, because he wasn't available earlier this morning. It was questioned around the depth of the financial analysis performed in that municipal transition report, and that, you know, the NPF would prefer a detailed costing analysis be completed at a subsequent stage. And maybe Mr. Linz can speak to what would be gained by that if he feels as though were the numbers that MNP had access to and was working with sufficiently detailed to have comfort in what's being presented. So I'll pass that on if I could.
Mr. Linz?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the numbers that are in there are fairly detailed. The transition plan, in it, the way it's presented is a summary to some degree. So there's a lot of detail that comes in behind that, and lots of big spreadsheets that we've worked with on there. the level of detail that we've used goes right down to, the estimate for the cost of a toque and a belt. And, we've got a pretty good handle on those costs from the work that we do kind of across the country, to be able to cost that right down to all of those materials. We got actual quotes from IT service providers that are specialists in these areas of what it would cost for the things that we need in there. There's a lot of work that went into it, so I don't know that there's anything more that I could add to it that would make it more detailed.
So I guess just maybe a question for Mr. Linz was, you would mention you talked about 70 different stakeholders, user groups, one-on-one. Was the National Police Federation one of them?
I don't believe they were.
Okay. So I'll leave it. I guess it's not a good feeling, I guess, when you have somebody present and they're telling there's holes in your theory, but I'm hearing that there's not a lot of data that we've been presented with that. And I guess it's hard to weigh that right now. I want to give them full credit for coming here and for doing things. I just have this little bit of apprehension that I wish they would have come with some statistical data and some information. And I'm hoping, and I thought maybe they were bringing that through you guys and through MNP.
So one of the things I'd like to point out, though, is what went into the financials for what MNP was looking at for financials were the actual RCMP expenditures for the city of Grande Prairie. They weren't estimates. They were, frankly, the actual expenditures, the budgets, the multi-year financial plans that are submitted. Now, in fairness, the NPF don't have those documents, to my knowledge, because they're Grande Prairie city documents or they're RCMP. The union, they have a very specific role to play in labor, and they certainly have advocacy priorities to represent their members. But in fairness to the NPF, I don't necessarily think they're holding anything back from us. They just may not actually have that specific information.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
I'm just going to jump in the queue. I have a question for our chief of staff, and then I'm going to actually take a 15-minute break. I know some of you have been able to take a break, but I haven't. And so, Ms. McEachran, could you tell me, I understand that it's possible within your department that there may be some statistics on our community engagement. And if there are, maybe let me know. And if it's something you need to email me while we're on a break, I'm happy to read it when we come back.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, we do have a number of statistics on various approaches we took for communication throughout the different stages, and I can send that to you right away.
Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Then I'll wait for that email from Ms. McEachran, and we'll go back to the queue. Thank you so much. Good evening and welcome back to City Council meeting of March 6th. We currently, before the break, sorry, Councillor Bresley, we haven't started without you. We are back from a break. Prior to the break, if you're just tuning in now, it had been requested of our Chief of Staff to send some details in regards to engagement. I'm just going to read the numbers off of my phone in regards to the marketing and communications. So in regards to communication, they were focused on specific tasks. Phase 1 was tailored focused stakeholder meetings. Phase 2 was survey participation solicitation in traditional media. Paid social advertising included a soft launch of open houses. And phase 3 was open houses, hard promotions in traditional and paid media. I know then further expansion on this. On our online engagement page received 3,161 total unique visitors, which as part of that, there was 516 informed visitors, meaning they downloaded a document, enlarged an infograph. There was additional statistics in regards to the other breakdown of that 3,100 people that went online to engage and at a minimum read the information. In regards to social media advertising, there was 118,000 total impressions for Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. And an impression is based on the number of times the municipal policing related content entered onto a person's screen. There was also, in addition, 110,700 total reach for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And the reach is based on the number of people who viewed municipal policing related content. In addition, there was 8,636 total engagements for Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. Engagements is whenever someone engages with a municipal policing related post by liking it, commenting, sharing it, or clicking it. In addition, there was a radio campaign and social media independent posts. In addition, I Googled today and added up, there was 18 independent news articles that were done by the media between 2020 and 2023. So for council, that's the expansion of the engagement that was done through traditional social media. That doesn't include the individual consultations with stakeholder groups as identified by Mr. Manuel and Mr. Newton. It just truly talks about traditional social media reach, advertising. So that answers that. I'm going to go into the queue now. And just heads up for Mr. Miller, there may be a question from council. I was having a conversation with council in the back and somebody said, I might ask Mr. Miller. So I'm going to give you a heads up. There might be a question. Don't know if it'll come, but giving you a heads up. In the queue, I currently have 4 councillors now. So I think you're number 4 in the queue, Mr. Miller, so prepared for your question. All right, Councillor Blackmore, you are next.
I have 2 questions. One is, we talked a lot about the communities that you visited who have municipal policing. Did you visit any communities in Alberta that are considered, or have you been in conversation with any communities in Alberta who may be considering a municipal police force?
Mr. Manuel? No, you're on. You're good.
Okay. There we go. The answer to that is yes, we have. However, I'm not going to specify those municipalities because they haven't, they're exploratory with administration at this point. They don't, to my knowledge, have direction to proceed, particularly when we met with them. It was, hasn't been in recent weeks. So, I can't speak to what their city's intents are, but there are other municipalities that are certainly exploring options.
I can add some context to that because I know from conversations that I've been approached from mid-sized city mayors across the province, and it's not confidential information, mayors that have reached out looking for a copy of our transition plan, as well as our municipal police service review, Mayor Spruce Grove, Mayor of Airdrie, Mayor of Red Deer. Those are the ones that, pardon me, did you add something? Those are the 3 in the last week in particular.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a second question, which is my last question of the night, so I'm hoping I can just ask it. We were talking a lot about public ongoing consultation that we expect to do over the next forever with a police commission, with a communication plan. And should we choose not to move forward with the municipal police force, can we expect to see this type of ongoing consultation with our RCMP services? Is that your experience traditionally?
So similar to the dispatch question earlier today, additional resourcing to provide those specific functions is a possibility. However, it would come at an additional cost under the model that we have, including, again, the dispatchers, including the public information officer. That is built within the existing funding envelope. So do I think it would be as effective? No, I don't. And I'll tell you, frankly, the reason why I don't think it would be as effective is because you would have a municipally employed resource who is working within its municipal systems, who is trying to do public communications engagement on behalf of the RCMP, who have their own organizational standards, policies, processes. And I'll use an example of that is it frankly took several years to get the city of Grande Prairie just a Facebook page. And now, certainly, I will recognize what Deputy Commissioner Zablocki said, is that, you know, the RCMP has learned from some of those lessons and they are trying to be more responsive. But at the end of the day, they can't, as a large national organization, be as responsive as this much smaller and nimble municipal service.
Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Now, I have 3 points, if you don't mind, and I'll hit them quickly. Thank you very much. So when I asked a question earlier, can't remember where, it's been so many questions that I've asked. So in regards to training for street engaged people, you mentioned that some of the officers will have, when you're training them, they'll have more street engaged training, just so dealing with mental health.
Mr. Manuel?
Yeah, so where there's real opportunity here with the municipal service is, first off, we haven't spent much time talking about the broader service, but we have identified 100 police officers. There's 225 total employees, and that also involves psychiatric nurses. It includes outreach workers, case managers, a real public safety model that's not focused just on the criminal justice system and just on policing related items. As such, we have to have training opportunities and internal culture that recognizes that there is trauma-informed practices that we need to apply to our workplaces. We need to understand local Indigenous matters, history, as well as frankly, underrepresented groups. We just need to understand the local policing environment, context, our societal needs, and the local training academy is one place to start that orientation, but ongoing partnerships with a variety of organizations and local training providers and building those continuous relationships will allow us to do that.
Okay, and my second one, the 300 emails that I received from a certain federation mentioned that they were concerned about corruption. And so I'm just wondering how we're going to deal with that. And, so who's going to look out to make sure we don't have a corrupt police force?
Mr. Manuel?
So that's a fair question. So 2 things. We did hear earlier from Deputy Commissioner Zablocki that the RCMP, and when the question was posed by Councillor Plot, I believe, was questioning why historically the RCMP had tried to move people away from home communities. Now, it was recognized that Historically, there was some thought that in really small communities, there could be challenges with that. He then mentioned that in a community the size of Grande Prairie, that concern is not the same concern. Now, is it to say that there cannot be concerns raised around police conduct? Of course, just like any employer, there's going to be occasions where conduct concerns arise. What's important is how those are, 1, prevented, 2, investigated, and then 3, adjudicated. And the changes to the Alberta Police Act are really what's going to give us some opportunity here. So the police service will be locally accountable to the local police commission, which is the independent oversight body. Further to that, issues of police conduct will be independently investigated through this new provincial police review committee. So it's not going to be local officers investigating the conduct of a local officer. And then further, the adjudication, the hearing related to any findings of misbehavior, again, are done outside of that municipal police service, outside of this community.
Yeah, thank you. And excuse me, my last point is, and this was part of the links that you had sent out to us in the future contract policing. And this was disclosed as part of a provided by the Public Safety Canada, the Federal Minister of Public Safety, the minister responsible for RCMP. As part of this, the government shared that the government Canada has been aiming to decrease its contract policing costs since the 1960s, and there's a growing dissatisfaction from communities relating to costs and officer vacancies. And so what that's telling me is that, you know, at some point in time, contract policing is going to end, and that gives me a lot of concern. And I'd rather be the first in and get the choice of, you know, the best celloist and the best violin player and the best. So that's what I'd like to see happen. I don't want to have fourth stringers coming along. So how do you react to that? There, I'm done.
I guess I'll help surmise and make a question for you, Mr. Manuel. And then I'll ask council that is in the queue. This is an opportunity for questions for the delegation, our consultants. There is currently no motion on the floor. We still have an opportunity for discussion and debate on the motion. Mr. Manuel, do you see an advantage of being first out of the gate, as Councillor O'Connor identified?
So, yes, I see advantage out of the gate. If council, based on the information that you've assessed through the reports, through the various research that you've been able to conduct regarding the 2032 and whether the federal government decides to continue doing contract policing. One of the things that is relevant, we've heard several times today, 80% of Canadians are primarily policed by somebody other than the RCMP. That means that 80% of Canadians are not getting subsidized policing from the federal government in that either that 30% or that 10% benefit. There's some question, a fair question, as to, 1, whether the federal government should continue providing that to those smaller numbers, and 2, even if they wanted to, until the staffing scenario, simply put, that same report that you're talking about says they've essentially had to pull bodies out of federal policing units in order to meet their contracting obligations. And the contract obligations are increasing every single year. And at this point, the bodies aren't keeping up. There comes a point in time where you have a finite level of resources and you can't service everything something has to give. One of the things that, in my opinion, makes sense to give are large communities that are capable of having a municipal police service. So in 2032, if that decision was made and they were to get out, I think we understand this is a 5-year process we have in front of you, and we are one municipality that is going to have to enter into agreement with the provincial government, enter into agreement with Public Safety Canada, work with the RCMP. There is over 100 municipalities policed by the RCMP in Alberta alone. Imagine the magnitude. If this is going to happen, there's going to have to be a pathway created for it to happen. And the people that create that pathway are going to have a lot more attention than those that are at the back of it.
Great. Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. Moving on to Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My first question of a few. The procurement that you were talking, procurement costs that you put into the financials were based on RCMP numbers or costs. What is that look like for municipal service in procurement costs?
So in fairness, it was the base in the financials was using the RCMP's operating costs, where we had vehicles and equipment such as firearms and tasers and body cameras and those sorts of things. We used the pricing we would receive. In some cases, that's the same as the RCMP. Some cases it's more, and in some cases it's less. So it's costed based on our procurement models. One of the things that municipalities have the ability to do is join other procurement processes with either the provincial government, with the municipal government. So as far, frankly, the city of Calgary supplies police uniforms and police equipment to the majority of municipal police services besides the Edmonton Police Service in Alberta. So we have those existing vendor relationships. There is also the ability to piggyback at times on RCMP procurement where it makes sense.
Okay. Can I ask?
Is it a follow-up on that? Because I got a full queue.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And my question is actually for our Deputy CEO Miller. So I'll wait till he finds a microphone. So the reason that I've actually asked Mr. Miller forward is I have a lot of respect for Mr. Miller. He has a very impressive resume. And with that, I was actually very impressed with the presentation of Mr. Keith Redl. He too spoke very well, very impressive resume. And so with that, I hold a lot of what he said with some weight. And so with that, I would actually like our expert within our realm to answer that. But first, if you could just qualify for those not watching, what was your role with the RCMP and for how long? And then I guess my question is, with his presentation, he brought up some, I'm sure, very valid points. Can you explain the difference from where he was going to where we are going?
Mr. Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks very much for the question and the opportunity to speak to council tonight as well. So, as mentioned by the city manager, I spent 31 years in the RCMP, and I'll maybe just speak to the last few years. So, actually, I know Mr. Redl as well. I was in Fort St. John from 2002 until 2006 as a detachment commander, and when I moved over to Alberta in 2006, Mr. Redl replaced me in Fort St. John. In that role, I was an inspector in the RCMP, so Fort St. John detachment, I think we had about 54 members roughly, and plus support staff. And then I came over to Grande Prairie as a detachment commander in the spring of 2006, and spent about 2.5 years in that role. And during that time, City Council was gracious and gave us some additional members, and it actually upgraded to the superintendent rank. And I stayed there for about 2.5 years, and then I went to the district office, Western Alberta District, so located still in Grande Prairie, and spent 4 years in that role. And as the district commander, then I oversaw 24 detachments in Western Alberta District, so all the way up to High Level and Fox Lake, down to Jasper, over to Mayerthorpe, and so the northwest corner of the province is what my role was. It was a total of about 500 employees. And then in 2012, I retired from the RCMP and moved on to a municipal government role. So I did listen carefully to Mr. Redl's presentation tonight, and I had a conversation with him before his presentation as well, and he explained what his concern was about the change in the number of general duty constables that would be assigned per watch. And
And then I heard what Mr. Manuel said after, and I did talk to Mr. Manuel before the presentation started up again, and I think Mr. Redl told me that based on his information, it was 11 constables per watch. And with our model, we're proposing it's 8 constables per watch, plus we'll have 2 corporals, plus a sergeant, plus a staff sergeant attached to each unit or watch. And, I guess I'd like to back up a little bit more too. I used to work in Prince George, and Prince George is one of the tougher communities to police in, and a high crime rate as well. One of my roles there was working on the watch. And we had a few more members than Grande Prairie has per watch, but Mr. Redl's main concern was officer safety, which is very important as well, and ties into community safety. And we need to make sure that we properly resource the watches. And I never worked on a watch in Grande Prairie, but I worked on the watch in Prince George, and officer safety was paramount as well. So if there ever was a concern about officer safety or a dangerous call, then it was basically all hands on deck. And I was a junior supervisor in Prince George, but we had a staff sergeant in charge of the watch. We had a sergeant, we had 2 corporals as well, and then we had a crew of constables. But if there was a high-risk call, right from the staff sergeant to the corporals, everybody would hit the road and they would support each other. And even in my time in Fort St. John as the inspector, there was times I would go on the road to support the members. So if there is a high-risk call, then everybody pays attention and we look after each other. I also explained to Mr. Redl tonight that our model includes the community peace officers supplementing the watch with those resources, and which I see as very value added. I have a lot of respect for the RCMP members, for the CPOs, for municipal police officers. I think it's a very good team approach on how to get policing done properly and in the most effective way and most efficient way. If I can also add, back in my time in the RCMP yet, going back 10 years, I've been retired from the Mounties for 10 years, but we did have discussions when I was still in the RCMP about tiered policing and how it made sense to use the proper level of resource to respond to the proper calls, and to keep the RCMP members who have better training or higher levels of training, have them focus on the calls that they need to focus on. And I still recall the conversation with my the people that I reported to, saying, why can we not use peace officers to address things like the shoplifters, the minor thefts, motor vehicle accidents? And at that time, I didn't receive support to do it. So I'm very encouraged by the model that we've talked about tonight. And the letter that we received as well from the professor saying this is the way that we should be going. So I'm confident that what is being proposed will increase the safety in our community and use our resources the way they should be used. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Miller, for lending your voice and letting me put you on the spot. Thank you.
Yep. Nope.
All right. I have a question for Mr. Miller, too, so I'm going to jump the queue. Oh, I did say one question. Apologies. Mr. Miller, you and I earlier this week had a conversation with a senior federal retired member of RCMP who wishes not to be named, as they're doing some consulting work still. Tell me, maybe to reiterate for council about the conversations that we had and the opportunities that we discussed in the presentation of this model.
All right, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So we did have a conversation with like you said, a retired member who is at a high rank in the RCMP. And he was applauding what council is contemplating doing, saying this is the way municipalities should be viewing policing. And he spent a lot of time in the RCMP and has a lot of respect for the RCMP as well. But in his view, the RCMP should not be in contract policing any longer, that they should focus on the federal policing. And he also commented that probably for the last, I think he said 60 years roughly, the RCMP should not have been in contract policing. That's not their area of expertise. That's the federal side is where they should focus on. So publicly, well, even myself, I'd be reluctant to I've got a lot of admiration for the RCMP, and it was a very good career for me as well. And but you know, I think he said we have a very unique opportunity with setting up a new police force, and there's technology out there that the RCMP should have been using years ago. That at his level in the RCMP, he wasn't able to get support to make it happen. With the municipal police department, you have a police commission, you have council that supports the police commission as well. You seek the funding through council. And if you can get the funding and support of the police commission based on a recommendation from the police chief, you can actually make things happen. So he was very excited about the opportunity that we have here.
Thank you for that. Now I'll let you go, Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you.
All right, in the queue next, Councillor Bosch with questions for our consultants, and hopefully we'll get a motion on the floor soon to debate.
Soon, yes. Yes, there is no doubt from any one of us that respect for the RCMP is absolutely a value to all of us. My question is in regards to ACERT and the new team that is to come out of this new provincial mandate. So for complaints, ACERT, I think that was earlier today, you said had no cost to us. And as a municipal police force, would that also be the same? And then on to the new team, for complaints, let's say extreme complaints or issues that come up, and then the lower level of complaints. Can you speak to that?
Mr. Newton?
Through the chair. I'll speak to ACERT first, then I'll speak to the new police review commission. I can confirm that a municipal police service, should it be created in the city of Grande Prairie, would come under the jurisdiction of ACERT for serious and sensitive investigations. And to my knowledge, there is no cost charged back to the municipal police service for ACERT operations. In relation to the Police Review Commission, yes, you're correct. ACERT will actually roll into the new Police Review Commission, but will maintain their current mandate. And you use an appropriate term, though. I've heard the Police Review Commission be termed as ACERT Light, and in many ways it is.
That was this afternoon. I'm not as click-checky this morning or this evening.
And ACERT Light is a good description. And again, in relation to cost implications, as we touched on earlier today, those discussions are still ongoing. What I thought between the chiefs of police in Alberta and the provincial government around the funding streams for the Police Review Commission in relation to chargeback. What I foresee happening is, rather than the chargeback, I think it's I think one thing on discussion on the table right now is around funds that would have gone to a municipal police service may or may not be redirected to help fund the Police Review Commission. A percentage of, obviously, I mean. But those discussions, to my knowledge, I haven't been privy to them in more recent times, and I know they're ongoing. So I certainly don't want to misquote or be inaccurate in my response as to what that funding will look like.
There's also discussions underway that it is clear that will have oversight of the municipal police officers, but there is ongoing discussion as to their role in investigating conduct pertaining to RCMP officers as well. So that question mark still remains and could have an impact regardless.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Council. Are you in the same vein?
No.
No. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure if this is for our presenters or yourself or maybe our CEO, but when I read this letter from the province, I'm just wondering when's our drop dead date that we have to enact this? And I guess I know that the date for us to look at the contract services March 31st. I guess my question is if there was an appetite to say we put this on pause for a year and we implement it in 2024 instead of 2023. What's the appetite do you think the province would give us latitude till May 15th or in that range to fully make a decision? And I say that mostly. I'm comfortable with where we're at, but I've been drinking out of a fire hose for about 3 months on this now. And when I hear how much angst there is in the community that they don't feel they're consulted, what I'd love to find a way is for them to be won over and realize that this process is a really good process, and we'd actually be doing ourselves a disservice as a community to not move forward with this at some point. So I'm just curious, do we have a sense of what the drop dead date is on this letter of, if we said, can we hold this back, realizing that it would enact this a year later, past the March 31st date? Do we have a sense of when this letter expires, when we would have to have a yay or nay to have the province not say, we're not sure about your $9.7 million, because it is an awful lot of money, and if we choose to transition in a few years and that's not there, I'm going to have a really hard time looking at my community and saying, hey, just because we want to do more consultation, we lost $10 million on your behalf. So just a question. I'm not sure if you'd have a sense on that, or if I'm putting you on the spot there, but I'm just curious.
Sure, I'll get Mr. Nicolay to start, and then I can elaborate on the conversations that we've had with Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I suspect we're probably going to say the same thing. Clearly, the expectation by the province of Alberta is that Grande Prairie has been at this for 4 years. They've done 2 separate reports. They've had multiple interactions with the community, including an extensive community consultation process, and they have a definitive recommendation in front of them. The expectation from the province of Alberta is that notice will be given by March 31st to the RCMP of the cancellation of the contract. I don't know what would happen if we don't meet that expectation. There's no, that hasn't been discussed. There's no strong arming for us to do that. But clearly the representation was that council will be in a position to make a decision, sufficiently informed to make a decision by by March 31st of this year.
Okay, so your impression is by March 31 is kind of the drop dead date. It's not, we have to make that decision to enact it this year.
Yes, and I think in fairness, as people have indicated, there are others in Alberta who would be prepared perhaps to step in, and the budget has been partitioned to make an appropriate $9.7 million contribution to demonstrate that a rational transition plan to a municipal police service exists. And if we don't execute it, chances are somebody else will. And then it's up for grabs from that point forward. If I can just clarify, the basis of the recommendation to the province and all of the discussions and representations that we've had to this point is that we have gone through a robust process. The posture that council took on this was community engagement and community consultation is important. And it was done, and it was done in a way that is more robust than any consultation process I've ever seen in this community, perhaps has ever occurred in this community. But the council is the representative council of the population. You are elected to collect information, go through a deliberation process and a consultation process, sit through the dozens of hours of meetings and deliberation and the hundreds of pages of reports, and ready yourself to make a decision on behalf of the community. And that's what we took forward when we represented to the province of Alberta, that we felt that we were ready to make a decision as a community.
If I could just add something, Councillor Plott, this wasn't a ongoing grant program. This was a one-time announcement in this budget. There's no indication that it's an ongoing application, and if it were not used, there's been no indication that it's flow through to the next budget. If we were to not take this opportunity, and the province did decide to announce to establish a grant for municipalities, we'd have to reapply, and I'd have to say we'd probably be at the bottom of the list of municipalities they would like to work with. So.
Well, that is my fear. And just, we had a 3-hour conversation today about the analytics and the numbers of this with a deeper dive, even for council to get more comfortable with it. And there was a thought of a few one-pagers being presented just to give back to giving the community more confidence in what we're doing and appreciating that some people do feel left in the dark on this decision. I'm just wondering how, not to put pressure on administration, but how quickly is that something that we think we could have up and live on our site and have the community realize the pros, the pluses and minuses, as we so to speak, on the model review?
So following the comments made earlier today about the over-under, I believe we were talking about, Mr. Martins from MNP actually proactively submitted to me a draft raw form of that. So I suspect we can turn that around pretty quick this week and have that up. I would completely understand that there is additional information to be provided to community to help them understand the road up costs, all of the different considerations that are supporting this plan. The one thing that I can say, though, and I think it's representative of experience around the table here, is that over the last 2 weeks and in the time before that, the questions that have been received, there's an answer to all of those questions. And it's not that it's been a light bulb, like we missed it. We missed that piece. And I'm not to say that it will never happen, but it largely shows that the considerations are there. The information that people are seeking is there. We have to distribute and disseminate it better. It's not that it hasn't been considered. It's just we have to disseminate it better.
I appreciate that, because that's my sentiment as well. I just want to, I don't want to have people feel like they're being pulled into this decision, which I feel like they are now, even though it is probably the right decision for the community. I'm just wondering what options are. So thank you for that.
Councillor Bosch. After Councillor Connor, so I've got 4 more in the queue, and I'm going to move on because we need a motion to discuss and debate. Well, you're next in the queue. Can you wait for that time?
I have a question in regards to the union that was here today, representing the RCMP. What does the union structure look like for municipal police force?
Mr. Manuel?
So good question. So in Alberta, the police are governed by something called the Police Officer Collective Bargaining Act. And it specifies what labor activities they can undertake as far as union association activities go. Essentially states they cannot be part of any other union. The police officers, in this case of the Grande Prairie Police Service, are able to form their own union, but they can't be part of another union. They can't combine with the Edmonton Police Association. They can't combine with QB. They are their own body. And the reason there's legislative requirements around it is they're not allowed to strike. It's an essential service. Mm-hmm. And because of that, it includes things like binding arbitration and so on. But you can expect the initial officers that come on board would essentially come on board in a out of scope. So in the city, we call it out of scope. These are people that are not covered by collective bargaining. We have a draft as to what we expect a collective agreement to look like, because there's not a lot of freelancing. They're going to compare it to existing collective agreements in a lot of ways. And those first members that are employed will ultimately then create the union and association that will represent them and ultimately negotiate their first contract. We have expected that. We will have legal support to assist both the group navigate what their requirements are to get the association going, and then to freely negotiate a collective agreement.
In your experience going from municipality to municipality, has there been the documents or write-ups of their union are they very similar, or are they completely different pertaining to their area?
They vary by province. Within Alberta, they're pretty consistent.
I have only one more.
Sorry, no. Sorry, Mr. Nicolay had a comment to that as well.
It was just a comment that I thought might be useful through the chair. I've had an opportunity to speak with people in municipal police services on both sides of the negotiating table on collective agreements that are in place right now. And I speculated with those people the circumstances that might be unfolding in Grande Prairie, and independently, both sides of the table responded in much the same way, saying that they would give their eye teeth for an opportunity to build a collective agreement from the ground up in the 21st century, considering what policing is really like now. So while there are some templates out there and there are some standard clauses that we might expect to see, I think it'll be a very exciting and opportune time for two parties to come together and build a collective agreement for this community.
Yep. Councillor O'Toole.
close to the midnight hour. Do we need to extend our...
Legislative Services Manager will keep an eye on that.
Okay. I would like to take care of business if I could.
I have two people following you, Mr. Thiessen and Mr. O'Connor. Were you looking to do business arising, or did you have a question? You were business, right? Okay, so I'll let Councillor Thiessen, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I actually kind of want to go back to the letter that Councillor Palat brought up, because that was my next question. So in the letter, it states from the minister, and I spoke with Minister Ellis too. He said it was all good. I was there at the announcement. He said, hey, we're here to support all municipalities going forward if they choose to do this. So what he said in the letter is, should Grande Prairie decide to establish its own municipal police service, the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services is prepared to work closely with your transition team to monitor progress with the goal of ensuring the success of any potential transition. And then it says later, the government of Alberta is prepared to support whichever choice the city of Grande Prairie makes regarding its police service delivery model, be it remaining with the status quo or establishing a municipal police service. So the reason I'm reading that out is I've heard lots of talk around the table here today that we're assuming that if we leave the 9.7 on the table, that it's gone. Either the government will claw it back, which was told earlier they can't do that right now, but maybe it's contingent on this. I don't know if we've signed a contract. The other thing that I'd like to just sort of elaborate is, so we know that Spruce Grove, Airdrie, and Red Deer are asking for our municipal transition paperwork. So all that tells me is that they're nowhere near close to within the year transitioning right away. Maybe Red Deer because they wrote a report in 2020 and now they got to update it with our stuff. I guess my question is to anybody who can answer it. We could say yes for March 31st. We could say no for March 31st and keep our CMP, or we could say maybe we need to think about this a little bit more and make a phone call, because the phone call is right there and the phone number is right there at the bottom of this letter to contact that person. And I'm just surprised that we haven't thought of the what if we decide to pause for a moment. Is that funding going to disappear? It's 780-427-3457. I'm just wondering if anybody's made that call.
Go ahead, Mr. Manuel.
So through the mayor, we met with the individual identified on that letter Wednesday of last week. And I can confirm that that funding is related to a municipal police transition. My understanding of it is I'm sure the minister supports whatever decision the city of Grande Prairie wants to make regarding this. That doesn't mean that they're going to continue to allow us to have $9.7 million to set aside while we ponder.
Sure, but if we don't ask the question, we don't know if they will or won't.
Sorry, to be clear, Councillor Thiessen, it was one-time funding. It was announced in the budget for the city of Grande Prairie as one-time funding. I don't know how much clearer that can be.
For sure, but when we collect the check, I'm talking about the March 31st deadline. So if we decide in this year, in this calendar year, let's say in November, to do a municipal police transition, and that's the time it takes us because members from the community are sending us emails, phone calls, loading up our chambers. They have concerns. We know we've consulted really, really well. Some people have suggested a plebiscite. But obviously, no matter how much we've consulted through the social media channels, we still haven't reached our audience, or at least a good portion of our audience, where they're almost matching our in-person consultation numbers simply over the last 5 days with emails and other consultations with us. So I understand that it's one-time funding, but is it contingent on March 31st? If we decide to transition in October, November, December, whenever, in this year, is that funding still there? And have we asked that question?
Mr. Manuel?
I would say that the risk with the funding, if the city hasn't executed on its, and this is just a risk, and I'm not saying it's absolute, but we know that there is a provincial election that is going to occur that could possibly trigger a change in government. And if funds aren't expended at that point, there certainly is opportunity to not expend those costs. Now, there's been no indication that if there was an alternative government, that they wouldn't support this. So I can't say emphatically that it would not. We know that we have existing support. Our ask was specific to a transition. That transition included a timeline that we presented. That, frankly, the big fear that the province has is they don't want another Surrey where indecisiveness around dates and not having specified targets to work backwards from has created a lot of challenges and now is a provincial problem there.
All right. Councillor Bosch.
So no.
Good. My last question. What?
No, I said he had your business arising.
No.
He had, she,
I'm busy.
I'm not at the motion yet. And actually, Councillor O'Toole was ahead of you in the queue for the motion. Thanks.
In the
Councillor
meantime,
Bosch.
I'll ask a question.
Perfect. Thank you.
So we were talking earlier today about additional space potentially at the CCC. And I did get some information or a question from a citizen in regards to who is going into the CCC, because quite honestly, policing, the building that they have is built specifically for that type of work, and potentially not having them go into the CCC would, just in regards to tech and safety and security.
So anywhere where there's policing personnel, there is security requirements that pertain, physical security, information security requirements. No matter where policing, RCMP, municipal police are located, they have to meet those requirements. Those requirements, there's a standard to which have to be met, and any place they are located will meet those. I'll tell you right now, we have existing municipal RCMP members that work in office space outside of the existing RCMP detachment in other city facilities today. We just have to ensure that the departmental security standards are met, and that will be the case over at the CCC as well.
And the costs for that have been considered in this budget?
They have. This is happening, sorry, just to clarify, the RCMP have units that are going to locate over there regardless of whether this proceeds or not.
Regardless if it's municipal or RCMP?
Correct.
It will be. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor O'Toole.
All right. Waiting all day for this. I move that council, pending confirmation of transition funding support, direct administration to take all steps necessary to proceed toward an alternative police service provider through the establishment of a municipal police service, and notice to be provided to the Government of Canada of such March 31st, 2023, in accordance with the terms of the Municipal Police Service Agreement.
Okay, so the motion is in order. Councillor O'Toole. I recognizing Councillor Bressy. Go ahead, Councillor Bressy.
I know I'm going to get a lot of exasperated looks around the horseshoe maybe for this, but I'm going to move that we table this to the next regular council meeting. For me, it's a community consent to be governed is really important to me, and frankly, I don't think we have that yet. I think for me, it's not community agreement. I think that we are elected to make hard decisions, and we're elected to make decisions with all the information before us and all the perspectives before us. And I'm okay making decisions that are unpopular. But for me, what I mean by community consent is I think most people in the community, they're okay with not getting their way if they've had a chance to know the decision's coming up, if that's important to them, if they've had a chance to ask their elected officials questions to really make sure their perspective is heard. And I don't know if we've achieved this by having this discussion less than 2 weeks after the transition report came out. And for me, it's pretty clear to me, and I'm happy to debate it later, that a municipal model is what's best for this community. But it's also really clear to me that there's a lot of people in this community that still want to be able to understand why I think that. And I always do have an open mind until I vote on something. And I do think there are people in the community that deserve a chance to be able to persuade my vote and persuade the rest of our votes. And so for me, I hate to do it because honestly, the last 2 weeks have been intense and terrible and full of work. And while the vast majority of people have reached out to us, I really appreciate have taken the time to inform themselves, and I appreciate them sharing their opinions. Frankly, there are a very few, not a lot, but a very few people who just have been abusive, and I hate to put myself and my family through that for 2 more weeks. But more, I hate what this does to RCMP members. I know that we've got some members who are eagerly watching this, hoping that they can make transition to municipal. We've also got some that love the surge and they love Grande Prairie. And if we decide to transition, they're going to have a really tough choice. And I hate the idea of prolonging this for 2 weeks for them. I absolutely hate that because I respect their service so much. But I just don't think we have the community consent yet to make this decision. And both for and against. I've even had people reach out to me as late as last night saying, I'm really glad you're finally talking about this, but gee, I wish I'd known more. And they're going to be really disappointed if we don't move with this because they didn't have a chance to learn more. So I hope the council will support this motion as hard as it will be.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Interestingly, I was probably going to make a similar motion, and I feel very similar on it. I think in the next 2 weeks, although we do run the risk as an association of having a lot more emails and a potential plebiscite, I can say from the experience I've had from the people and the literally hundreds of calls I've had and fielded, the more I've talked to people, the more they've got comfortable with this, and the more we've also started getting letters of people supporting this transition. And so if it's a 2-week pause, it's not a forever pause. I hope people from the community realize if we can put out our one-pagers and we can prove out what we've drank through a fire hose and realized, this isn't a never-ending thing. We do have to make decisions as council. We do have to move forward on things. But I don't think a 2-week pause, the risk that it brings, I don't know if I think it's worth the rush of doing it now. We've ate a lot in our community, and trust is low with politicians, which is sad as it is. It's similar to the RCMP not getting bodies because it's a tough job. I think us taking this 2-week pause and really just letting the community see the actual facts and the data and the things that we can present, the things that we're all comfortable around this table because we've drank through the fire hose, we've had those conversations. I feel very confident that if our administration can put more data out, the naysayers are going to turn and they're going to realize this actually makes a lot more sense than maybe they originally are. I can see the angst on it. For me, I had mentioned to some folks here, been on council again 4 months, and this was talked about last term, and I was a no. I was a hard no on this 4 months ago, and now I'm like a 99% yes on it. And it's mostly the 1% to me is that I want people to feel like they were part of the process. And I know we've done all the engagement, and I'm not knocking administration for what they've done. I think you really have done a robust engagement, but to like Councillor Bressy's point, if that's not how the community's feeling, it sits icky to me, and I don't like that. I feel much better making a decision March 20th. I guess having said all that, I do want to ask administration, and I'm not sure if it's our CAO, what risks are we potentially taking here that I may not be seeing? You know, if we do pause this for 2 weeks, is there risks that I may not be seeing? Because I don't want to put the organization at great risk with this either. But we're not going to lose the funding in 2 weeks. We're still being able to make a decision before that if we decide to move forward on the 20th. Potential plebiscite, I guess, is a risk. I feel like that's less of a risk. We're educating people. But is there any other things I'm missing on that for potential risks for the organization?
I'll ask Mr. Nicolay to comment as well as Mr. Manuel. And I just do remind you that it doesn't need to be 2 weeks. The council meeting can be called at any time.
Oh, and fair enough. That's a solid point. Thank you.
Mr. Nicolay.
I was actually going to defer to
Mr. Manuel.
So the most pressing issue is in order to change the model, we need a ministerial order to 1, approval to change our model, 2, ministerial approval to form a new municipal service, and then we need to put a police commission bylaw in place. All of those steps should occur prior to a letter going to the RCMP. The ministerial order will not happen overnight. I'm not saying it has to be tonight, but the 20th I would suspect would be too far.
Sure. Can you let him finish answering his question?
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Bressie has a friendly amendment.
Sure. Well, two. First of all, I realized that I probably should have used the word council postpone this motion, not table.
Yeah.
But also, I'm happy to just say the next city council meeting, and my desire would be that it's the 20th, but I'm fine with the way that if it says regular council meeting, then we have to wait till the 20th. But if we just say city council meeting, then if the mayor working with administration feels that it can't wait 2 weeks, then she could call a special meeting to do it. So I'm happy to remove that regular, just saying if this motion passes, I hope we would wait till the 20th unless there's really good reason on timelines not to.
Okay. So Councillor Blackmore.
I'm not sure that we gain anything by waiting more time. We've been inundated, all of us at this table, with information, and we've asked questions, and we've spent a lot of time considering this proposition. And both Councillor Bressie and Councillor Palat have said that push come to shove, if we made the motion tonight, they would probably be supporting it. So I don't understand why we would not proceed, because I don't feel that we at this table are going to have any more information in 2 days, 5 days, 20 days. I feel that we have it in front of us today, and whether any one of us vote for or against, we're prepared to do that tonight. So I would not be supporting a motion to table or to postpone, sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I guess within this last 2 weeks of this coming out, anybody who wanted to reach us did so, reached Mr. Manuel, administration here, RCMP, the union, whoever. And today is the day to watch then. If you didn't watch the Council Committee of the Whole last week, or the week before, whenever it was, if you didn't watch the media after the fact of Global presenting that story, that was the time to watch. From then till now, all this information, we've asked like 100 questions if we've asked one, and times that by 100. And in all honesty, I have to say there's 316 people watching online tonight, and half of them are probably relatives of everybody here and other municipalities. So if people are that interested, it's not showing in the 300 people who are watching tonight. So the value of moving it and continuing it, and everybody giving their side, yes, I appreciate that maybe everything wasn't pristine in regards to engagement, but if it mattered to you, then you either reached us or you're paying attention. So I don't think I'll support it, only based on what I see for people online tonight. Like, that does not tell me that this massive engagement piece that we blew.
Just going to jump in the queue on one comment that either Councillor Plott or Councillor Bressie had in regards to the risk. We know that this ministerial order will need wet ink by March 31st. You're going to postpone for a potential future date that I think you both addressed, that you're not looking to get any additional information for yourselves. You just think you want to hear from more people. And I don't know, if you want to share the story, it's already been identified by administration, the story will be shared. You're not looking for additional information. You've asked all your questions. We've been here since 9 a.m. asking additional questions. If you want to postpone this, we have advocated to the Premier, to the Treasury Board, to the, and we met with the members of Treasury Board in our advocacy work at AB Munis and at RMA to ask for opportunities. Look, if we're interested in this, will you support us? They came to the table, and now you're going to ask for time to wait. It's simply not going to happen. We're going to try to ask the minister to wet ink. I think Mr. Zablocki mentioned that there's a court bail reform meeting in Ottawa right now. For all I know, Minister Ellis is there right now. I mean, there's many moving parts. This just isn't as simple as postponing a meeting and saying, by the way, can you wait for us? That's just not how it works. I won't support a motion to postpone. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, with that being said, I will support a motion to postpone. 10 years ago, I came into council gangbuster similar to like Councillor Bressie on his first term, and I said, what does a municipal police force look like? I think we should go that way. Despite the fact that I love the RCMP, have family and friends that work across the country in the RCMP and stuff like that. Undertaking this exercise has been a great learning guide, and the information that has been provided to us through our administration and our consultants is phenomenal. It's one of the best, but one of the best pieces of product that I think in my 10 years on municipal government I've actually received. Still, because this is a big issue, there's lots of gaps. There's lots of gaps. There's lots of questions. We see this around the table. It's 10 minutes to midnight right now. It's not just the community. It's us. I don't know if we've got all of our own answers that we're ready for this. Do I think things are going to change in 2 weeks? No, I'm pretty certain if you're going to vote for it, you're going to vote for it. And if you're not going to vote for it, you're not going to vote for it. Of course, you could be encouraged to one way or the other, of course. The reality is like Councillor Bressie said, we act and we serve on behest of our constituents, the people of Grande Prairie. And I know that we consulted very, very well, but you can't hit everywhere. And I think our CAO said it once upon a time ago. We consult, we digest, we consult, we digest, and then if we have to consult some more, we consult some more. You know, and it's not a matter of going back to the community and saying, hey, do you like this? Maybe now it's about going back to the community and saying, hey, there's a good probability we're going to do this in 2 weeks. Would you like to get yourself educated? And we give the community that opportunity to be educated, and then maybe they're feeling all right with it. I've heard so many requests for a plebiscite, for another vote, for some kind of election, whatever, to determine this. This is a big decision. Councillor O'Toole has been quoted many times from his media thing that this could possibly be the biggest thing that the city of Grande Prairie, this council and any council previous has ever done. We shouldn't take that with a grain of salt, especially when our community is coming to us and saying, we have some serious concerns with this and we don't feel like we've been heard. That's our first and primary duty as councillors and the mayor, is to consult with our people. Because they have opinions doesn't make, and it makes things uncomfortable, doesn't mean that we just plow forward just because. I think due diligence is ensuring that everybody is educated, and if this is the biggest thing that Grande Prairie's ever going to do, then I think it's appropriate to wait at least a little bit, because it's worth it in the end of the day, right? And I think what's worth it to all of us is to make sure that when we're making this big decision, that it may not affect us financially this year or on this term or even on the next term, but it will have financial impacts 2 council terms from now. We're supposed to be taking a 10 to 20 year horizon, and changing the municipal police force to a municipal police force will change Grande Prairie forever. So it's not a decision that I think we should come to lightly, and I think it's a decision, like Councillor Bressie said, that we should stay open to until the vote. Because if we get 20,000 people from the city coming to us and saying we don't want this, then it's pretty obvious we can't get 20,000 people to vote. If they're coming to us saying we don't want this at that point, then okay. I still think we can make phone calls to the province. We can ask simple questions and get simple answers in return that can be disseminated to council via email. This is what the minister said. We've all had meetings, we've all had impromptu handshake conversations, and I'm sure lots has been said. But if we're going to make a big decision like this, I think timing is everything. And I think right now, 2 weeks after we produced our final report, we gave our community what usually takes a week to advertise that we have a report ready. So our community has literally had a week to digest this, and it's not a small document. They don't read 100 and 200 page municipal documents like we do every week. So this is something that I think that we owe to our community. Whether or not we're going to move forward with this or not, I think it's imperative that we do our utmost to ensure that most members of our community, or a good chunk of them, feel very comfortable with it. And at least the silent ones that are already cool with it, maybe they'll start coming out too and saying, hey, you guys should have made this on Monday. What's the deal? And go from there. We're not beholden to 2 weeks, as the mayor said. I think there's still lots of opportunity to make the transition or stick with the contract policing with the RCMP. I don't see waiting as a big deal. I don't like getting rushed into decisions, and as much as work we put into this, it's 2 weeks from our last report, and our community is upset. So what are we going to do?
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor O'Connor, can I ask you to make a motion that's in the e-scribe regarding going past midnight? It's motion number 3.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. I'd like to move that council approve the council meeting to extend past 12 a.m.
Thank you. That motion's in order. Call the question on the motion going past midnight. That's carried unanimously. Councillor O'Connor, you're in the queue next if you'd like to go.
Yeah, I really understand where you're coming from. I just want us to make a decision. And that week, the mayor and I and another councillor are off at RMA on the 20th. So I think that's going to affect our participation. So we're, if you want to move it back a couple of days and we can meet, doesn't have to be on council day. I'd be looking for an amendment, but I don't know if I want to support a table. I just, let's make a decision, and if it gets defeated, it gets defeated. And that's I won't support a tabling.
So, Councillor O'Toole, you're in the queue next. You can discuss and debate on the amendment, and if that's your intent, great. If not, I'll go to Councillor Bressie to close on the motion to postpone. Sorry. Your choice, Councillor O'Toole.
I won't support this amendment at all. I think that we've had oodles of time to make decisions, and if council feels it's the right thing to do, then let's make the decision tonight and continue to educate the people. We said we would previously an hour ago, and all we've done is talk and talk and talk, but let's make it happen. And I would support, I would ask council to let this happen tonight.
Councillor Bressie to close on the motion to postpone.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I really do hear what people are saying. This is the end of 2 years of intense work. Councillors have spent dozens of hours of meetings specific to the transition. I'm sure every single one of us has spent hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of hours talking about, if not thousands of hours, talking about policing in general, public safety. I question to imagine an additional piece of work that could be understood to get a reasonable picture of the finances here. I do agree that we've got the information that we as councillors need to make this decision, but I guess it just does come down to what's the role of councillors, what's the role of the community in these decisions. For me, again, it does come down to that. Send to the community as they at least know what we're talking about. And the most recent email I got was less than an hour ago. So clearly there's people in the community that are just hearing about this and haven't had a chance to say it yet. So for me, I really do think that it's incumbent on us with a decision this important. Other decisions, yes, we did robust engagement. Any other decision, I probably think I'd be saying to people at this point, sorry, you had your chance. But with this decision, I do think it is incumbent on us to give people time to get used to this idea. I think it's incumbent on us to give people time to reach out to us. And I think it's incumbent on us, even if we really have strong opinions right now, to listen to them with an open mind. So I hope that council will pass this.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Bressie. That is your close. This is a vote on council postponing the motion to a next council meeting. I'll call the question. So a vote in yes is to postpone, a vote no is to not postpone. That is defeated 6-3. We'll move to the original motion now, and I will take questions or debate. And if no one moves too quickly, it's Councillor Blackmore.
I will be voting in favor of moving forward to a municipal force. I did not expect to be in this position when we started this consultation 2 years ago. I thought that I would be voting in opposition. But after many, many hours of reading and studying and asking questions in other communities, I've reached the conclusion that although the RCMP have offered us a stellar service for many, many years, since the establishment of Grande Prairie as a town in 1914, there has been some serious weaknesses that have not been to our advantage. I was on council in 2005 when Captain Zablocki was here, and some of the things that he talked about today as something that they are looking forward to implementing, he talked about in 2005, and those things still have not been implemented. In 2005, that's one of the reasons that the crime prevention, first crime prevention committee and then crime prevention department was formed in the city, was to hopefully make those changes within policing in Grande Prairie. As you know, crime prevention is no longer a department in Grande Prairie because it was not successful in moving the needle with RCMP services. I was on council when Mr. Miller was the superintendent here, and again, I watched him try to make positive, long, valuable changes to the service that was available to us, and was frequently stymied and frustrated by that process. On the other hand, when I look at what's happening with RCMP and contract policing in Canada right now, I am not optimistic that we're going to see contract policing exist after 2032. I have two reasons for that. One is that they are really struggling to meet the mandate of contract policing, and it is handicapping their service in other areas significantly. And the second reason that I really believe that is because we currently have a government in Eastern Canada that has no real connection to Western Canada, and contract policing is most prevalent in Western Canada. We've heard promises. I've heard promises now since 2001 that yes, we'll make sure that your, sorry, my voice is giving out, but yes, we'll make sure that your officers stay in Grande Prairie more than 2 to 5 years. And here we are in 2023. Those same promises are being made, but they are not being fulfilled. I'm frustrated by the fact that 40% of our 40 out of our 97 officers, 40 of them have come directly to us from depot, and that means they are inexperienced and they still require a significant amount of training, which the RCMP chooses to send them away for. Even though we have trainers in Grande Prairie, they send the trainers and the trainees away for training. And that, to me, is frustrating and a disservice to our community. I understand that it's not going to be a smooth highway ahead of us. There's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be things that we wish that we had considered. But in all honesty, I believe that at the point we're at right now, there is not another single piece of information that we could receive that would make a difference in the decision that we need to make tonight. I feel that we are launching a new opportunity for Grande Prairie to provide policing to people who have housing issues, to people who are Indigenous, to people who are marginalized in our community. I believe we have an opportunity to provide a policing model that better accommodates their needs, and I am excited and look forward to those changes. And I would ask Council to join me in supporting this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm actually going to speak directly to the opposite of what Councillor Blackmore just spoke of. I feel like a lot of what we're dealing with here is we're looking at what I believe is a world-class policing system. Standard, one of a kind in the world. The RCMP, who does contract policing for us and does a good job, where we'd like them to do better is on the smaller stuff, and on the recruitment. And I see those as the two big issues. Community safety is still pretty good. We don't have any murders or major crimes, and it seems weekly we get big drug busts. I guess my big concern here is when other organizations or municipalities or the province, so the province, Red Deer, and Surrey, BC, all undertook this study over the last couple of years, and they all walked away from it because it was cost prohibitive to them in their own ways. Maybe the province will come back to the APP idea. I'm not sure. This is a big decision, and it deserves to take the time, and I already went on the community consultation aspect. But the decision we make today will be felt, maybe not by us, definitely 2 councils down the road, probably at the end of the next council term, where they'll be looking at the tax implications and trying to save their own political hides, while a new council gets to endeavor on potentially picking up the extra tab on the tax increases later on down the road. Now, none of us may be around the table at that point, or we all could, but we'll have to deal with it nevertheless as a community. One of the things that I like about the RCMP is they're networked right across the entire country. So when you want to shut down drug groups in Prince George and Fort St. John, you can, because you have that chain of communication that's established. As much as we would like to say that we can establish those chains of communications between different police services, it's akin to me saying, how often does the city ECDEV department talk with the county ECDEV department? It could be every day, but there's lots of things that they don't know what's going on when it comes to their business. I also see other priorities in our community that are huge, that we should be putting our focus in. And I think this kind of moves us away from the focus of what we need to do. We have a health crisis at our hospital. We need more surgeons. We need more social workers to fill out the community or the coordinated care campus. We need to make sure that that is up and running and operational, so we're not creating any other issues within our community. And so I believe our focus needs to be there. As a council, we're going to be looking at getting a new CAO and a deputy CAO within the next 3 months. And we haven't collectively as a group even undertaken the process to talk about that. So there are other priorities. The costs are there, and there's other solutions as well. We haven't talked about hybrid model. We haven't talked about maybe how peace officers might be able to work their way into the RCMP. We haven't had those discussions with the larger organization. So again, if we feel this is important, I'm really disappointed with the last vote, because I think big decisions take time. Good decisions are never rushed. And 2 weeks out of our last report, we're rushing into a March 31st deadline, and we haven't even made a phone call to see when those funds will be available to us, if we choose not to go with the March 31st deadline. And we can say we've all talked to the minister, even I did, and he said it's there regardless of what our decision is, even if we decide to delay. So those are my comments for this. I'm probably going to lose this vote. That's okay. I'll sit proudly in my Surge Red, and I'll continue to support policing as the way it was. And I will support the decision that council makes, and hopefully it's a good one for future generations in Grande Prairie to come. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Okay, thank you. I don't like the implication that was just stated in regards to 80% of policing in this country is potentially substandard to the RCMP. I don't believe that for a second. And why would they continue it if it was substandard? So I don't buy that for any reasoning other than we do have that high level of respect for RCMP, the emotional closeness that we host because we don't know anything else. And I am one of those people. But I'm not sure that if questions that you have, why weren't they asked already? We had plenty of time to ask questions. God knows I asked a ton. So I'm not so sure what you're looking for. What more do you need that we haven't already done? And if you chose not to ask those questions, then that's on you, not on me.
Thanks, Councillor Bosch. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As I'm still weighing where I'm at on this, I just want to get some clarification of Councillor Thiessen's comment. Are we concerned about not being integrated with other municipalities without the RCMP connectivity? And I'm kind of going to Councillor Bosch's comment is if 80% of municipalities or people aren't being dealt with through RCMP services, how are they managing this, I guess? And again, if nothing else, we've maybe had these conversations. I think it's good for the community to maybe hear this one, but can you assure us that there's going to be some connectivity and similar connectivity that we currently have through the RCMP model if we switch to a municipal precinct model?
So one of the federal responsibilities of the RCMP is what they call National Police Services. National Police Services are services provided to other police services. Computer databases such as it's called CPIC, that's the criminal record system. That's where warrants are. There's information about criminal charges, those sorts of things. Special information on police files. That is a national policing database that all police services in Canada have access to. There is a variety of other systems. There's the Criminal Intelligence Service of Canada, which partners with the Criminal Intelligence Service of Alberta. Each province has their own organizations. There is robust communication between these departments across the country, as was indicated by Councillor Plott, and it's been stated several times here today. 80% of Canadians are primarily policed by a municipal, regional, or provincial police service other than the RCMP. Those services have their, frankly, when we've talked about crime severity index and criminal occurrences and those sorts of things, Grande Prairie exceeds the national averages, meaning that those other communities collectively are having a different result. Now, I'm not blaming the RCMP for it. I'm just saying that it's not as though we are trying to replicate a model that sees higher criminal instances and higher crime severity indexes. We are trying to address the opposite. And to that point, though, the access to those national police services is really a result of reviews that have been conducted in years and decades past around police sharing information. And it's just a well-established network of information flow. And it is recognized that policing crosses different borders. And as a result, there is operational practices to ensure that it's effectively managed.
Just a couple more things from my head, because there is going to be a math component to my brain to make a decision on this. The report, I just want to clarify, the report had about if all things worked out, and we vetted, it was about $800,000 differential of what we'd see being in a positive cash position. And there was a 2% contingency fund as well baked into that.
So not with the 800,000, there was a contingency, that $19 million, that consisted of approximately a $2.3 million contingency built into the startup and transition. On the ongoing basis, I wouldn't say there's a contingency built in. That contingency would really be that $800,000 annually.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, definitely a decision that I'm wrestling with till the past 12th hour, because for me, I do have concerns that I shared with my last motion just about having the community on board with who will be their police in the future. But for me, why it's really hard is because this so clearly is the right model for the municipality to take, in my mind. It's we've had lots of conversations with residents over the last couple of weeks, and frankly, since I started knocking on doors 5 years ago, lots of conversations about people's expectations and experiences with the police. And I think the four themes I hear most from residents are safety, money, recruitment, and growing voices talking about equity, diversity, inclusion, taking care of all people. And when I look at safety, we've got really great people that are trained and dedicated to keeping us safe. I love the K Division presentation. We had two really fine, dedicated professional officers backed up by some really amazing civilian support. And that really is something that we do have in the detachment. So it's not a knock on the people at all, but maybe we even heard from them. Maybe they're just a little bit too good, because I've heard from our detachment commander here at Grande Prairie, and I've heard from K Division, faces that I really trusted, talking about the next good thing we're going to do for Grande Prairie and advancing it up, and then they're just not there in the next year. And when they're not there, then they're just not there. Can't get it up the command post. And I think we haven't done a great job communicating those frustrations with the community, because we haven't wanted to undermine confidence in policing, and we've wanted to maintain that relationship. But really, it's, as much as I love the people there, it's the system. And I don't blame them when the promotion comes up. I don't blame them for moving on. It's not a slight on the people. But it really is a tough system to make common sense improvements to improve public safety. Great example is it took us years and years and years to just get online crime reporting going. And now we've got online crime reporting going. You can't upload a simple picture if you have a picture of the person that stole your bicycle. And I don't even bother advocating for it, because I know it's years of advocacy probably just to get the ability to upload a picture. And just, that's a little thing, but just, there's a model that I think that a municipal model that's locally responsive, has people that are established in the community, could deliver on that safety. When it comes to money, I literally don't know what we could have done to get a better financial cost of this model than what we did. And yeah, there will be surprises, but years of research that's then vetted by an external accounting firm with their reputation on the line, that's then vetted by our extremely experienced own internal management staff, some of them that have extensive policing experience, that's then given hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of scrutiny by council. I don't know possibly what I could do to get better confidence with the numbers than what we got. And I also just would highlight that the RCMP model itself doesn't give us predictable, stable, safe costs. We don't seem to know year to year what it's going to be. And if the aim is cost saving, cost control, it's not like we're getting that in our current model. When it comes to recruitment, that is the big question mark in my mind. I think that is maybe the biggest risk we have in a model, but it's also a huge risk in the RCMP. I think we're approaching crisis in the RCMP model. And for me, I really do think, what kind of community do we want to be? Do we want to be one that's relying on a senior level of government to figure it out? Or do we want one to be a community that takes the bull by the horns and confronts it head on? And yeah, there's risk to being the ones confronting it head on, but there's also a lot of opportunity. I really do think that we're a kind of community where you address your problems, you fix your problems, and the community will step up and make that happen. And the last one is equity, diversity, inclusion. I've heard from members of our community who have told me that it's not a person thing, but just an institutional thing. They'll never feel safe calling 911 if the RCMP is on the other side. That breaks my heart, and I don't think it's anything to do with current members, but it is something to do with real trauma that those individuals have had. I think that when we talk about a service that can do a better job of taking care of the mental health of officers, I think that make sure there's not as much stress bringing it onto duty, all of that, I think it helps with all of that. I think but for me, the main thing is having a local commission that can sit down and hear from local people about their lived experiences with what's going on, and then impact that, not just at the policy level, but also that commission being the one that's directly responsible for the chief. I think there is just more ability to talk to people of all sorts and make sure that their local experiences are being reflected and improved in policing. And so for me, it just really is clear that a municipal model is superior service for the community.
Thanks, Councilor Bressy. Councilor O'Toole.
I got no disrespect for any RCMP officer at all. They work hard, they're well trained, and it's not the guys and girls with their boots on the ground doing their daily work. It's administration. I can tell you many examples over the 12 years I've been on council where items have been brought up that we want to implement, and it gets turned down, and that's fine, but it takes 2 to 3 to 4 months, 6 months to get an answer, and that's disturbing. And I'm really support the idea of having a municipal police force where council can give direction and bring it to commission, and they can vet it right there and bring it to the chief. So I would really appreciate you support this motion and vote in favor of it, please. Thank you.
So I'll wait for Councillor Palat to come back. Councillor O'Toole, as you're the mover of the motion, I'm happy for a consideration of people's time to say that I concur with many of the comments that are made tonight. As you all know, Council, I've taken a lot of media on this. I think I've identified that Council does not take this decision lightly. This is not a slight on any service that we've been provided with for the RCMP for the many years that we've been provided it. It simply is finding the best service model possible for a community that we care deeply about. We've talked at length about the opportunities, about the support that this council and previous councils have done in order to strengthen safety in our community, whether it was adding more members, adding more administration, implementing a mobile outreach team, a public security unit, over and over consultations with the RCMP, but it's simply, in my opinion, is just not the model that serves us and we currently need. So, Councillor O'Toole, if that was your close, I see Councillor Plot's in the queue again, but I'll go to Councillor Plot and then Councillor O'Toole is sort of, if you'd like to reiterate your close. Since you're in the queue, though, Councillor Plot, I'll bring up another item. It was mentioned in regards to opportunities in our community, and one that comes back to me, two that come back to me on a regular basis. We hear from our community that nonprofit organizations are looking for an opportunity to do criminal record checks. It's really, we are a volunteering community, we're very engaged, and the wheels were set in motion, and then they were paused. We implemented a collision call center for efficiencies in our community. When there was a collision, you could go there. We implemented, then the IT doesn't talk with the RCMP IT, and it becomes a duplication of processes. There's been example after example where the RCMP machine simply cannot be adaptive to community needs. And that's where it is for me. I understand and I truly appreciate some of the comments that Councillor Thiessen mentioned in regards to the service that RCMP have given us over time. I appreciate all the passion and emotion that has come forward from the community and the information that was shared from K-Division as well as the National Police Federation, the Union Association. End of the day, Council is elected. The 9 of us have spent, some of us since 2018 in this conversation. To say that this was made quickly, there was no way this was made quickly. This decision has been ongoing at full extent since 2021, but as indicated, it started in 2018. These decisions are not taken lightly. We are elected to make difficult decisions. We cannot abdicate our decision-making process. We need to make a decision today, and I truly believe that the best service model for a safer community is a municipal police force. I'll go to Councillor Plot and then offer Councillor O'Toole to close.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate that. This is I'm sad that we did postpone. I'm in support of that. I wanted us to postpone just to give the pause to the community for 2 weeks. Having said that, I agree with what Councillor Clayton and many have said here. I feel like we've exacerbated so many conversations with the RCMP that just have not led to where we want to get to in our community, and that frustrates me. I also have to say, in the last few weeks of conversations with a lot of individuals in our community, I really haven't heard compelling arguments financially. Why not? You know, we're constantly being told our taxes are going to go through the roof, and here's why. And I'm somebody that was very concerned about that when this started. I guess after dozens and dozens and dozens of conversations, and I'm thinking about many very good individuals I think that care a lot about our community, there was frustration there, but they couldn't give me any data. Similar to when we asked the questions of the members over here today, can you give us costs? Because there's all these fears baked in, but we could not get costs from folks on that. And that's disappointing me because I actually wanted people to push back on us. I wanted people to come back and say, have you thought about this? Do you not think your math's wrong here? And when I vetted those questions through our senior management and through that MNP report, they were in there and they were addressed. And so do I feel the community wishes they had more time and more information like we've had? Absolutely. Having said that, there's $9.7 million on the table that if we don't act as a community, we're going to be shunned and ridiculed in a year when we switch to the model that we really do need to switch to at some point, that we walked away from $9.7 million. And that's an awful lot of money. We've also got $800,000 in this plan. That's a surplus, which I'm not considering as a surplus. I'm considering that's the oops of we missed a couple things. And I think that's fine. I don't think anybody here is really worried about us saving money. I think it's the better review. And so that $800,000 to me is not really even on the equation. That's kind of the oops or the potential contingency factor. But the biggest one that hits home for me is I just really feel like the RCMP have lost touch on what's going on with the next generation and how they want to live, work, and play. And they don't want to move to Saskatchewan for 6 months to go to depot, and they don't want to be told, pick a province and spin a wheel and you're going to get stuck in this community. I think that archaic kind of thinking is the reason, and I think Councillor Bressie mentioned it, is I do feel that in a couple of years, and I really feel for the RCMP in this, I feel they're a few years away from having a very serious problem, and I don't want to be the community that's in that mix when the serious problem happens and we go from 101, because we've been begging for a full staff for a lot of years and they can't make it work. And so I really get worried when I think about a couple more years from now when there are thousands of officers short in the federal scheme, why they pick Grande Prairie for the next 4 and not the other communities. There's communities all over the place on wait lists. So I do think this is a disservice to our community, and I really have a high degree of confidence our retention levels are going to be much higher with a municipal police force. And that saddens me. I know how hard it is to be an RCMP officer, but the RCMP officers I've spoke to, and there's been a lot of in the last few weeks, few months, few years in that matter, the quality of life piece that we can offer as a municipal police force, I think is going to be far greater than what an RCMP comes here from depot. Welcome to Grande Prairie. Here's your team. Tough to integrate in the community. It's very hard for an RCM member to integrate in the community because it is a tough role. Having said that, when you work in an organization with 650 other people in it, that's doing health and wellness barbecues, that's got events, that's got a team structure and opportunities for you to integrate in the community, I think the quality of life pieces for those individuals moving to Grande Prairie are going to be a lot higher for municipal police, and I think that's how we're going to retain them. So I do really think the long-term implications of we can kick this can down the road for a year or maybe 2, but at that point, I think we'd be doing our community a massive disservice if we didn't switch this model. And we're back to the $9.7 million that's on the table today. You just can't say no to $9.7 million when inevitably you're probably going to switch that process. So as much as this gives me a heavy heart, I will be supporting this motion tonight.
Councillor O'Toole, would you like to close?
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much other than, 4.5 years we've been doing this. We've had meetings, we've got the minutes that we're taking, and we're getting painted with a brush that we don't pass out information, but nobody comes to committee meetings and nobody comes to council chambers except for tonight. We had a pretty good crowd, but at the end, when and how much promotion do we do on every little topic that we do? This has been out for 4.5 years. And I think the residents need to maybe, instead of opening the newspaper, maybe turn the website on and check it out every once in a while and check what the meetings are. And I'm not criticizing them. I'm just saying that's an option that we have. Not everybody has a computer. I get that. But you can come down. There's 9 of us on council. You can definitely talk to us and see what's up. And we're trying to be the most fluid type council. We've been aggressive. We've done a lot of things. And I think the vote should happen. I'll quit talking and let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole, for your close. I will call the question.
Councillor Bressie in favor.
Just give us 1 second here. Councillor Bosch, how do you vote?
Councillor Bosch in favor.
Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote? Councillor Bressie, how do you vote? Oh, it's registered now. And that is carried 8-1. With that, the only thing left on our council agenda, there's no unfinished business, no public hearings. There is delegation business. Council could make a motion to receive all of them for information. Councilor Bressie.
Yeah, I move we receive all delegations for information.
Thank you. Call the question.
Bressie in favor.
Bosch in favor. Everything's shutting down on us.
Berg in favor.
Councilor Berg in favor. Who else are you missing? Councilor Bosch in favor. And that's it. That's everyone. Okay, that carries unanimously. Council, I'll ask if any of you have anything extremely urgent, you could do your council member reports. I'm seeing everybody nod no. We can do that at our next meeting. Therefore, I will call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.